Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. It's just our support artillery and airstrike units, don't panic. We're almost inside the city. Zilin's ultimate fortress defense from the city walls, dozens of large-caliber railguns fired in synchronized volleys, tearing into the charging snow wraith hordes and setting off chain reaction explosions. The city's defense network was unparalleled. Great Wall 50 railgun batteries, Iron Curtain anti-air defense system, a mix of missiles, electromagnetic cannons, and close-in weapon systems turrets, hundreds of heavy firepower turrets, and elite battalion from the Starfleet Investigation Corps. Zilin City's unique mountainous terrain together, they formed an impregnable stronghold. Under the cover of this immense firepower, the United train convoy pushed forward, crossing into Zilin's outer industrial zone. The howling snow wraith horde disappeared behind them. As the storm calmed, a city hidden beneath the mountains revealed itself. The final countdown: 2 days left. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Lin Xian muttered, watching the fortress city glow in the fading blizzard. Chapter 265, A Break in the Snowstorm. 32 a.m., the joint train formation arrives at Zilin City rail station. Upon entering Zilin City, the defensive convoy split up. The Empire Project team was escorted by the Investigation Corps to the Phoenix stronghold, while Keondil 6 convoys set up a temporary doomsday encampment near the Central Avenue perimeter of the rail station. Due to the large number of parked trains at the station, Infinite Train and Dragon Mountain No. 1 diverted onto a freight mining track, originally used for cargo transport. This area, near the Fenglin Mountain mining region, was farther from Central Avenue, meaning fewer survivor camps were stationed here. However, Lin Xian still spotted a few convoy settlements occupying the former Zilin Mining Company's freight terminal, surrounded by stacked shipping containers and minecart racks stretching into the distance. Choosing this location had another advantage: it housed several large overhead rail cranes, perfect for transporting cargo, and for Lin Xian, a rich source of salvageable materials. After traveling all the way from Hangshan Pass, battling non-stop, the convoy had exhausted its supplies, energy, and even basic armor plating. This was their chance to upgrade the train's defenses. Dragon Mountain No. 1 had endured the same harrowing blizzard chase, and tensions were still running high. The moment the joint train formation rolled in, Shidi Yuan, Ningjing, and the convoy leaders immediately set everyone into motion. Hiss, the all-terrain drive train of Dragon Mountain No. 1 detached from Infinite Train's rear, and the temporary docking frame at the front was removed, merging the 1,000-person train convoy back into one unit. Clang! 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 The train doors swung open, and over 100 engineers and maintenance workers disembarked from Dragon Mountain No. 1, joined by additional logistics personnel. In an instant, the once quiet freight zone became a hive of activity, with hundreds of people repairing carriages, stripping damaged armor, and securing the train's defenses. Armed sentries remained stationed on the rooftops, staying on high alert. Meanwhile, Shidi Yuan checked in with Lin Xian before leading a team toward the city center, leaving Ningjing in charge of overseeing repairs. With so many hands on deck, the 2-kilometer-long train convoy quickly entered an intensive repair cycle. As power was restored, the long-dormant overhead cranes whirred back to life. Floodlights from Dragon Mountain No. 1 illuminated the freight zone, pushing back the shadows of the bitter storm. The area, shielded by Fenglin Mountain, was significantly calmer than the outer city blizzard, and the towering concrete walls offered a welcome sense of security. Armor repairs and strategic adjustments on Infinite Train side, Lin Xian inspected the damage, and it was severe. The left armor plating had been riddled with holes during the snow wraith onslaught en route to Yasatai Mountain, its perforation density dangerously high. Fortunately, Dragon Mountain No. 1 had shielded Infinite Train's nuclear-powered locomotive, and the Gemini unit's lead-plated armor had minimized radiation risks. Still, this ordeal highlighted a critical flaw: the rear section lacked proper defenses. Lin Xian resolved to install a specialized defensive carriage at the rear, along with an additional electric locomotive to compensate for the lost power unit, since the Huangsing 7F electric locomotive had been repurposed for upgrades. As he gazed at Dragon Mountain No. 1's bustling repair crew, he deliberately ordered his own team to rest, keeping only a few key personnel active. His plan was to scout for usable power units and salvage specialized steel components, without overtaxing his already exhausted team. A quiet moment amidst the chaos. You're going alone? I'll come with you. Chen Sixuan, noticing Lin Xian dismissing the others, frowned with concern. I'm fine. You, on the other hand, need rest. Lin Xian said firmly. From the Phoenix stronghold to the blizzard battles, Chen Sixuan had fought non-stop since he fell unconscious. Bloodstains and frostbite marred her face, battle scars of a once scholarly professor who had now fully stepped into the warrior's path. Her handling of the heavy anti-materiel sniper rifle had grown increasingly precise, eliminating countless threats for the team. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had at least rested a few hours while unconscious. He was recharged and ready to work. We finally have a safe window. Everyone needs to recover, including you. He met her gaze. Chen Sixuan hesitated, then exhaled. All right. As Lin Xian turned to leave, she suddenly stepped forward, wrapping an arm around his neck, and kissed him. The touch was soft and fleeting, gone in an instant. Chen Sixuan's eyes burned with intensity as she pulled away. Take care of yourself. Lin Xian was momentarily stunned, but then, a smile played at his lips. I will. Blueprints and upgrades. The wind howled outside as Lin Xian activated Mechanical Heart, bringing up a blueprint file. This design schematic had been secretly scanned back in Trikamari's Canyon, a structural analysis of Unit 01's right arm composite armor. The original materials, super carbon carbide alloy, nano-ceramics, were far too advanced for him to reproduce on a large scale. However, Lin Xian devised a workaround. He could substitute titanium alloy, tungsten titanium composite, and tungsten carbide steel to mimic the layered armor design. The blueprint was a revelation. Compared to the hastily welded steel plating he had originally fashioned in Zhong City, Unit 01's multi-layered armor composition was ingenious. Active defense layer. The 5-layer structure was as follows. Active defense layer, 0 to 5 mm. Material, forged tungsten titanium alloy version 2. Energy dissipation layer, 5 to 15 mm. Material, boron nitride ceramic and titanium honeycomb composite. Primary protection layer, 15 to 25 mm. Material, super carbon carbide alloy. Fabrication method, laser additive manufacturing using an alternating porous and dense structure. Additionally, the shock-absorbing isolation layer used basalt fiber 3D weaves, while the self-healing inner liner incorporated magnesium-based composites and shape memory alloys. Lin Xian marveled at his mechanical heart. It was like wielding the knowledge of an entire industrial empire at his fingertips. With the new Research and Development Center, he could now fully integrate research and development into his workflow. No need to overcomplicate this. Simplifying the material should still work. If implemented, this armor upgrade would be far superior to his original haphazard plating. Plus, it would actually look good. Late-night design session inside car number 2, the information center's computer screen glowed faintly. Kiki sat before it, tweaking the armor schematics, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. If we go with this armor setup, we'll need to modify the original grit structure. Should we integrate it into the windows too? The room was dark, save for the computer's light. The young girl, dark circles under her eyes, yawned as she worked. She had burned through nearly all her energy in battle, yet she kept helping Lin Xian, her hands never stopping. Lin Xian glanced at her, knowing she wouldn't last much longer. For now, he let her keep working. There was still so much to do. Wouldn't this be unsafe? If we open the windows, it'll be directly exposed to the outside. And if we keep the entire train sealed, it'll feel way too stuffy and claustrophobic. Lin Xian frowned. Inside the warm train carriage, Kiki had shed her heavy cold-resistant coat, now lounging in casual shorts. Her smooth legs were crossed as she floated in midair in front of the computer. She poked Lin Xian's chest with her finger and grinned. Can have your cake and eat it too, bro. Just had a layer of high-strength polyester bulletproof glass in between the armor grids. Lin Xian replied matter-of-factly. That way, we can still open windows when needed. In combat, we can't just blindly fire outside. Kiki pouted. If that's the case, why not just install remote-controlled autogun turrets? That way, people can stay inside and operate them via surveillance feeds. Lin Xian gave her a deadpan look. Might as well install full-on combat capsules on rails, huh? Kiki's eyes lit up. Oh, I like that. Fully automated turret arrays. Why stop there? Let's just upgrade the whole thing into a full-blown rail battleship while we're at it. Yes. Yes. Do it. Lin Xian flicked her forehead. You're getting carried away. If I could pull that off right now, I'd just build a brand new train, or hell, even a floating city. Why bother adding armor at all? Hee. Kiki chuckled mischievously. Okay, I was messing with you. But seriously, your idea makes sense. I think it's workable. Lin Xian exhaled and nodded. Alright, let's go with that. You get some rest, I need to gather materials. His plan was to scavenge the necessary armor materials and, if possible, scan the blueprint for Dragon Mountain No. 1's triangle track electromagnetic all-terrain drive module. If he could reverse engineer it before entering the oceanic rail, it would give infinite train more mobility options, allowing it to traverse non-rail terrain with ease. Need backup. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave, Kiki spoke in a deliberately casual tone. Hey, you sure you're okay? You passed out earlier. Same as you, just overused my energy. Nothing serious. Then, before he could react, Kiki suddenly pounced, wrapping her legs around his waist and clinging to his neck like a koala. Her big eyes looked up at him, gleaming with mischief. Want me to go with you? I can protect you, Lin Xian sighed, noting the bloodshot veins in her eyes and the chapped dryness of her lips. Without a word, he picked her up, carried her over to her bed, and gently laid her down. You're in no shape to protect anyone. Sleep first, then we'll talk. He kept his voice low, careful not to wake Shasha, who was sleeping above them. Kiki puffed out her cheeks. Not willing to accept defeat, she clung to him tighter, arms and legs wrapped around him like a stubborn octopus. Oh, so now you're underestimating my superpowers, huh? Think I won't. A glint of mischief flashed in her eyes. She tilted her head, locked onto Lin Xian's nose, and lunged forward, ready to chomp down as punishment. But Lin Xian saw through her trickery instantly. Before she could bite, he leaned forward and kissed her instead. Caught completely off guard, Kiki froze, her brain short-circuiting. Her hands instinctively let go, covering her lips in shock. You! Lin Xian stepped back, touching his lips with mock seriousness. Wow! So you actually dared to steal a kiss from me? Well, now we're even. I didn't steal a kiss from you. Kiki was flabbergasted. Realizing she had been completely outplayed, her face turned red, and she nearly exploded on the spot. Lin Xian smirked. Wait, don't tell me you wanted to follow me just so you could sneak in another kiss. PFFT. Kiki's face flushed crimson as she spat at him. She glared at him for a long moment, then, her gaze flickered away, a little guilty. She huffed, rolled over in bed, and pulled her blanket over her head. Humphrey. Fine, whatever. I wasn't interested in tagging along anyway. Freeze to death out there for all I care, bye-bye, I'm sleeping. Lin Xian let out a small chuckle, shaking his head as he silently turned and left. A rare moment of peace. Chen Sixuan and Kiki had been with him since the first day Infinite Train left Zhang City. Lin Xian wasn't blind to how much they cared about him. In a world consumed by apocalypse and endless battles, that kind of companionship was worth more than any amount of firepower. As he stepped into the blizzard, he took a deep breath. Outside, Fenglin Mountain loomed in the distance, casting a lonely silhouette over the snowstorm. The repair crews of Dragon Mountain No. 1 worked tirelessly, sparks flying as they welded and cut steel plates. Glancing toward the double-decker carriages, Lin Xian could see the warm glow of cabin lights behind the armor plating. Some families had already settled in for the night. A few children peeked out from a safety compartment, their curious eyes landing on Lin Xian. One of them waved hesitantly. Lin Xian smiled and waved back. Scouting the freight yard, activating his powered exoskeleton's enhanced vision, Lin Xian climbed onto the train's rooftop and surveyed the massive freight yard. The cargo area was filled with thousands of stacked shipping containers, blanketed in snow. The tracks extended toward the distant mining facility, which had collapsed and was now completely sealed off. Scaling an overhead crane, he peered into the horizon, spotting the outer city walls in the distance. Faint firelight flickered on the skyline, though the intensity had waned since their arrival. For the first time in months, standing amidst the blizzard, Lin Xian felt safe. After months of running through the darkness, always on the edge of survival, it was a strange yet welcome sensation. The city was free of zombies and eerie entities, and at least a few thousand survivors had made it here. For once, Infinite Train and Dragon Mountain No. 1 weren't the only ones fighting to survive. A lucky find following the tracks toward the mining sector, Lin Xian spotted a row of abandoned freight trains, some buried under deep snow. For most survivors, cargo trains were useless, they lacked shelter and couldn't be easily repurposed. But for Lin Xian? Jackpot! Activating mechanical heart, he began devouring the train cars for materials. An even bigger find after clearing out a dozen freight cars, something caught his eye, a massive locomotive parked at the front. It was a Huelong class heavy electric locomotive, over 60 meters long, painted yellow and black. It consisted of two sections, one for high-powered traction motors, another for energy reserves and auxiliary systems 7 megawatts. Even stronger than the Huangxing 7F. Excitement surged through Lin Xian, until he checked its status. Crap. It's broken. Most survivors wouldn't have the means to repair an industrial locomotive's electrical system, but Lin Xian wasn't most survivors. A grin spread across his face. Well, looks like I just got myself a new engine. Salvaging the Huelong-class heavy electric locomotive, Lin Xian pressed his palm against the locomotive, activating mechanical heart to scan its internal structure. Almost immediately, a detailed schematic unfolded in his mind: power distribution modules, traction motors, auxiliary converters. Damn. This thing is a beast. A locomotive like this was built for heavy freight transport, with a brutally high torque output designed to pull thousands of tons of cargo. If he could restore it, it would be a perfect rear-engine addition to Infinite Train, a dedicated powerhouse capable of generating a stable 7 megawatt output. This bad boy's gonna save me a lot of trouble. The main issue was a faulty electrical circuit, specifically, a burnt-out main distribution board. For anyone else, it would take days of intricate repairs. For Lin Xian? An hour, tops. But first, materials. He needed to harvest conductive alloys and high-insulation components to replace the damaged circuits. Alright, let's get to work. Devouring the freight yard hum, mechanical devour activated. The 4th tier devouring speed was nearly twice as fast as before. A single freight car, 10 plus tons of steel, was dismantled and absorbed in under 10 minutes. Whoosh! The moment the car disappeared, the snow piled on top collapsed, cascading down like an avalanche. Lin Xian worked non-stop, methodically devouring each freight car, rapidly breaking down their metallic structures. Boom! Another 10-meter-long steel frame vanished into nothing. Within 2 hours, he had cleared out over a dozen freight cars, filling his resource pool with high-density steel plates, nickel-chromium alloys, advanced insulation materials, copper wiring, and industrial-grade circuit components. That should be enough. With his materials stocked, Lin Xian finally turned back toward the Huelong locomotive. Time to repair this beast. Chapter 266, Monica SSSHH. The mechanical heart hummed to life as Lin Xian pushed open the electric locomotive's cabin door. A wave of rotting stench immediately assaulted his senses, causing him to frown. His mechanical arm automatically deployed a shoulder-mounted flashlight, illuminating the cramped interior of the train car. Stepping onto the metal grate, he climbed inside, only to be greeted by a scene of utter ruin. 2 bodies, a man and a woman, their corpses frozen in frost-covered decay, lay eerily still within the cramped space. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the messy cabin. Discarded food wrappers, sleeping bags, blankets, and broken light fixtures littered the floor. There were pots, pans, and dinnerware, as well as empty medicine boxes strewn about. Judging by their tattered uniforms, they had likely been factory workers, a husband and wife who had sought refuge here. But they had perished before the arrival of the extreme cold vortex, their bodies left to rot in silent despair. The sheer number of medicine boxes on the floor suggested they had succumbed to illness and starvation. Their frail, withered corpses spoke of a slow, inevitable death. Throughout his journey of survival, Lin Xian had encountered far too many such tragedies. He could only sigh softly before turning his attention back to his task. Activating the mechanical heart, he began repairing the locomotive's electrical system, systematically diagnosing and restoring power to the engine core. Beep! 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 In the driver's cabin, subsystem lights flickered back to life. The engine's deep rumble slowly reverberated through the cabin as its frozen iron wheels and brake systems trembled, groaning under the strain of long-term disuse. Rumble. Snow slid off the locomotive's body as Lin Xian reversed the train, carefully maneuvering it to align with the rear of the Infinite Train's twin-star nuclear carriage. On the opposite track, a group of Dragon Mountain No. 1 engineers noticed Lin Xian's actions. Seeing him drive back with a massive electric locomotive set, they were stunned. But instead of immediately linking the new train cars, Lin Xian decided to wait until morning. He would have his team clear out the 2 powered train cars before integrating them. For now, he turned his attention to manufacturing composite armor panels. On the Dragon Mountain No. 1 side, many engineers noticed Lin Xian standing alone atop the train, though they weren't sure what he was up to. The next moment, their eyes widened in shock. Even the workers welding steel plates, hoisting materials, and dismantling equipment froze in place. Swoosh! 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 A glow of mechanical energy flickered around Lin Xian's hands. Countless raw materials floated into the air, self-assembling into precise structures. In the blink of an eye, a lifting rack and a modular canopy materialized, shielding the Infinite Train from the howling blizzard. 2 rail-mounted gantry cranes emerged, rising from solid ground like towers of steel. Clang! 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 A Dragon Mountain engineer, who had been hauling a heavy steel frame, stood slack-jawed. His hands went limp, causing the metal beams to clatter loudly onto the ground. What the? Did he just build an entire assembly workshop out of thin air? Holy shit! What kind of ability is that? Lin Xian ignored the awestruck stares, focusing on constructing the core framework. Once the armor panels were complete, he planned to have his team dismantle and repair the train cars in the morning. But just then, headlights flared in the distance. Several tracked polar vehicles rumbled through the storm, speeding toward the freight station. Vroom vroom. The vehicles skidded to a stop in the main plaza, and Lin Xian's sharp gaze immediately caught sight of their occupants. Shidoan, Kyondel, and several other convoy leaders emerged from their polar gear-clad ranks. Two of the rear vehicles held a group of unfamiliar faces. Leading them was a woman with long, wavy red hair and a towering presence. Dressed in high riding boots, her imposing stature dwarfed many of the men beside her. Lin Xian. Shidoan spotted him immediately, waving as he led the group forward. Damn, Lin Xian. You were only gone for a bit, and now you've built a whole damn factory? Lin Xian chuckled, shaking his head as he walked over, holding an armor plate. Not that exaggerated. He glanced toward the red-haired woman. Who's this? Shidoan grinned. Introducing a new friend. Lin Xian sighed internally. Shidoan sure had a knack for networking. The red-haired woman stepped forward. Her wind goggles reflected the train's lights, but her deep-set eyes locked onto Lin Xian with a keen, assessing gaze. Shidoan continued. Lin, I heard from them that the city's safe now, no need to stay on edge. She's got some intel to share, and knowing you're a mechanical ability user, she's got something she needs help with. Lin Xian set down the armor plate, turning to her. What kind of help? The woman smirked. I'm Monica. Interested in getting acquainted? Her voice was bold yet feminine, carrying the distinct air of someone who commanded authority. Lin Xian had initially assumed she was a stranger, but in reality, she was an old friend of Kyondel, a convoy leader of another train fleet. Nodding, Lin Xian leaped down from the train and extended a handshake. Lin Xian, Infinite Convoy. Monica shook his hand, her eyes flickering toward the armor plates beside him. Mechanical ability. Don't tell me you built this entire train yourself? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow at Shidoan and Kyondel. What the hell did you guys tell her? Did she expect him to build her an entire train? No way. If I had that level of power, I'd be building a damn spaceship, not running on land. PFFT, Monica burst into laughter, raising a hand in mock apology. Fair point. My bad. Kyondel smirked, leaning back. Monica, don't underestimate this pretty boy. If it weren't for him, we, and even Phoenix, wouldn't have escaped the blizzard alive. Shrugging, he tugged his coat tighter, glancing at Shidoan. Alright, old Shi, didn't you say you had a place where we could drink? Hell yeah. Follow me. They soon gathered in Dragon Mountain No. 1's bar carriage, a warm, well-stocked compartment designed as a restaurant-bar hybrid. As the group settled into sofas, Shidoan poured out clear liquor into large glasses, its sharp aroma filling the air. Dragon Mountain's finest. The perfect drink for a frozen wasteland. Monica smirked, downing an entire cup in one gulp. The group stared, but Kyondel wasn't surprised. Chuckling, he pushed his own glass away. TCH, drunkard. Just don't go on a rampage later. As a laughter echoed, the night of intelligence sharing, planning, and uneasy camaraderie began. So for the next few days, you can all rest easy in the city. Monica said. Recover your strength, recruit new people. Phoenix and the Arctic Wind Alliance have plenty of supplies. Even if you don't have blood crystals to trade, you can still get some basic supplies and defensive weapons from Phoenix for free. Or, you could just join one of the larger convoys or Phoenix itself, it's not a bad option. Recruiting? Shidoan raised an eyebrow at the term. What, are we starting to fight over people now? Not exactly. Kyondel said calmly. It's just how things work when a lot of people are around. Smaller convoys want to stick with bigger ones, ability users want a strong backing. Phoenix can provide aid, but it can't take in and care for everyone. And besides, joining Phoenix isn't easy, their missions are dangerous as hell, and the death rate isn't low. For most, it's more comfortable sticking with a strong convoy. Exactly. Monica smirked. Joining Phoenix isn't a cozy arrangement. Most convoys prefer working with them rather than becoming full members. Survivors are looking for a place to live, but Phoenix? They charge straight into death. Anyone thinking of joining better ask themselves if they have the guts for it. A heavy silence fell over the group. Many had originally thought joining Phoenix meant securing a powerful patron, but that was exactly where Phoenix differed from Dawn City and the Federation. Lin Xian had long since figured this out. Dawn City collected protection fees, but the survivors within its walls weren't responsible for the city's defense, unless it was under siege. But Phoenix had no city, no fortress. It operated worldwide, guiding survivors toward the dawn, leading them to fight back against the darkness, rather than simply shielding them from it. To join Phoenix was to accept the burden of saving humanity. That was no ordinary commitment. And that was exactly why the Starfleet had earned its legendary reputation. When Apocalypse Day struck, the Starfleet became the only military force that continued to protect survivors. When the world fell apart, they didn't hesitate to stand at the front lines. Large convoys want strong ability users, gene evolvers, and specialists in unique skills. Every convoy is working to strengthen itself. It's the only way to survive. Monica took a sip of her drink, continuing casually. Blood crystals are basically hard currency now. You can trade them with alliances, organizations, or Phoenix for weapons, gear, and supplies. West Zillan City has started feeling like a temporary survivor settlement. There's even a hint of commerce. Hell, go check out Danan Street tomorrow. You might even find a little entertainment. Keondil rolled his eyes and spat in exasperation. What, you mean brothels? We're all just trying to survive. Who the hell cares about stuff like that anymore? Oh, that's not what I meant. Monica leaned her cheek against her half-empty glass, her gaze sweeping across the group of men with an amused glint. I was talking about special ability user services. Ever tried that? PFFFT. A few convoy leaders choked on their drinks, spraying liquor all over the table. Even Lin Xian and Shidun couldn't help but look stunned. Special ability user services? Lin Xian had never even considered something like that until Monica mentioned it. As the men exchanged uncertain glances, Ningjing folded her arms, staring at Monica with an unimpressed expression. Enough with the nonsense. Let's talk about something useful, like what the city has to offer or Phoenix's plans. Monica chuckled at the shift in tone, taking another sip of liquor before getting back to business. Well, once the sun's up, you can check out the main survivor districts around Central Avenue. You'll find just about anything you need there, as long as you have trade goods or blood crystals. As for Phoenix, I only know that the one in charge here is Zhao. He commands the 7th Recon Unit, and the current plan is to evacuate West Zillan City before dawn on the 31st. That means you all have 2 full days to rest and resupply. Also, the Nighttalkers are running ability tests at Michelle Church on Central Avenue. Any ability user above evolution level or gene evolvers at level 3 or higher will get free supplies for participating. The higher the level, the better the rewards. Titanium rank gets even more. She suddenly grew serious. But I should warn you, West Zillan has no shortage of powerhouses. Every major convoy and Phoenix is keeping an eye on that place. If any of your people test high, expect to get noticed. The big convoys offer all kinds of perks, and it's common for ability users to jump ship. Happens all the time. Ha. That's all? Shidun scoffed, sounding completely unconcerned. If my people find a better deal somewhere else, good for them. Hell, I'd be happy for them. It'd take a load off my shoulders. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian understood his reasoning. Dragon Mountain No. 1 had over 1,000 people, most of whom were ordinary survivors. Only a handful were the original Dragon Mountain residents, the rest were rescued survivors who had been trained and armed along the way. In terms of individual combat power, Dragon Mountain No. 1 was far weaker than elite convoys, but it had still managed to survive as a railway fortress. It wasn't just raw strength keeping them alive. Since the city's safe, we can let the recruits go out and scavenge during the day. Shidun told Ningjing. Have the ability users and enhancers take the test. It'd be good to grab some free supplies. Ningjing nodded. Yeah, I already promised them. Since we're cooperating with Phoenix, the test will help us gauge their strength and boost morale. The supplies are just a bonus. Lin Xian remained silent, but his mind was working. It seemed that the Nighttalkers had approached both Infinite Train and Dragon Mountain No. 1. That meant Shidun likely had a Scarlet Phoenix token as well, though Lin Xian wasn't sure if he'd received the cold dark reagent yet. Monica gave Shidun a curious look. I thought a big convoy like yours would be hunting for elite recruits. You don't sound very interested. We don't actively recruit. Ningjing replied simply. We help when we can. If people want to leave, we don't stop them. Everyone here fights for survival together, there's no special treatment. Her words struck a chord with the other convoy leaders. Most of them had formed their groups through hardship, treating each other like family, never discussing salaries or benefits. And what about you, handsome? Monica turned to Lin Xian, her eyes gleaming with interest. Old Keon and she have been talking you up like you're some legend. Even Phoenix wants you. Ever think about expanding your forces? Lin Xian's expression remained calm. I don't need more people right now. I'd rather trade for supplies or weapons. His words were a clear rejection, meant to deter unnecessary trouble from people looking for shelter under his banner. He couldn't protect everyone, but if he found the right allies, he'd consider it. Monica raised an eyebrow. Oh? What a shame. After hearing about you, I was almost ready to bring my train to join you. She shot Keon-dil a playful glare. See, old Keon? He doesn't even want me. Shidoan's eyes lit up. Wait, you have a train? Not just any train. Keon-dil muttered, rolling his eyes. It's an intercontinental class convoy, fully automated weapons systems, all-terrain adaptability. Only 20 people on board, but enough firepower for 200. Lin Xian sighed internally. Monica was trouble. An intercontinental class train? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. He had assumed Monica was just another convoy leader, but if she was operating a train of that caliber, then she wasn't someone to take lightly. Shidoan, on the other hand, was visibly impressed. Damn. That's a serious setup. Lin Xian, you better think this through, this lady's got an elite convoy. If she really wanted to join forces, that'd be a hell of a boost. Keon-dil, however, just folded his arms, looking bored. TSK, TSK, TSK. Monica, didn't I tell you to go easy on the booze? You're just drunk talking now. Weren't you the one asking Lin Xian for help? Keep this up, and he's going to think you're crazy. Lin Xian glanced at Monica's empty glass, her bottle was already half gone. Despite drinking so much, she looked more alert than ever, and her words had grown more unrestrained. Monica ignored Keon-dil's remark, resting her chin on one hand as she studied Lin Xian. I'm serious, though. You're a hell of a guy, Lin Xian. She smirked, swirling her glass. Your train might not be intercontinental class, but it has something more valuable, you. Lin Xian remained silent, waiting for her to elaborate. Monica finally leaned back with a sigh. Fine, fine. Let's talk business. I do need your help, after all. Her expression grew serious as she set down her glass. Chapter 267, Doomsday Flight. I'm being totally honest, what woman doesn't like a hero, right? Monica said with a playful wink at Lin Xian, clearly amused. Oh right, Captain Lin, there's a small issue on my train. I heard you're a mechanical ability user, mind giving me a hand? Small issue. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. If it's really that small, how come no one else can fix it? Just earlier, Shidoan had said her train was basically military-grade and highly automated. There's no way someone piloting that kind of machine wouldn't know how to handle minor malfunctions. Lin Xian knew both the Dragon Mountain No. 1 and the Silver Star were staffed with engineers. And here in Zilan City, there weren't any of the harsh environmental issues that Dragon Mountain No. 1 had faced. So what kind of small problem couldn't be fixed? Monica casually placed her wine glass on the table and snapped her fingers. A guy behind her, thick glasses and all, quickly handed over a mobile terminal. Lin Xian took it, glanced at the screen, and his brows raised ever so slightly. The screen displayed Monica's train blueprint and system failure logs. What surprised him first was the train itself. It gave him instant déjà vu, like seeing the Silver Star again. Monica's train had just 8 carriages, but it was ultra-smart, more like a self-contained, land-based mobile warship. Energy car, power car, a fully integrated electric system, 42 automated gun turrets, full surround situational sensing, multi-band radar, fire suppression, de-icing, anti-air systems, close-in electric defense field. The whole 200-meter-long train needed fewer than 5 people to run it. The rest of the crew were fighters and logistics support. The interior was solid and secure, pretty much a dream doomsday shelter. There was even an automated air circulation system. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Everything on here was something he had once imagined building himself. But Monica's train was a seamless, unified build, totally different from the Infinite train, which was just a heavily modified regular train. This thing had money written all over it. This train looks like it was made just for the apocalypse. Monica noticed the look on his face and smiled faintly. She didn't even try to hide anything, it was built by the Kerr Group as part of a doomsday project. A military collab stunt. Limited edition, 2 billion a unit. Birthday gift for my 18th. A 2 billion birthday present? The others looked at her with weird expressions. Keon-dil just gave her a sidelong glance. Owen, who is it that used to say they hated that gift the most? Now look at you, it's your lifeline. I can't help it, can't help it, Monica shrugged with a smile. Times like these, staying alive is all that matters. Lin Xian finally got it. Monica was a rich heiress before the apocalypse. He knew the ultra-wealthy loved building doomsday bunkers and survival pods. It wasn't paranoia to them, it was planning ahead. With that much money, companies happily catered to their fears, offering luxury apocalypse survival tech to milk the market. Who'd have thought that stuff would actually come in handy? Right now in Zilan City, Monica's Queen Monica was basically a fortress on wheels that everyone would kill to own, loaded with firepower and serious security. But as Lin Xian scrolled through the fault reports, his brows furrowed again. The problems were a lot like those faced by the Dragon Mountain No. 1. Multiple system failures, mostly concentrated in the drive components, power systems, and even the nuclear energy core. And these weren't just bugs, they were irreversible failures from poor maintenance. In plain terms, most of the parts were beyond repair. They needed replacing. If it were anyone else, that would be game over. But Lin Xian had his mechanical ability. The components might be tricky materials, but with enough time and effort, he could handle it. Still, for Monika and her crew, this was a nightmare. Her train was a limited edition. The Ker group had gone bankrupt before Apocalypse Day. While the weapons were standardized military issue and easy to replace, everything else, the chassis, drive systems, special design, was custom built. No spare parts. No support. And apparently, no skilled engineers on board. Over time, things had spiraled into irreversible wear and tear. So yeah, the Queen Monika looked cool, but it was way more broken than anyone realized. Monika knew it too. As Lin Xian browsed the terminal, her usual confidence gave way to a barely noticeable flicker of tension. The group sipped their drinks in silence. Monika gently swirled her glass like it held wine, quietly waiting for Lin Xian's verdict. "It's manageable," Lin Xian said at last, handing the terminal back. But? Monika's brow creased. That but made her stomach tighten. "Don't worry about payment, we've got plenty of blood crystals." "That's not the issue." Lin Xian shook his head. "The thing is, I'm tied up tonight. My own train isn't fully repaired yet. Maybe after sunrise tomorrow, I can take a look at yours." Monika visibly relaxed, breaking into a bright smile. "Oh, that's it? You had me scared for a second, handsome, no rush," she said cheerfully. "Take your time. When you're done, come find me, I'll even show you guys around town." Shidoan perked up at that and turned to Kyondel. "Perfect timing. Why don't we head over to that Michelle church tomorrow and get our powers tested by the Night Talkers? Might learn something useful, help our team get stronger. Be more prepared next time we run into an eerie entity." "Exactly. A bunch of my convoy already planned to go. Ability users and gene evolvers should all give it a try. Even just learning more would be good." Ningjing nodded. "Honestly, I still don't even know if I'm an ability user or a gene evolver, or how my powers developed. We've been so focused on survival, we never had time to figure that out." "You don't know?" Lin Xian looked at her. "We have no clue." Shidoan shrugged. "She's definitely stronger than before, but strength alone isn't a giveaway. Lots of gene evolvers are like that too. Most people are just fumbling around in the dark. Without the Phoenix's guidance, who knows what's going on?" Kyondel laced his fingers together and said in his usual flamboyant tone, "My super speed's pretty easy to tell, but I don't know what rank I'd get in a test. Either way, I'll find out the hard way. If I can beat an eerie entity, great. If not, welp. Just cause I score high doesn't mean I won't die. It's not a poker game. Plenty of ability users have died in the dark." "You're right." Ningjing agreed. "But I think the ranking system is more like a tracking tool for the Phoenix. Those who've survived this long have probably evolved further. It could help them predict survival rates, or even study humanity's limits. If we can understand ourselves better, get stronger, maybe we can live longer too. Like, what level do we need to be to survive longer in the dark?" Monika took a sip of her wine. "Makes sense. But the thing is, no one knows how those monsters appear. One moment it's a C-class eerie entity, the next it's an S-class. You just never know." "Doesn't matter," Shidoan said seriously. "We just need to know our own powers. Those freaks are showing up in broad daylight now. If we hit polar night, it's gonna be chaos. If we want to study them, we need to live long enough first." Lin Xian nodded, downed his drink, and felt a wave of heat rush through him. He set the glass down and stood up. "All right, let's leave it there. I've got repairs to finish. We'll talk tomorrow." Now that everyone had a better grasp of the situation in Zilin City, the pressure of near-death started to ease a bit, especially with the liquor warming their bodies. But Lin Xian wasn't one to relax for long. He'd survived too many close calls to get careless. His top priority was getting the train back in fighting shape. Shidoan and Ningjing felt the same. The Dragon Mountain No. 1 had a big crew and tons of carriages. Until the train was secured, no one would sleep easy. In the apocalypse, survival always favored the prepared. "All right, let's head back. Still a mess in the convoy, won't rest easy until it's sorted." The other convoy leaders started getting up too. "Hey, Handsome!" Just as Lin Xian stepped off the Dragon Mountain No. 1, Monika called out from behind. In the midst of the snowstorm, one of Monika's men stepped up behind her and draped a coat over her shoulders. She walked gracefully up to Lin Xian and handed him a small communicator. "This is my private frequency. If you need anything while you're in Zilin City, you can always reach out to me." Lin Xian glanced at it, then at her. "I never said I could fix your train." Monica smiled lightly. "Someone like you, just a promise is enough to give people hope. Besides, I trust old Keon's judgment. Even if you can't fix it, I still hope we can be friends." Lin Xian raised a brow. The way she spoke was so typical of the upper class, confident, but not overly flattering. Polite, yet proud. But he didn't dwell on it. What really caught his interest was the chance to take a closer look at that train, maybe scan its design and blueprints. It could be useful for his own planning later on. As for payment, well, that was a conversation for another time. Right now, his only priority was getting his own train back in shape. He gave Monica a simple nod. "All right. See you tomorrow. I hope everything goes well for you." Monica cast one more glance at the infinite train behind him, then turned and left in her vehicle. Late into the night, the Dragon Mountain No. 1 was still buzzing with repair work. Lin Xian noticed that this wasn't just ordinary maintenance, they were installing new gear on armored panels and weapon stations. A lot of the equipment was already prepped and being brought out from inside the carriages, including maintenance tools. "These are all systems we bought from Silent City," Ningjing said, spotting Lin Xian crafting armor panels on top of the infinite train. She strolled over, her voice casual. "Cost us a fortune." She eyed the massive armor plates in Lin Xian's hands with a trace of envy in her gaze. "These factory-grade castings can't be made without big machinery. Most survivors just slap on whatever scrap they can find. But durability, honestly, it's like having a full industrial chain." Lin Xian exhaled, breath turning white in the cold. He crouched down, clearly interested in what she said. "Silent City, huh? Heard they've been growing fast, working with the Phoenix. Industrial output in the apocalypse, it's a big deal?" Ningjing nodded. "Yeah. We traded with them once when they passed by the Wei River. That's also where we learned about the trouble the Phoenix emergency team ran into at the climbing elevator, so we rerouted through Hengshan Pass and came back to Zilan City." That jogged Lin Xian's memory. Zhu Wuer had mentioned something about leader Bei Shuang's team hitting trouble. But now he had a new question. "You said they passed the Wei River? So? Silent City's a convoy?" Ningjing shook her head. "No. It's a city. A mobile mechanical industrial city." "What?" Lin Xian was floored. Last he heard, someone told him Silent City was a ship. Ningjing seemed to expect his reaction. "We were shocked at first too. Word is, the whole place can move across land, sea, and air. It travels through areas that haven't been swallowed by the abyss and trades with other groups and alliances. It's got a full industrial system and houses tens of thousands. They're the ones who upgraded our electromagnetic all-terrain drive module. We also bought a bunch of defense weapons and carriage designs from them." "A mobile arms dealer?" Lin Xian looked intrigued. "Now that's interesting." Ningjing shrugged. "The whole world's gone to hell. These marvels of engineering? Just desperate attempts to survive. Even a floating city doesn't guarantee safety. But industrial goods have become rare and essential, basic survival needs. That's why I said your ability has massive potential. It's practically a one-man factory. Potential's only useful if you stay alive." Lin Xian said bluntly, going back to work on the armor panels. "It's not about quantity anymore. It's quality. Against the dark, it's all unknown. The gap is massive, no way to describe it, understand it, or solve it." Ningjing's eyes darkened a little. She exhaled. "Let's hope humanity finds a breakthrough before we're all wiped out." Lin Xian quickly did the math, over 30 armor plates needed replacing. He didn't plan to touch the roof for now, but both sides would be swapped with new panels, forming a full sealed, integrated armor shell. With automated doors and windows, the upgraded defense level would shoot up. He also scanned the arc pulse resonator gifted by Dragon Mountain No. 1. His plan was to replicate it and install one in every carriage, giving the infinite train a full surround close and electric defense field, like Monica's train. Combined with the electric blade armor system, the exterior would now be capable of counterattacks, vital against monster hordes. Then there were the interior systems. After the extreme cold, the heating, de-icing, circuits, and car interiors were all heavily tested. But the biggest issue was still the main drive system. Lin Xian felt a headache brewing. That part was an absolute beast to refit, massive workload. He could handle the welding and maintenance with help from teammates like Luo Yi, but overhauling the entire drive? Not a chance solo. Honestly, it was practically like rebuilding a new train. Maybe Silent City could help with that. Or perhaps Monica's kind of integrated smart apocalypse train was worth studying. That thought made him even more curious about the Queen Monica. Guess I'll check it out tomorrow. As for the Night Talker's power assessment, he had promised Zhu Wuer he'd attend. He figured his teammates should go too. What he really cared about was helping them grow stronger. After all, ever since the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum started transforming dark energy, the team's development had accelerated fast. Especially people like Shukin, Chen Sixuan, Lu Chang, and Miaolu, their gene evolution was off the charts. Take Miaolu for instance, this girl could probably crush Feng Yuming, the mutant ability user Lin Xian met in Beiwang County, with just her bare hands. And that guy had already evolved into a mimic-limbed monster. In such a short time, humanity's rate of evolution and growth had skyrocketed. Maybe it really showed just how adaptable people could be when thrown into disaster. Clang. Clang. In the makeshift repair tent, Lin Xian continued crafting the newly designed composite armor plates, inspired by Unit 01's armor. These plates were trickier and ate up a lot of rare materials. His manufacturing center ran full tilt, converting tungsten titanium alloy, while Lin Xian's hands never stopped. The upside. His mechanical manufacturing skill kept leveling up. Mechanical manufacturing proficiency plus 10, mechanical manufacturing proficiency plus 10, mechanical manufacturing, level 4, 766 out of 2000, increases construction efficiency in just one night. He'd gain nearly 300 points. If he had a couple more days in Zilan City, he could finish the armor, maybe even build a 1130 close-in weapon systems and a G3 electromagnetic railgun for the front and rear ends of the train. That'd cover their firepower gaps. He was also thinking about installing a missile system, could become a major offensive asset. Then there was the exosuit production. He could probably craft 2 more for Miaolu and Lu Chang. That would boost the convoy's strength and skyrocket his proficiency. And once he figured out the city's layout, he was seriously considering launching a little arms business of his own, like back at Hengshan Pass. Just like Silent City, he could start selling weapons and industrial gear, or offer repair services. Trade for materials, rare resources, even ability-enhancing items. Now that he had cold dark reagents, blood crystals were way more valuable. He had to stock up, fast. As his thoughts spiraled, time slipped by. It was already past 8 a.m. though the sky remained shrouded in night. The snowstorm had eased. The distant artillery fire outside the city had gone silent at some point. Zilan City was wrapped in a rare and profound calm. Everyone aboard the Infinite Train finally got a quiet, peaceful night. It wasn't just about weapons or city walls. It was a collective effect, thousands of survivors gathered together, a rare sanctuary after endless flight through the darkness. Safety felt tangible in numbers, something you could never feel running alone in the dark. In carriage number 1, Chen Sixuan stirred awake after a deep, much-needed sleep. She hadn't realized just how drained she was until now, but today, she felt completely recharged. It was her first time personally facing such a brutal battle since leaving Zhong City. Life or death had hung by a thread. Her eyes snapped open. She rolled out of bed in one swift motion. Her body was tingling with soreness and tightness, but her heart pounded powerfully in her chest. She quickly scanned the carriage, no sign of Lin Xian. She grabbed the communicator. Lin Xian. You're up? His voice came through. Chen Sixuan let out a breath of relief. Where are you? I'll come find you. Throwing on her thermal gear, she opened the carriage door. Without thinking, she stepped on the door handle, pushed off hard, and backflipped up onto the train roof in one smooth, airborne arc. Thud. The moment she landed, Chen Sixuan blinked, stunned by her own reflexes, right as Lin Xian stared at her with a mix of surprise and alarm. Ms. Chen, how the hell did you get up here? She frowned, glancing back toward the carriage below, still a bit dazed. I thought I was wearing my exosuit. She looked genuinely confused. I've gotten used to moving around in it during battle yesterday. I didn't even think about it just now. But hearing you react, I just realized I'm not even wearing it. Lin Xian's eye twitched as he recalled how she'd just leapt nearly 3 meters into the air. She jumped like that without a suit? What kind of evolution speed is this? He thought. Looks like gene evolvers aren't necessarily weaker than ability users after all. Chen Sixuan tested her arms and fists. I feel stronger. And? She narrowed her eyes. I can hear your heartbeat. Lin Xian looked down, stunned. They were still 2 or 3 meters apart. He was bundled in thermal gear, and the wind was howling around them, and she could still hear that? Looks like your senses are evolving too. He said, exhaling deeply. Chen Sixuan nodded, still adjusting to the changes. Maybe it's from yesterday's battle. No doubt. Lin Xian said. Between the battle, the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum power boost, and surviving that monster horde, everyone, on both the Infinite Train and Dragon Mountain number 1, had gained something. As long as they made it out alive, the benefits were undeniable. Chapter 268, Scientific Debate. This really does follow the survival of the fittest rule among predators. It's just that the evolution is way too fast. Lin Xian muttered under his breath. What are you talking about? Chen Sixuan asked. Nothing. Why are you looking for me? Chen Sixuan glanced at the densely stacked armor plates on the roof and the platform below, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Lin Xian. You've been working all night. Leave the rest to us. Go get some rest. Lin Xian shook his head. Still not done. There's a lot left. Don't worry, I'm still in good shape. Once everyone's rested, I'll call them over to help. Seeing how things were, Lin Xian decided not to wake the resting team members. Letting everyone sleep until they naturally woke up was a rare luxury, and it was clearly helping everyone recover physically. At the same time, Lin Xian shared the situation in the city with Chen Sixuan. After upgrading the armor, he planned to have everyone undergo testing with the Night Talkers organization under the Phoenix, and take the chance to visit the various camps around the city to gather intel and trade for supplies. If conditions allowed, he also wanted to give the team some free time to move around in this relatively safe city. Sometimes, mental stress weighed heavier than physical fatigue. These few dozen people had gone through everything from Yubai spaceport to now without much of a break. Even someone like Shasha had gotten noticeably quieter. We currently have 41 level 1 eerie blood crystals, 5 level 2s, and 1 level 3. Chen Sixuan said, responding to Lin Xian's earlier words and reporting their current inventory. As for supplies, we traded a good amount at Hangshan Pass. We've got enough food and water for now. Just might need some more hygiene products, but nothing else. Lin Xian nodded. Then our biggest concerns right now are the train itself, and weapons and abilities. With food and water settled, the next priority was environment and defense, how to make sure the infinite train could hold its own against monster waves, improve its propulsion and adaptability, and how to fend off eerie entities and dark invasions. It all came down to things like train defenses, power, non-track-based mobility, and the team's physical resilience, mental strength, and combat power. Clank, Lin Xian set an armor plate he had just fabricated onto the crane, then operated it to lower it to the platform below. Although the carriage armor plates weren't made of pure steel but composite armor, each one still weighed over 2 tons, and each carriage side needed about 8 different plates assembled together. He'd spent the whole night and only gotten about halfway through, now stuck again due to material shortages. Tungsten titanium alloy required a massive amount of base steel to convert. Whoosh, looking at the platform on the train's right side, where armor plates were stacked like tiles, Lin Xian exhaled deeply. Let's stop here for today. I'll finish the right side first, then handle the left tonight. The right side had suffered the most damage, so he was prioritizing the worst hit area. There were only a few hours left before dawn. He still needed to find Zhu Wu'er and Monica. His schedule was tight, and if needed, he'd personally head out to trade for some higher-grade armor materials to boost efficiency. VRRR, just then, a few military snow vehicles came speeding through the snowstorm, heading straight for the infinite train. It's the Phoenix. Chen Sixuan said. Her eyesight was excellent, she spotted the logos on the vehicles from afar. Lin Xian's expression shifted. He clapped his hands, not surprised the Phoenix might come looking for him, but didn't expect them to arrive before dawn. Come on, let's go check it out. Jump down? Chen Sixuan asked instinctively. Funny enough, she hadn't even thought twice when climbing up earlier, but now she hesitated, questioning her own ability. Lin Xian chuckled. Ms. Chen, you can jump way higher than I can now. Chen Sixuan opened her mouth, a strange feeling creeping in. His words weirdly made her feel like she was turning into a monster. She looked down at the snow below, took a deep breath, fought back the pressure in her heart, and leapt. Whoosh, with agility and focused vision, she could suddenly sense her own speed, her falling height. Every muscle in her body activated. For a moment, it felt like even the snowflakes in the air slowed down. She landed softly. The anxiety she felt was completely gone, replaced with a lightness that came from exceeding her physical limits, an overwhelming confidence that made her feel almost omnipotent. Her timidness and delicate nature began to fade, replaced by growing resolve. She turned back, face lifted, eyes steady and warm as she looked at Lin Xian. He smiled lightly at the sight, then leapt down after her. Just as he landed, the snow vehicles arrived. One of the doors opened, and a thin, frazzled-looking man wearing thick glasses jumped out, grinning from ear to ear. Captain Lin. Lin Xian looked over and lit up. Hueco? That's me. It's really me. Seeing an old friend was a total surprise. Lin Xian vividly remembered repairing gates and the climbing elevator with Hueco back at Yubai Spaceport. But after learning from Zhu Wu'er that the support team there had been wiped out, he thought Hueco hadn't made it either. He never expected to meet him again in Zilan City. Hueco now looked completely different, much thinner than before, unshaven, with a disheveled and worn-out look. But the spark in his eyes still burned behind his lenses. He jumped off the treads and was followed by a tough-looking elderly man in his 50s or 60s. Wei tried to help him down, but the old man waved him off and jumped himself, nearly losing his balance, then stumbled through the snow toward Lin Xian. "Captain Lin. It's really you. I saw the experiment data labeled Infinite Train in the submission from the courier unit and thought I was seeing things," Wei called out excitedly as he approached. Lin Xian stepped up and hugged him. "I heard your team ran into trouble?" Wei opened his mouth, hesitated, then quickly explained, "Yeah, things went south. I just got lucky and survived. Phoenix found me buried in the dead and brought me into the Zilan research team." He quickly introduced the elder beside him. "This is Professor Go Saigon, head of the Zilan United Research Group, my mentor and current superior. He is way ahead of the curve in studying cold dark fundamental particles. Nice to meet you. I'm Go Saigon. You're the captain of the Infinite Train, right? That research data came from you?" Lin Xian glanced at Wei Kexu, then nodded to Professor Go. "Yeah, that was us." The professor immediately took off his gloves and shook Lin Xian's hand firmly. Lin Xian had thought Phoenix came for something ability-related, but turns out, the first to arrive was a research team. During the handshake, Lin Xian noticed the professor's winter coat was rumpled and his buttons misaligned, clearly in a rush when he left. Noticing Lin Xian's glance, Go Saigon looked down and smiled sheepishly. "Yeah. Bit of a rush this morning. No big deal." Wei Kexu, still visibly excited, added, "As soon as the professor saw your data, he gathered the whole team. We held hours of discussion sessions and even started prepping a requisition for specialized lab equipment and staff to recreate the experiment. But we got into a disagreement with the Emperor Project folks, so we rushed over without notice. We know you just survived a hellish ordeal, sorry for disturbing your rest." Emperor Project. Lin Xian raised a brow. What did Dark Mark research have to do with the Emperor Project? Just then, several more researchers stepped out of the snow vehicles, mostly older, lab coat-wearing types. In the last few trucks, Lin Xian spotted Yu Yuing from the Emperor team. "Captain Lin." Yu called as he briskly approached, looking a bit embarrassed. "Didn't get to thank you properly for the help last time, and here we are again." Lin Xian looked between the two teams, Phoenix's United Research Group and the Emperor Project team, clearly confused. One focused on abilities and archetypes, the other on mecha warfare. Why were they clashing over his research data? "Professor Go, Captain Yu, what's going on here?" Yu Yuing jumped in first. "Zilan Command is finalizing the evacuation plan for 2 days from now. Our Emperor team wasn't originally scheduled to be stationed here, but we felt obligated to share our findings from the Trikamar Ice Canyon, specifically, a highly abnormal Eerie Entity Cluster event. So, using our Unit 01's data from S-Class Contact, we collaborated with the local research group to draft a report for command. Then," he glanced toward Go's team, "Professor Go here has a rather unique interpretation of dark entity behavior." Lin Xian exchanged glances with Chen Sixuan. Why were researchers dragging him into this? "What interpretation?" Lin Xian asked. "Dark Mark." Before he even finished, Professor Go stepped forward, eyes gleaming. "Your naming was incredibly precise. We've proposed over a dozen hypotheses globally on how these dark entities appear: predator effect, hunter tracking, soul wave value attraction, ability user resonance, and more, but none have been experimentally confirmed. But you. He looked intensely at Lin Xian. "Your observational data somehow achieved 99.9% accuracy in predicting entity appearance based on a single subject, without needing soul wave data." "How?" 99.9%. Lin Xian was stunned. Director Ding really was meticulous. Professor Go's excitement left him speechless for a moment. Wei Kex quickly added, "Captain Lin, my teacher also proposed a campfire theory, which closely matches your Dark Mark idea. Though we still lack theoretical proof, a number of teams have found similar patterns in survivor convoy data. The only issue is, we can't find solid evidence for the campfire's existence. Behaviorally, it just doesn't make sense, because it doesn't fit any biological logic." Yu Yuing cut in bluntly. "All natural creatures act on survival and reproduction. Our research shows that dark entities have hierarchical structures, some issue commands, others follow. This proves they can communicate amongst themselves, they don't need humans to propagate behavior. Your data comparison is just based on convoy death cycles, which is meaningless. Everyone knows each dark tide is a survival nightmare. Rising death rates are just the new normal. But that doesn't explain the behavioral logic behind these creatures showing up." Professor Go couldn't help raising his voice again in public, arguing with Yu Yuing. Why is it that once a target is attacked, they end up being assaulted by different creatures in different zones afterward? Elementary math teaches you, find the constant among variables. And in this case, the constant is people. Yu Yuing fired back immediately. The appearance of dark entities is inherently unpredictable. That's a trait of the darkness, not the people. No one knows what monsters will emerge in the same zone after night falls. He got increasingly agitated, turning to Lin Xian. Captain Lin, wasn't our encounter at Trikamar Ice Canyon the perfect example? High-level eerie entities led the snow wraiths and snow demons to surround us, drawing all the nearby snow-type monsters into one area. If we're going by the campfire theory, how do you explain that kind of disparity? So you're saying whether or not we run into eerie entities at night is purely luck? A middle-aged professor from the research team chimed in. At the very least, we can't observe dark entities' behavior during daylight, and that's the real problem. Someone from the Emperor Project argued. Professor Go pointed sharply at his palm. The constant among variables. That's what we should be focusing on. Don't overcomplicate it. If the dark entities could see us during the day and communicate within the darkness, wouldn't that explain everything? Yu Yu encountered. Oh sure. An elderly researcher fired back sarcastically. The monsters in Yubai City must have called up the ones in the Wei River to warn them our support team was heading over, and that's why they got ambushed as soon as they entered the darkness, right? In an instant, the two sides were back at each other's throats. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan exchanged looks, both feeling a little lost. Wei Kex walked over with an embarrassed expression. They've been arguing like this all night. What are they even arguing about? Lin Xian asked. It's because the Emperor Project also submitted a separate theory to Director Zhao, which could influence Phoenix's upcoming strategy in Zilin. That sparked the debate. Wei explained. But why is the Emperor Project involved in this topic? Lin Xian asked in confusion. It's not interference. Wei sighed. Understanding the behavioral logic of dark entities isn't just the concern of the Nighttalkers or the Emperor Project, it's a problem for all of humanity. Disagreements between research teams have been happening for a while. Now that cold dark fundamental particles have entered the picture, everyone's hopeful we're close to cracking the logic behind how dark entities communicate. That's why my mentor's team and Captain Yu's team both included this in their secret missions. Long story short, Captain Yu's team thinks my mentor's campfire theory is completely unfounded. Chen Sixuan looked at the two sides getting louder by the minute. Why are they getting so hostile over this? Wei shook his head. I personally support my mentor's theory, but I understand both perspectives. You were part of the Trikamar Ice Canyon rescue mission, right? So you know how many people the Emperor Project lost. They're obviously not going to accept that the reason their team was surrounded and wiped out was due to a leftover marker from fighting an S-class eerie entity somewhere else. Lin Xian nodded. But that's the reality. From Ye's Lake to Trikamar, all the eerie entities got drawn there, too deep abyss worms, even. If not for a marker from an S-class, what else could explain it? Chen Sixuan frowned slightly. So you came to us in the middle of the night, hoping we'd have an answer? Well, the campfire theory is one of the most counterintuitive ideas among mainstream hypotheses. But the data you provided was shockingly precise. Our whole team, and especially my mentor, was stunned. His theory aligned with many experimental results but lacked observable process. We had no idea what the campfire even was. So even though more people started agreeing with him, it never went mainstream. Some even dismissed it as pseudoscience or result-only theory. Survivor convoy mortality rates are high by default, especially after contact with S-class monsters or zombie hordes. Some said he was just feeding off survivor tragedy. Even though he had observational sequences in place, they were inaccurate and lacked a reliable reference frame. So this marker's energy form was never precisely measurable. Wei let out a deep sigh and turned to Lin Xian. That's why when we got the research file, we were all shocked. We couldn't believe your team managed to track the marker's energy curve so accurately. Everyone got heated trying to figure it out and eventually tracked you down, because the file came from your team. The reference system in that report can't just be a hypothesis. Professor Go suddenly stormed over, clutching a mobile terminal, clearly holding the data provided by Ding Junyi. Captain Lin, I have a question. It looks like the data you submitted lacks a key control group. We studied it all night and found it all based around a specific descriptor. While it reads like a hypothesis, it somehow predicts eerie entity appearances with pinpoint accuracy. You even identified safe zones correctly 3 times in a row. That's what we want to know. Yes, exactly. Another researcher chimed in. So we came to the conclusion, do you have a very special ability user who can perceive this stuff? They definitely do. Yu Yuing stepped forward. I already told you, without Captain Lin and his team's powerful ability users, we wouldn't have made it out of Trikamar. Captain Lin alone dispersed thousands of snow wraiths. That's a huge threat to dark entities. Our Emperor Project team doesn't have ability users and still got hit hard. Other nearby survivor convoys were dragged into it too. So your campfire theory, predator effect, all of that doesn't hold up. Dark entities are intelligent, they can assess threat levels. That supports what I said before, dark entities can identify threat levels. That's why even after relocation, we were still targeted by monster waves. Then what about cross-regional threat tracking? Those normal survivors were running non-stop. Running shows fear. And fear draws hunters in. Professor Go, you should know that better than I do. You. Being marked by dark entities and them possessing higher-level cognition aren't mutually exclusive. Came a cool, calm voice that cut through the heated debate. Everyone turned to see a woman walking down from the infinite train, approaching Lin Xian's side. Ding Junyi. Lin Xian had already activated the communicator with her once he guessed the visitor's intent. He figured this kind of situation should be handled by a pro. And you are? Both Professor Go and Yu Yuing asked. I'm Ding Junyi, former chief biologist at Underground City No. 9's lab under the Pre-Federation. Currently serving as Infinite Train's biological researcher. That research file? I wrote it. Oh, that was you? No wonder it was so professional. The researchers immediately swarmed her. Yu Yuing was the first to introduce himself. Pleasure to meet you. I'd like to ask, was your report based on a special ability user's perception, or your monitoring of the train's overall soul wave value? The missing parts in the report made it hard for us to replicate the results, which really impacts our conclusions. I'm sure you understand, as a fellow researcher. The report clearly notes that soul wave value was used as supplementary monitoring only. Peaks and troughs were identified after rare entity attacks, not as a predictive tool for their appearance. Young man, read more carefully. Professor Go scolded, flushed with frustration. Ding Junyi glanced at Lin Xian, her expression making it clear she'd anticipated this situation. The most critical part of the report, the reference system, was missing. If it weren't submitted by Infinite Train through the Phoenix Courier Unit, with her precise annotations and logical breakdowns, it would have been dismissed as a joke. Only with Wei Kex's involvement did Professor Go even learn about the Infinite Train's track record, and decide to seriously investigate instead of dismissing it as a theory. Seeing her expression, Lin Xian sighed inwardly. With all these experts showing up in the middle of the night, there was no hiding it. He gave Ding Junyi a subtle nod. She nodded back, then turned to the group. It's not from a special ability user, nor from general threat-based attention. It was due to a specimen of the blood scourge flora. We discovered it during our escape and found it had the ability to sense these so-called markers. That's when we began studying it, in other words, we used ourselves as test subjects. And our findings confirmed that this marker does trigger dark entity attacks. Once removed, we entered a kind of stealth state in the darkness. I propose that the darkness, for these creatures, is simply their habitat or territory. Unless a human is within a certain range, dark entities can't perceive them. This marker is a unique form of hunting behavior. I also discovered that the marker can stack, or be overwritten by higher-tier entities for targeted hunting. In short, if you kill the strongest dark entity in a region, you can erase the marker, or even absorb it. She spread her hands. To put it more simply, it's like a battle arena. Dark entities can eat humans, but humans can eat them too. This power exists equally for both sides. It explains why we're evolving. Her words sent a chill through the crowd. Blood scourge flora? Professor Go's face turned pale. What type is it? The research team immediately burst into excited chatter. Wei Kex turned to Lin Xian in shock. Captain Lin. Don't tell me this is that thing Taylor from the Federation was harassing you about? Lin Xian nodded. Yeah. We found it in Underground City No. 9. Knew it. Makes sense, it's the resonance power of the disaster flora. Just need to know its genus, its nature. This is incredible. With this reference system, Professor Go's campfire theory is finally validated. If we can pinpoint the energy form of this marker, we might finally decode dark entity communication, and uncover the secrets within the darkness. Exactly. This could save millions of survivors. It could change how we live. The research team was completely fired up. Lin Xian hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Yu Yuing, meanwhile, looked utterly shocked. He stepped forward and asked Ding Junyi in a grave tone, have you observed a definitive energy form? Ding Junyi looked at him, then took out her mobile terminal and handed it to him. I used an Axon wave detector and picked up a response from a high-mass particle similar to cold dark fundamental particles. That's how I could confirm its presence. The problem is, with our current tech, we can't capture it. Yu Yuing snatched the terminal from her hand. The researchers behind him quickly gathered around to look, but as they read, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Yu Yuing's brows were tightly furrowed as he flipped through the data. Any arguments he'd been preparing were completely crushed by the strength of Ding Junyi's reasoning. If Ding Junyi's theory was right, then the crisis brought on by the Emperor Project didn't stem from Unit 01's deterrent power, but from a mark imprinted on Chenwei and Chenlai after they used Unit 01 in close contact with an S-class Eerie entity. That mark was likely the reason for the repeated large-scale Eerie entity attacks during their relocation, ultimately leading to the near-total annihilation of the transport and combat teams. Realizing this, Yu Yuing's face went deathly pale, and he murmured under his breath, "No way. No way. Then why don't those monsters dare approach the defensive perimeter?" "That's easy, they're just adapting to the light," Lin Xian said calmly. "Didn't you notice the frequency of the Eerie waves matches the frequency of the blizzards?" Yu Yuing opened his mouth but couldn't find a response. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At that moment, Professor Go walked over. Yu Yuing, seeing him, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly handed over the terminal, still clinging to his stance. "Unless we successfully detect this energy particle, we can't draw a firm conclusion. The blood scourge flora research is still quite unclear. The research data is rigorous, I'll give it that, but I'd say this theory only has partial support. Multiple repeated experiments are showing matching results. That rules out other possibilities. Young man, we can't use Earth biology logic to understand these dark entities. Stuff like hunters, threats, it's meaningless. Their actions are purely mechanical. There must be some internal logic behind them that we can't yet grasp. And this hypothesis, demonstrated through Captain Lin and Professor Ding's work, is absolutely worth further experimental validation." As he spoke, Professor Go carefully examined the mobile terminal, growing more excited the more he read. Then he looked up at Ding Junyi. "Where's this blood scourge flora now? Can you let us run tests on it right away?" Lin Xian's expression shifted subtly at that. Hell's black chrysanthemum was a major asset aboard the Infinite Train. It could warn of dark marks, absorb black mist and convert it into energy to aid in everyone's evolution, and when combined with an Eerie cube, even function as a mechanical source point, boosting Lin Xian's mechanical ability. It was practically a treasure trove, and Lin Xian wasn't about to let it go. Seeing the group go silent, Professor Go looked at Lin Xian in confusion. "What? It's not possible?" "Sorry. This thing is really important to us," Lin Xian replied bluntly. Ding Junyi had told him before that the cold dark fundamental particles had already been identified. As long as the Phoenix researchers followed her experimental method, they could locate the energy patterns even without Hell's black chrysanthemum. So there was no need to hand it over. But the premise was that they had to be willing to adopt this unfamiliar reference frame and run widespread testing. Hearing Lin Xian's response, Professor Go grew visibly anxious. "Come on, look at the state we're in. Survivors everywhere lack the means to detect or counter these threats. People are dying in droves daily. If we had this reference, we could drastically speed up the research and develop devices to detect these marks. Even 1 day, or 1 hour, sooner could save countless lives." "Exactly. If we can prove these marks exist, it would completely overturn the way survivors think about survival." Another senior researcher chimed in urgently. "Just identifying the behavioral logic of dark entities has taken hundreds of Phoenix teams, thousands of researchers, a ridiculous amount of time and money. We can't afford delays." Seeing Lin Xian still hesitating, Professor Go was so desperate his lips trembled. "Look, I know how valuable it is to you. But I, Go Sai, swear on my name, will only use it for research, nothing else. Once we're done, I'll personally make sure it's returned to you, untouched. Please, I'll even talk to Director Zhao and apply for funding, lots of funding, for your team, okay?" Seeing Professor Go getting more worked up, Wei Kex quickly stepped in and pulled him aside. "Professor, please, don't get worked up. I'll talk to Captain Lin." He then walked up to Lin Xian and said in a low, apologetic voice, "Captain Lin, please don't take offense. My professor tends to get a bit intense. He's spent his whole life in the lab and isn't great with people. If it's really not convenient, we understand. But if there's anything you need, I can help you talk to the higher-ups. It's just. This is really crucial to us right now. What do you think?" Lin Xian sighed and turned to Ding Junyi. "Director Ding, what's your take?" Ding Junyi replied, "Like I said, with a reference point, the answer's already within reach. The problem is, our train doesn't have the equipment to sequence particle-level materials, so we can't track the energy pattern changes in the black chrysanthemum. If they've got the gear, they should theoretically be able to solve it quickly." "How quickly?" Ding Junyi took a deep breath. "I can't give a concrete number. Science needs repetition. And there are too many variables here: time, nightfall, Eerie entities. So it depends on the size of the experimental team and how many viable samples they have. To put it simply, with a large enough team and test group, and with a known reference, we might identify the energy within a week to a month." Lin Xian's expression darkened, clearly torn. Of course, if we're lucky, we might get it on the first try. Ding Junyi shrugged. That's science for you, especially in materials research. It's practically like rolling dice with molecules. In layman's terms, it's a luck. We've only got 2 days here. Lin Xian said. 2 days is enough. Professor Go cut in. Professor Ding is right. With a reference, the core problem is solved. Just lend it to us for 2 days and That's not possible, Professor. A researcher interrupted with a troubled look. I went through the data just now. There are over 1,000 possible high-mass particle types with similar traits. Even doing contrast experiments would take at least hundreds of trials. Exactly. Unless we get very lucky, 2 days won't cut it. It will. Go Sai exclaimed. I'll call Zhao Yu right now and ask him to send someone to Quancheng to borrow an ultra-pure germanium detector. We can use captured eerie entities to test directly. 2 days should be enough. It was clear this old professor was trying every possible angle to fast-track a solution. No. Wei Kex shook his head. There's no time to get to Quancheng. It also requires escort from the investigation corps. And we can't transmit the signal either. That silenced the room. Even if they didn't sleep for 2 days straight, they still couldn't guarantee a result. The researchers looked visibly frustrated. We've got an ultra-pure germanium detector. The sudden voice broke the silence. Everyone turned toward the speaker, Yu Yuing, who had remained quiet until now. He let out a long breath and declared firmly, the Emperor Project has a dedicated ultra-pure germanium detector for detecting energy particles after close contact with S-class eerie entities. If Professor Go needs it, we'll provide it. The moment he finished, the researchers from the Emperor team gasped. Group Leader Yu, that detector is critical for we support them first. Yu Yuing's expression was resolute. Based on the data, their theory is solid. If it works, it can save a lot of people. That's more important than our priorities. But, have you forgotten the Phoenix Code? I'll take full responsibility. Yu Yuing suddenly shouted, bringing the room to a halt. He turned to Lin Xian. Captain Lin, if you're worried about progress, we can collaborate with Professor Go's team. We'll help speed things up and provide support. Excitement swept through Professor Go's team. Hope lit up their eyes. Really? That's amazing. This will speed things up so much. Yes, we definitely need that. Professor Go was practically glowing with joy, his wrinkles stretching out with every word. These old guys were arguing like crazy just now. Lin Xian muttered, watching the bizarre scene unfold. Beside him, Ding Junyi responded calmly, science is the pursuit of truth. Personal biases mean nothing in the face of that. Her words hit Lin Xian hard, and he sighed. Guess I've been too narrow-minded. Alright, let them borrow it. For humanity's sake? Ding Junyi asked. Lin Xian glanced at the group of aging researchers and the openly emotional Professor Go, and replied dryly, nah. Let's just say I'm giving face to these old-timers. Ding Junyi's gaze lingered on his face, then she smiled faintly. You think I'd buy that? Lin Xian sighed. Truth is, I'm still worried. I know. Ding Junyi said softly. I'll go with them over the next 2 days and help with the research. I can't promise it'll speed things up, but I'll make sure Hell's Black Chrysanthemum stays safe. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. That actually sounded like a pretty good plan. And Phoenix is currently doing plant cultivation research. I might be able to bring back something you'd be interested in. She added, glancing at him knowingly. The more she got to know Lin Xian, the more she could sync with his thinking and priorities. She paused, as if waiting for his acknowledgement. Director Ding. Lin Xian looked at her with surprise, then shifted his gaze. You're getting better and better. Better? What kind of word was that? Lin Xian didn't quite know how else to describe it. She was already smart, very smart, and everything she did now just happened to align perfectly with what he had in mind. It felt incredibly comfortable. He scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. Just better, okay? Ding Junyi gave him a puzzled look, then smiled softly. She could feel his recognition and approval, and it bloomed inside her like a flower opening in full spring. Chapter 269, Ability Detection. Not long after, Ding Junyi came down from the train, all geared up and carrying her laptop. Chen Sixuan followed behind, gently holding the pot with the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum. The moment the research team spotted the strange black plant, they immediately swarmed over, surrounding Ding Junyi and launching into a flurry of discussion. Soon, Go Sai and a few others carefully escorted the Hell's Black Chrysanthemum onto their vehicle, while Ding Junyi gave Lin Xian a quick nod and followed the team into their research transport. Make sure it's protected at all times. As soon as we're back, start the experiment setup. Call in anyone who can help. Professor Go was practically buzzing with energy. His aged face showed no hint of exhaustion, only uncontained excitement. He was already barking orders before he even got in the car. Yu Yuan came over and spoke earnestly to Lin Xian. Captain Lin, I truly don't know how to thank you. Not only did you save our team, but you're also supporting Phoenix's work. All I can say is thank you. If we make it out of this extreme cold vortex, I'll apply to my superiors. Your ability might offer a unique solution to our Emperor project. You're too polite. Lin Xian replied. He was starting to think better of Yu Yuan. Like Kiki had said, the guy was definitely more of a bookish type, but just now, he had shown real character. Being able to set aside differences and work together in critical moments, that kind of mindset wasn't easy to come by. It was one of the reasons Lin Xian had genuine respect for scientists. Everyone had boarded by now, except Wei Kexu. He was still fumbling through his coat pockets in the snow, clearly anxious. Then he walked up to Lin Xian, pulling out a small black iron box. He slipped off his gloves and breathed warm air into his hands before carefully opening it. Inside were 3 level 1 blood crystals, glistening as they rolled gently in the case. He held it out to Lin Xian with a sheepish smile. Professor Go is old school, doesn't care much for the politics or reward stuff. He only ever talks about the greater good. But I know this blood scourge flora means a lot to you. Maybe Phoenix will give you some recognition once the research pays off, but right now, we've got nothing. He bowed slightly. So, think of this as a small token from our research team. I hope you won't mind. We promise, we won't waste your trust. We'll be working non-stop starting today. Lin Xian could tell how exhausted Wei Kex was. For someone in his position to gather 3 blood crystals must have taken serious effort. He gently pushed the box back. If I'm working with Phoenix, that means I trust you. Don't worry about rewards. What matters most is that we find something useful, something that can really help survivors. Wei Kex's smile slowly faded. His gaze dropped to the box in his hands, face darkening. My professor proposed this theory a long time ago. At first, I didn't believe it. Honestly, most of us didn't. Or maybe we didn't want to believe it. You were afraid to face the truth about the dark entities? Lin Xian asked. Wei nodded solemnly. For most survivors, yes. But for the Phoenix higher-ups, it's more complicated. Lin Xian's expression sharpened slightly. If dark entities attack by using marks, targeting humans like beacons in the night, then Phoenix's Dawn project could actually increase the danger. Wei said. So the Federation's bunker-down strategy was the right call? Lin Xian asked. If we can't beat the dark invasion, if humanity can't live without sunlight, then what's the difference, die slow or die fast? What's the point of pretending? Wei sighed. We all know that. But most ordinary people don't think that far. And more importantly, it's not just about ideology anymore. This theory could force us to rethink the entire way humanity survives. He looked Lin Xian in the eye. If it's confirmed, then what? Are we supposed to send survivors, people who barely made it, to go hunt down dark entities? It's like asking them to walk to their deaths. Lin Xian went silent. No investigation, no right to speak. Wei's tone was low. Whether as scientists or as leaders, we have to get solid, actionable evidence. Otherwise, we might be the ones accelerating humanity's extinction. What exactly happened to you at the Wei River? Lin Xian asked quietly. Wei's whole body trembled. His face twisted in pain, lips quivering. The mark reached a certain threshold. A fatal threshold. Lin Xian's blood ran cold. Wei's eyes were filled with pain and fear. That was the moment I started to believe in the theory. I told Leader Bei Shuang again and again. Every night, the death pressure was growing. But everyone thought we'd reach the support team soon. We were just one dawn away. Lin Xian stood in stunned silence. He finally understood what they had gone through. They'd escaped from the climbing elevator, but had faced a level 5 mark. The Infinite Train had been lucky at Train Town. They'd discovered the mark early and suppressed it using a territory-based parasite monster. Without that, they wouldn't have survived the night. But not everyone was that fortunate. The Fireline convoy they encountered? Wiped out. No bodies found. Of the convoys from Yubai Spaceport, only the Dragon Mountain No. 1 had been seen. No sign of Zujin, Old Mo, Zhongyun, or even Jiangzui's Silver Star. Wei Kex brushed the snow off the box and handed it over again. I can't use this anyway. Take it as a personal favor. Lin Xian took the box and looked at the 3 blood crystals inside. He let out a breath and nodded. All right. Thank you. Seeing him accept it, Wei Kex visibly relaxed, a spark of clarity returning to his eyes. If you need us, we'll be at Zilin University, on Central Avenue. We've set up a temporary lab there. Got it. Lin Xian nodded, and Wei finally climbed into the vehicle. The group drove off in a flurry. Watching the snowmobile disappear, Chen Sixuan came up beside him. This whole dark mark thing. It's way more complicated than we thought. But how did that foundation predict all this so early? Don't even bring up the foundation. Lin Xian exhaled. We still have no idea who they are. As for Phoenix, official orgs are like that. Just like Wei said, everything they do affects survivors worldwide. Like the Night Talkers claim that vegetable juice could suppress the effects of dark infection. Chen Sixuan nodded. But what if someone trades fake herbs for real resources? In the apocalypse, we don't have test equipment. People might fall for anything. Exactly. Even Phoenix doesn't know which compound in the juice neutralizes the dark toxin, so they can't endorse it. That's why they won't announce the dark mark theory either, not unless it's solid. The consequences would be way bigger than the veggie juice situation. And even if it's real, there's still the problem of how to detect the mark. Lin Xian said. Otherwise, survivors won't know if they're marked or how badly. It'd be like the theory doesn't even exist. Yeah. Chen Sixuan sighed. Hopefully, we get some answers soon. Back on the infinite train, the lights inside the living carriage came on. Chen Sixuan glanced over. Looks like everyone's waking up. You worked all night. Come eat something first, then you can organize the crew for today. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah, lots to do now that it's morning. Inside the train, team members were waking up one by one. The living carriage buzzed with life. Some people were already washing up or stretching, their energy renewed. Kiki, too, had slept like a rock. When she finally opened her eyes, it was nearly 10 a.m. Shasha was crouched by her window with a steaming bowl of soup, blowing gently and watching her. Kiki-ji, you're the last one up. I've never seen you sleep so long. Kiki jolted upright, looking at the soup, then at Shasha. Where's Brother Lin? Shasha nodded toward the window. He's outside, helping install the new armor plates. He said once it's daylight, we're all going to Phoenix for ability testing and supply exchange. Then we get free time in the afternoon. Kiki instantly knew Lin Xian must have worked all night. She felt a pang of worry. Move, coming through. She shot out of bed and dashed to the restroom. But she moved too fast, nearly slammed into the ceiling. Panicked, she threw up a psychic shield and thump. Hit the ground hard. Oh. Kiki-ji, what the heck? Shasha looked shocked. Were you trying to punch a hole in the ceiling? Kiki rubbed her sore backside and looked down at her hands, puzzled. Why does it feel like my psychic power's stronger? Did I just rest too well? Lin Xian, working up on the roof, heard the commotion and opened the rooftop hatch of car 2, spotting Kiki below. What are you doing down there? I'm fine. She blurted, bolting into the restroom like she was running for her life. Lin Xian blinked, glancing over at Shasha. Shasha could only shrug, she had no idea either. In the makeshift workshop at the freight yard, the Infinite Train's new armor was being installed piece by piece. The old plates on the right side had been fully removed, exposing the heavily damaged carriage body. Lin Xian used his mechanical ability to repair the frame. The new armor had inner shock-absorbing layers, adding both protection and insulation. Cranes whirred non-stop as sleek silver-black armor panels were fitted onto the train. Everything was modular now. The panels were made as one integrated system. If any part got damaged, he could produce a replacement and bolt it right on. At 11:20, the welding and hammering was deafening. Then suddenly, the darkness above Zolan City pulled back fast, sunlight burst through. The storm had stopped. A warm breeze broke through the extreme cold vortex, lighting up the snow-covered city like a spotlight from the heavens. Everyone, those installing armor on the Infinite Train, the weary crew from Dragon Mountain No. 1, felt that warmth hit their skin. The temperature even seemed to rise a little. In that moment, everyone shielded their eyes and looked to the sky, to the long-awaited dawn. Mount Fenglin in the distance stood clearer now, its midsection still wrapped in cold fog. The nights were getting longer. But with every new sunrise, survivors found a little more reason to believe in the beauty of the world. It's morning. Standing on the rooftop of the train, Lin Xian glanced over the Infinite Train's right side, where the armor plating still wasn't fully installed. But he decided to make use of the daylight to wrap up the ability testing first. With so many convoys in Zolan City, he also planned to take a look around, meet people, secure some weapons, ammo, or blueprints, and take the chance to upgrade the train properly. The rest of the installation would be handled by his team. As for the left side armor, that would have to wait until they were back from dealing with Phoenix. Captain Lin. Shukin approached. Should those of us who aren't ability users go too? Yeah. Lin Xian nodded. The Night Talkers have been doing just as much research on gene evolvers as they have on abilities. And gene evolvers actually make up the majority, they've got huge potential. We can't miss this chance to understand our own power. It could make all the difference for survival. Shuken nodded. Alright. Should we leave more people behind to guard the train? No need. Lin Xian pointed at the dozen or so team members still installing the armor plates. They'll stay behind. I've also spoken with Captain Shi. Dragon Mountain number 1 has hundreds of people. They'll help watch over things too. The core team, Dielu, Shasha, Kiki, Lu Xingchen, Chen Sixuan, Miaolu, Lu Chang, and Zhao Yuan, would all be going. Director Ding was still stationed at Phoenix's research lab, so she wouldn't be coming. Lin Xian wasn't planning to develop her ability just yet anyway. For one, it hadn't clearly manifested a growth path yet. For another, it was far too mysterious. Drawing attention could be dangerous. His mechanical ability had already made the infinite drain a point of interest for both Phoenix and the Descent faction. There was no need to invite more trouble. This feels just like we're going on a field trip, Shasha said excitedly as she stepped out of the crowd, her face bright. It had been so long since they'd had a peaceful, sunny moment like this after fleeing for their lives for so long. Kiki hovered in midair, basking in the sun with her eyes closed and a blissful smile on her face. No ugly zombies, no bugs, no monsters. So nice. Lu Xingchen swaggered out wearing sunglasses and a bright red hoodie, no thermal gear at all. Among the sea of bundled-up survivors, he stood out like a flare. As a fire-type ability user, his resistance to cold was on a whole different level. Of course, anyone who didn't know that looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Wearing a hoodie in -50-degree weather? Shukin and Chen Sixuan were fully geared up in exosuits, looking sleek and battle-ready. Miaolu and Lu Chang followed close behind. Zhao Yuan was joining the core team task for the first time, visibly excited. Her eyes sparkled as she watched the group ahead. She was a Gene-evolver, though her powers hadn't stood out much yet. Still, she was more than capable of handling herself in a fight now. Brother Lin. From the Dragon Mountain number 1, Shiduan, Ningjing, Lu Yong, Abai, Zhao King, and dozens of other ability users and enhanced fighters came pouring out of the train. So many. Lin Xian was a little surprised at the size of the squad. It's not that much. Shiduan waved it off. There are already over 100 people on board showing signs of gene evolution. I just picked the ones with standout traits. We're not just going for testing, it's a great opportunity for everyone to learn something. Who knows if we'll ever see this many people gathered again. Team 3's captain, Lu Yong, looked a bit helpless. We've got more people, so the pressure's higher in a crisis. Big bro picked more folks to let them learn from other convoys. Plus, gotta show a bit of muscle. Shiduan coughed with a grin. Let those folks trying to poach my team think twice. Lin Xian chuckled. So much for I don't care if people get poached. The guy said that last night, and now he's leading a whole army out. Clearly, appearances still mattered. Oh right. Shiduan added. Aren't you going to help that Monica girl with her train later? I'll tag along. I'm curious to see what kind of upgrades we might copy from her Doomsday Express. Who's getting their train fixed? Kiki perked up at the mention, trotting over curiously. One of Kyondal's friends. She's got a train set up too, pretty interesting. Lin Xian explained briefly what had happened the night before. Wow, a $2 billion Doomsday Fortress? Sounds awesome. Kiki's eyes lit up. We have to check that out. Shiduan leaned in close and whispered to Lin Xian, if Monica wants to join your convoy, you'd better check her people out carefully. I heard from old Kion, some of them aren't exactly the obedient type. I wouldn't let just anyone in anyway. Lin Xian smiled. Besides, her train's way more advanced than ours. She was probably just flattering me. Haha, sharp as ever. Shiduan laughed and clapped Lin Xian on the shoulder. At that moment, Ningjing stepped up. Abai mentioned something. After the horde pulled back last night, he saw a creature in the blizzard. He's not sure what it was, but none of us had the dark mark you mentioned. Lin Xian was surprised. Abai can see dark marks? He used to describe it as a lingering aura from the monsters. But now, it sounds like what you described. Lin Xian looked at Abai in shock. Who would have thought a blind ability user could sense dark marks? Maybe Hell's Black Chrysanthemum wasn't the only detection method. That thing. It only showed up briefly. Then it vanished. Abai stood at the front, his voice low. But it gave off a terrifying presence. Was it an abyss worm? Lin Xian asked. No. Abai shook his head. It was. Worse than that. Everyone's expression changed. Lin Xian exchanged glances with Ningjing and Shiduan. The same thought crossed all their minds. An S-Class Eerie entity? The Emperor Project was set up to deal with this at the Parma Grasslands. Shiduan said grimly. It's not surprising. We've seen S-Class before. Doesn't matter, whatever comes, we deal with it. I already passed this on to Phoenix. We just need to stay sharp. Lin Xian fell silent. What puzzled him was, if an S-Class had appeared, Why hadn't anyone on their trains gotten marked? Even Hell's Black Chrysanthemum hadn't reacted. But judging by Ningjing and Shiduan's reactions, they didn't doubt Abai's ability in the slightest. That made Lin Xian feel a bit uneasy. Alright, let's get to the Night Talkers. With this many people, there's definitely going to be a wait. Shiduan waved his hand. More than 10 large vehicles rolled out from Dragon Mountain number 1. Let's go too. Lin Xian boarded their previous polar vehicle, and both groups headed toward Central Avenue. As they drove deeper into the city, the number of convoys camped out around shopping centers and plazas grew. Lin Xian's group was small, following behind Dragon Mountain number 1. Many eyes turned toward Kiki as she floated above the vehicle. Flight abilities were rare, and while most survivors had seen them, Kiki's style was different, no wings, just levitating midair like a deity. Her purple hair floated as if touched by an unseen wind, and with her striking features, she quickly became the center of attention. Thanks to the high-profile rescue the night before, when Phoenix's 7th Recon unit had escorted Dragon Mountain number 1, Infinite Train, and the Emperor operation team into the city, these 3 convoys were now the talk of the town. With the Emperor project being classified, all attention had shifted to them. Xilan City was a frozen city of glimmering towers, their glass walls now encrusted with ice crystals. Under the sunlight, everything sparkled. The streets were littered with snow-buried zombies, rendered completely inert by the extreme cold vortex and now harmless. Along the way, Lin Xian noticed many convoys had taken over buildings for their camps, trying to escape the claustrophobia of living inside vehicles. Hotels, malls, you name it, anything with space was claimed. Looks like the city really is safe enough for them to move indoors. Shukin said, taking in view. Yeah, compared to cars, our train is luxury. Shasha added. She remembered those cramped days in the pickup with Dalu, no room to sleep, barely space to lie down. Now, a bed. A couch. Even a washroom. Heaven. Chen Sixuan nodded. She recalled how, at first, she hadn't understood why Lin Xian insisted on using a train. Only later did she realize, besides his ability, it was a genius move. The only real limitation was the tracks. But with Dragon Mountain number 1 paving the way for true mobility, the dream of a roaming steel fortress was no longer just fantasy. She turned to look at Lin Xian, a thought blooming in her mind. And maybe his dream of soaring into the sky wasn't far off either. The sheer scale of it left everyone on the polar train visibly stunned. If it weren't for the matching tornado decals on all the vehicles, they might have thought this was a Starfleet Investigation Corps base. So this is the Arctic Wind Alliance? What kind of vehicle is that? Damn, that's insane. Lu Chang exclaimed. Kiki, well-traveled and sharp-eyed, immediately responded, that's a Trex 300, a nuclear-powered, all-terrain vehicle. Bet you've never seen one, it can even go amphibious. I've heard them on the Survivor frequency broadcasts more than once. Rumor is, they've got more than one convoy, and they're all cooperating with the Phoenix in different zones, recruiting other teams along the way. Their final destination is to link up with the Dawn Center before heading to the Arctic Zone. Chen Sixuan added. More than one? Shukin swept her gaze across the area. Just the numbers here look like over 10,000 people. That's practically a full division. Most of them are survivors, not soldiers. Lin Xian said calmly. But still, pooling their resources gives them way more firepower than your average mid to large-sized convoy. Bet a lot of the convoys around here will end up joining them. Not surprising. People want protection. If they don't want to work under Phoenix, joining a big convoy like this is the next best thing. The more they've lived through the darkness, the more they crave unity. Fire Bro, Lu Xingchen, was lying on the train roof, soaking up the sun. Hearing the conversation, he gave the convoy a sweep of his eyes and grinned. Housing over 10,000 people. The leader of this Arctic Wind Alliance must be someone serious. The cold wind howled down the central street, carrying sharp ice crystals. As the convoy moved forward, a grand church slowly came into view. The statue of the saintess atop the steeple had been modified into a watchtower. A Phoenix radar system spun rapidly up top, while jagged icicles clung to her broken marble dress. The stained glass windows of St. Michel Cathedral shimmered in eerie blue under helium lights. The surrounding plaza was packed with equipment and base vehicles, and a massive transparent folding shield had been deployed, likely a device to block or neutralize some kind of energy. More survivors appeared along the streets. Many weren't near their own camps but had crowded toward the cathedral square to see what was happening. All around, groups of survivors gathered by barrel fires, casting curious glances as the convoy passed. Other convoys rolled through, transporting exchanged goods in trucks and pickups between camps. Lin Xian observed the various survivor camps. Maybe it was the Phoenix and Starfleet presence, but there was clearly less tension here than there had been at Hangshan Pass. The convoys were interacting far more peacefully. At that moment, the convoy began slowing down. The streets ahead were jam-packed, especially near the cathedral, where thousands had gathered. The Infinite Train and Dragon Mountain number 1 had no choice but to stop. Everyone disembarked and continued on foot. "Damn, it's packed," said Shidouin, tall and broad-shouldered, wrapped in a thick fur coat and sporting a bear fur felt hat, looking every bit like an apocalypse warlord. He looked at the sea of people ahead and muttered, "Old Kion and Old Zhu are lucky to be stationed nearby. At this rate, we won't even get through until the afternoon." "So many people?" Ningjing frowned. "They can't all be here to get ability tested. Must be a lot of rubberneckers." Lin Xian walked over and said, "There are at least several thousand convoys in the city, tens of thousands of people. Sure, some are just here to gawk, but a lot of them definitely have motives." Kiki crossed her arms. "From what you're saying, this feels more like a job fair." That comment made everyone's expression rather colorful. "Damn. If a monster horde hit now, we'd be toast." Shidouin looked at the densely packed crowd outside the cathedral plaza. "Not necessarily." A loud, clear female voice called out from the distance. Everyone looked over to see Monica approaching with a squad in tow. Shockingly, her people were all geared up in matching Lone Wolf A-class military quick-reaction exosuits, glowing with deep blue energy lines, powerful and intimidating. With a smile, Monica said, "This area houses the best ability users and enhancers in all of Zilan City. Normal monsters aren't breaking through that easily." "What's with all the people?" Lin Xian asked. "They all here to get tested?" "Nope. This is actually a light day," Monica replied. "Not many new arrivals made it to Zilan yesterday, and your teams didn't arrive until deep in the night. Total count today is maybe 3,000, but those coming for tests are probably just 300 to 400. Her eyes swept over the impressive gathering of ability teams behind Lin Xian and Shidouin. "Most of them are here to see you guys." "Us?" Ningjing blinked. "What do you mean?" Monica smirked. "Yesterday, the 7th Investigation Corps put on a huge display escorting your convoys into the city. It caught a lot of attention. Many teams started guessing you might be high-value Phoenix partners. So, first thing this morning, everyone flocked here to see for themselves." "Well damn." Shidouin laughed. "Here I was wondering what the big deal was. Turns out, we're the show. How long's it gonna take to get through 300 to 400 people?" Kiki flew into the air and glanced toward the center of the plaza. "Does the test take that long?" Monica's gaze flickered at Kiki's strange flying ability, then she replied, "Peak value detection is quick. The trouble is with measuring extreme indexes, those take time. For this many people, probably 3 to 4 hours." Shidouin let out a breath. 3 to 4 hours? Not too bad. We can manage that. Then let's move. Lin Xian's voice was calm but firm. He didn't want to waste any time standing in line. With that time, he figured he could fix the Mo Queen's malfunction, or even build a PX-05 robot, maybe even a 1130 close-in weapon systems. He had too much on his plate to waste even a second. He turned to Monica. "Your camp far from here? If the line drags on, I can head over and fix the vehicle first." Monica's eyes brightened at that, though her expression turned slightly complicated as she looked behind Lin Xian at his group, hesitating for a moment. Truthfully, she was thrilled Lin Xian was offering to help right away, but she was also puzzled. She had specifically warned him that the testing plaza was under heavy scrutiny. With last night's buzz, today's turnout was huge. Every convoy was watching closely. And yet, Lin Xian was still willing to walk away and fix her vehicle? Didn't he worry that his elite team members might get poached while he was gone? "Okay, after the testing, I'll introduce you all to some major convoy leaders. Maybe you'll find something useful from each other," Monica finally said, pushing aside her doubts. "Good. Let's not waste any more time," Shidouin said, waving his arm and leading his group toward the plaza. Monica gave them a parting wave. Good luck. As they entered the crowd, more and more eyes turned toward them. Lin Xian glanced around. Nearby buildings were packed with spectators. It was clear people had turned the Phoenix ability test into a sort of post-apocalyptic sideshow, with discussions buzzing from every corner. At the Cathedral Plaza, heavily armed Investigation Corps soldiers were stationed around the perimeter, maintaining order behind barricades. The Phoenix had set up multiple checkpoints. When Lin Xian and the others approached, they saw every person was subject to iris, biometric, and palm print scans. A gate-shaped recognition robot was conducting the scans. Alloy Slug Convoy, Wang Xiang. Scanning in progress, scan complete. Former Federation citizen, Wang Xiang. Home down, Gillen, Dragon Nation. Citizen ID, CN113284156802. Synced with Phoenix database. Convoy, Alloy Slug. New survivor ID assigned, D1952663. Please proceed. The gate robot quickly scanned the man at the front of the line, retrieved his old Federation data, updated it, and logged him into the Phoenix system. Phoenix is registering people even in this situation. Shuken commented. It's not just registration. Most people here are either ability users or enhancers. They're collecting data to study differences between them. It's much more efficient than manual interviews. Exactly right. A cheerful voice rang out. In the next moment, a gust of wind hit, and Zhuwuer and Peng Peng swooped down from the sky. Lin Xian noticed that Zhuwuer was being carried by Peng Peng, who didn't have wings, but used a swirling air vortex beneath her feet to stay aloft. Her flight was clearly powered by her wind ability. Captain Lin. Been waiting for you all night. Looks like you were busy? Zhuwuer said with a grin. Lin Xian nodded, but asked curiously, you run tests at night too? Normally no. Zhuwuer replied. Too risky. We don't want soul wave fluctuations at night, it could trigger unnecessary incidents. But for special cases, like you, we'd make exceptions. Why didn't anyone say so earlier? Kiki pouted, arms crossed. I was already asleep. Lin Xian was speechless. Had he known, he would have done the test last night. He could have spent the free time building a PX-05 engineering robot, or maybe even a 1130 close-in weapon system. Chapter 270, Special List. It's alright, Zhuwuer smiled and said, this works as well. Beside him, Peng Peng explained seriously, you all experienced a big battle yesterday, so resting up and recovering your energy will make the test results better. Right, let's start with the registration first. Zhuwuer pointed at the threshold robot and said, let me explain ahead of time, after entering your information here, you will enter the system queue. There are too many people today, so it should be done in a few batches. Each batch is 100 people, and it should take about 30 minutes per batch. Hey, handsome, what exactly are we testing? At that moment, Shasha couldn't help but ask him, it's not some human experiment, right? Zhuwuer laughed at once, how could it be? Right now, the Phoenix Association's tests for ability users and enhancers are mainly divided into two steps. One is the soul wave peak test, and the other is the limit coefficient. Combined, these two can give us the person's evolution level. Soul wave peak test? Shuken walked out at this moment and said, can we enhancers also measure soul wave? Of course. Zhuwuer replied. Gene evolutionaries are also affected by the cold dark fundamental particles, which causes humans to undergo over-limit evolution. This is essentially a type of ability. By testing the extreme peak, we can determine the individual's evolution level and the energy density they possess. So, what is this limit coefficient? Lin Xian asked. This one's simple. Peng Peng explained. You can think of it as a person's combat talent, courage, mentality, experience, the ability to respond in crises, and how well they've developed their own abilities. If soul wave peak represents the power of a gun, then the limit coefficient represents the quality of a soldier. Combining both tells us what kind of power this gun can unleash. For example, if a rookie uses a heavy machine gun, they might not even kill a zombie and might break their own hand, but if a skilled person uses a handgun, they can shoot like a sharpshooter. So, the impact of an ability depends on many factors, even including knowledge. Knowledge? Right. Peng Peng said, chewing gum and blowing a bubble. Then, she popped the bubble, poked a hole in it with her finger, and the bubble instantly hardened. A gust of air gathered inside, and she clenched her palm. A whirlpool of air shot out, forming a rapidly spinning vortex in her palm. As she compressed her ability, the vortex grew stronger, buzzing with the sound of the airflow. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom. Peng Peng shot the vortex at the ground, instantly blasting a circular hole in the hard surface. Its power was comparable to a bullet. Vortex effect, middle school fluid physics knowledge, combined with my ability, can't turn ordinary air into an attack more powerful than an alloy bullet. Peng Peng said calmly as she popped another piece of gum in her mouth. Lu Xingchen, standing behind the crowd, immediately brightened up upon seeing this. Peng Peng's move instantly opened up a whole new world to him. Physics combined with fire god power? Interesting. He murmured to himself. Even Kiki, who was present, furrowed her brow and thought about it with interest. Peng Peng's move was straightforward and easily understood. Lin Xian then said, so, this limit coefficient varies from person to person, and it's used to evaluate someone's talent? Zhuwuer shrugged and said, that's the idea. But this evolution level is just a relatively objective numerical evaluation. It doesn't fully represent a person's combat power or survival rate. Some abilities are more functional than lethal. For example, flying abilities have a high survival rate and great functionality, but their combat power isn't necessarily high. We understand that. I heard that there's material compensation for participating in the test. Is that true? At this moment, Miaolu, excited, asked curiously. Yes. Zhu Wuer smiled and said, as long as you are an evolution level, you can receive a box of survival supplies. If you're at the diamond level, besides receiving 3 boxes of supplies, we'll also provide a heavy machine gun and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. So much? The crowd gasped in surprise. Zhu Wuer nodded. Seeing everyone's shock, he smugly added, hey, if it's the berserk level, we'll even provide a supply vehicle, a bottle of cold dark reagent, a YJ-03 vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft cannon, and 200 rounds of cannonballs. How's that? Attractive enough? Ah! The crowd exclaimed. An anti-aircraft cannon? Is that for real? Absolutely. Zhu Wuer shrugged and said, and these are all free. The only condition is that anyone at diamond level or above has to leave a blood sample for our Night Talkers organization's tracking research. Chen Sixuan, upon hearing this, said, it's not just for research, right? You probably want these high-level ability users to strengthen cooperation with the Phoenix Association in the future? We do have that intention. Zhu Wuer replied helplessly. At the same time, we also hope to help these teams gain higher survival rates. From a certain perspective, these teams that survive against all odds may one day be humanity's last hope. Of course, the Phoenix Association is happy to invest resources in supporting survivors. That's our purpose. Besides that, when you undergo the test, our Phoenix colleagues will also give you some simple training based on methods we've summarized from the Night Talkers organization. It should help you. It's kind of an emergency ability training. So, the Phoenix Association isn't just about supplying materials. Rescue points across the regions are providing comprehensive survival skills training, not only about abilities but also about firearm usage, medical training, survival routes, Black Knight responses, psychological counseling, and so on. I understand. Looking at the team of Longshan No. 1 gradually passing through the threshold into the church square, Lin Xian said to Zhu Wuer, it looks like we'll be in the later batches. Can I register now and come back later when there are fewer people? I need to take care of something else. Zhu Wuer raised an eyebrow in surprise. Of course, I'll wait for you here. Hey, Lin Xian, where are you going? Can I come with you? Kiki asked. Lin Xian shook his head and told everyone, you guys go ahead with the test and learn more. I'll be right back as soon as I'm done. Since Zilan City is still relatively safe, Lin Xian didn't feel the need to bring Kiki along. Since Zhu Wuer was kind enough to give him some time, he didn't want to waste it waiting in line. Buzz. A dark blue light passed over Lin Xian as he stood in front of the threshold. Infinite Convoy, Lin Xian. Scan complete. Former Federation member, Lin Xian, from Zhang City, Dragon Nation. Citizen ID, CN15132192430126. Phoenix Association info synchronized with Infinite Convoy. New survivor ID recorded, D195295527. Please proceed. After the successful registration, Lin Xian quickly briefed the team and contacted Shidun and Monica, preparing to drive to Monica's Queen Monica ship. Monica hadn't expected Lin Xian to bring the entire team for the test while he came ahead to help her repair the vehicles. She had originally wanted to observe the ability users in the convoy, but now she was more concerned about her train. So, after receiving Lin Xian's message, she immediately drove to pick up Shidun and Lin Xian. Kaka, hey, Lin Xian, communication is clear. After driving a few blocks, Lin Xian pressed the communicator button and found that the signal was very clear. Once they enter the testing area, communication will be blocked. However, my men will relay messages from the perimeter, so the test results of your team will be synchronized in real time. On a polar vehicle, Monica, sitting in the front seat, said to Shidun and Lin Xian in the back. It's fine, it's still early. We might even get back in time to see. My team is also recording separately. It doesn't matter if we know now or later. Monica, I'm really interested in your Doomsday War vehicle, haha. Lin Xian thought the same as Shidun. After Zhu Wuer mentioned it to him, he already had a basic understanding of the test. For him, he just needed to know the final result. There was no need to spend several hours just to see others' ability test results, especially since he wasn't very interested in it. He wasn't trying to recruit anyone, so since Zhu Wuer had agreed to let him take the test later, he didn't feel the need to show off his repairman identity. With tens of thousands of people in the city, if someone like Hua Zieling showed up, it would be a headache. Lin Xian thought it was better to avoid trouble. Besides, he had already been open with the Phoenix Association. Of course, he was still quite curious about the rewards from the Phoenix Association. Lu Xingchen, wearing sunglasses and with his arms crossed, heard Lu Chang's words and grinned, not seeming to care. As for the reward, I'm not really bothered. I just wonder if such a mundane thing can even detect my true strength. Kiki glanced at him and said, well, you better give it your all, then. Let's see if that machine can give you a high score. Geez, that machine looks really scary. Shasha shrank her neck and added, I don't know what it's used for. It's the peak value detection gauge for soul wave value. You don't have to go all out, just stand on it, and your body will naturally show its highest soul wave value fluctuation. At that moment, a female staff member carrying a mobile terminal approached, looking down while operating it. She explained to the group, I'll lead you to the testing area now. You're the 5th group for testing, and it'll take about 2 hours. Let me first explain a few important things. She gestured to a large, circular instrument behind them. The peak value test is quick. When it's your turn, just stand on it. It will take only 5 seconds to complete. Relax, there will be a moment of fear, but don't worry, it won't cause any harm to your body. Just then, the pressure gauge behind them suddenly emitted a loud, electric buzzing sound, followed by an ionized wave that spread out, making the thousands of people watching feel a tingling sensation on their faces. The huge noise made everyone present feel a jolt of unease. Some from the Dragon Mountain No. 1 group looked around, stunned. What? What was that noise? Is it really safe? Won't it kill anyone? No. The staff member reassured them. Don't worry, this instrument triggers your body's automatic defense mechanism, but it won't cause any real harm. Just close your eyes and relax. The test will be over quickly. Kiki squinted her eyes, nodding. Oh, sounds like it makes you feel like you're dying, causing your body to reflexively show the highest resistance, and that's how the peak value is measured? Exactly. The staff member confirmed. Ningjing from Dragon Mountain No. 1 also nodded. It's a good method. This will ensure the accuracy of the test, and the standard will be consistent. After the peak value test, you'll undergo a multi-directional test in the extreme testing chamber behind. Don't worry, there's no danger. The test mainly uses holographic projections and some non-lethal mechanical structures for assistance. The staff member continued, the extreme test lasts for 5 minutes. After each batch, the Nighthawker's guidance team will provide feedback and answer any questions. You can also communicate directly with them. Just then, someone who had just finished the test walked down from the instrument, a look of lingering fear on their face. Test completed, peak value data, 320, 320? That's already at the evolution level, right? Someone asked. No, the current standard requires multiplying by the extreme coefficient to determine the final level. The extreme coefficient for a normal person can reach about 1.2, so they're probably close to 400. The crowd near the church square was in an uproar. After every 10 people were tested on the pressure gauge, they would enter the side testing chambers for the second round of extreme coefficient tests. Seeing this, Shuken from the Infinite Train group asked the staff, what is the normal range for the extreme coefficient? The Phoenix Union sets the extreme coefficient range between 0.8 and 2. Most normal people exceed 1.1. A value below 1 indicates health issues, such as disabilities or diseases affecting the heart, lungs, nerves, or intellect. The staff member patiently explained, a value between 1.2 and 1.3 is considered standard, while 1.4 to 1.5 is excellent. Over 1.6 indicates high intelligence or exceptional physical or combat abilities, along with superior mental resilience. If it's above 1.8, that person is an all-around genius. Even if they're just an ordinary mutated ability user, their potential is frightening. Yeah, very reasonable, said Liu Yong from Dragon Mountain No. 1, nodding. Your standards are indeed very objective. However, this only applies to combat. Other applications can't be judged in the same way. The staff member said seriously. The test is just a reference. In the face of dark entities, it doesn't carry much weight. The battlefield in the polar night is brutal, as you all know. The Phoenix Union set these standards to help survivors understand soul wave value fluctuations, monitor our evolutionary progress, and gauge the danger level. Everyone nodded in agreement. They recognized that understanding how much their evolution changed after enduring the night, battling to the death, or using cold dark agents would help survivors manage their power and boost their confidence. At the same time, they'd have a benchmark to compare the threat posed by soul wave values, not just a numerical value. It sounded important. Test completed, peak value data, 280, test completed, peak value data, 430, test completed, peak value data, 600, wow, everyone gasped. At that moment, a surprising number appeared on the soul wave value detection gauge, drawing attention from everyone in the crowd. A value of 600 meant that, even with an extreme coefficient of 1, this person exceeded the diamond level, 500. People stared as a massive man, looking formidable, walked down from the instrument, his eyes cold. He was then guided toward the extreme testing chamber. Wow, a diamond level. Shuken and Zhaoyuan from Infinite Train exclaimed, like excited fangirls. He can take 3 boxes of supplies and also get a heavy machine gun and 1,000 rounds of ammo, right? Shasha, with a look of envy on her face, poked Kiki and said, Kiki, it's up to you. I've seen that guy. He's from the Joker convoy, right? Chen Sixuan remarked, scanning the first batch of people. Sure enough, she spotted Kyondil among them, his expression proud. Interesting. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen, who had somehow found a recliner, wandered to an empty spot in the square, enjoying the sun while waiting for his test. He couldn't help but lift his sunglasses and glance over at the crowd, pretending to be calm but feeling a little nervous inside. Though he knew he'd already surpassed the evolution level before in Yubai City, with so many people watching, he had no idea what his current peak soul wave value would be. Stay calm. When the diamond level appeared, the mood in the square grew more excited. All around, the reflections of telescopes gleamed from the surrounding skyscrapers. Already a diamond level, that's amazing. I saw several flying ability users, they're probably from the convoy that reached Zilan City last night. The discussions from the crowd grew louder. Yes, those are them. A few came during the day too. I heard team leader he brought half of the investigation corps, with ground troops and aerial combat units deployed. This looks like a major battle, maybe even with S-class entities. Are you saying they escaped from an S-class entity attack? No way? Who knows? But if they sent that many people, it means some of these convoys must have some really strong experts, possibly even stronger than the Arctic Wind Alliance or the Cosmic Convoy. That's crazy, the Cosmic Convoy. But can they really compare to the Arctic Wind Alliance? They've got more than one Berserker-level fighter. Let's just watch and see. Countless staff members dressed in Phoenix Union uniforms were working in an orderly fashion. These personnel were field agents following the Nighttalkers organization and essentially worked alongside the large Phoenix Union, with their direct department being the Starfire Division, which traveled with them. The Starfire Division was responsible for assisting and providing security for the Phoenix Union's various locations. Their role was similar to that of the Starfleet, handling various investigative and detection tasks on the front lines. They also acted as a support point, coordinating the schedules of the Courier Division and the Polar Night Division. Have the third group, led by Lin Chuan, investigate the area 100 kilometers to the south. The research team requested additional ability users to guard the lab last night. We are currently short on personnel. In the main building's Gospel Hall, which had been transformed into a temporary dispatch center for the Nighttalkers, direct communication with the command center located in the southern city was possible. The ability testing data from the church square below was also being compiled here. By the stained glass windows, a man with a handsome face but not very tall, wearing an earbud-style communicator, was listening to the dispatch information while looking down at the testing square below. He was Wenzhou, the head of the Starfire Division's Western Operations team within the Nighttalkers. A-class personnel, Lin Xian from the Infinite Train convoy, has he been registered yet? Yes, 15 minutes ago. The convoy has 10 people logged in, and they are in the 5th batch of the testing team. An assistant behind him reported. Got it. At this moment, his eyes narrowed, as though he noticed something. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot as a blur, reappearing directly in front of a desk 10 meters away. He grabbed a man who had been sneaking around, attempting to steal something from his desk. Damn, it's only been a month, and your speed has improved again. The man, caught red-handed, didn't panic. Instead, he grinned and helplessly placed down the bottle of apricot blossom feng liquor, something even Wenzhou hesitated to drink. Wenzhou snatched it back from the man's hands, a rare smile tugging at his usually cold face. Get lost. This is my treasure, bought with half a month's action points. No way. Zhu Wuer, the one caught, chuckled awkwardly and said, You're so stingy. Can't I at least have a sip? With the extreme cold and snow, drinking such liquor at the edge of the polar night was indeed a delightful experience. Not a drop. Wenzhou spoke coldly, opening a drawer and stuffing the liquor inside. His gaze turned serious as he added, and it's working hours now. The Nighttalkers' regulations prohibit alcohol. Even though you're part of the division, I still have the right to request disciplinary action from your superior. Do you think I'm scared? Zhu Wuer retorted, flopping into a chair with a relaxed look, hands behind his head, grinning. You're working, but our courier division is on break now, under the command of Supervisor Zhao. So I'm just relaxing. Wenzhou glanced over at the other side. Zhu Wuer's partner, Peng Peng, was sitting with a game console, engrossed in a game. Wenzhou's tone turned serious again. If you have time for this, you should be training your ability. The pressure on the station troops is increasing. Your courier division may need to reinforce the front lines at any moment. What to train? Zhu Wuer asked with a faint smile, snapping his fingers. The computer on Winzoo's desk suddenly began to fade, gradually becoming transparent until it vanished entirely. Before joining the Phoenix Union, someone told me my ability had great strategic potential and room for development. As you can see, its biggest use is to save my life. He snapped his fingers again, and the computer reappeared. Saving my life is a skill, right? Winzoo replied seriously, you thought your ability could be better utilized in the courier division, not because I suggested it. Whatever Zhu Wuer said with a carefree grin. It's rare that we get a couple of days off, so I came here to take it easy. Your top guy in the Starfire division isn't always lecturing those survivors who come for ability tests, telling them that ability users are at a natural disadvantage compared to gene-enhanced individuals, so they should focus more on ability development. Yeah, I listened to that, so I'm not participating in any body training stuff. Winzoo sneered. You little brat, don't think I don't know you've been secretly practicing your skills with Jingtian. Stop pretending to be lazy in front of me. By the way. He changed the subject. In today's testing sequence, I heard there are two special individuals on the list, one is Lin Xian, and the other is Kiki. You were the one who made contact and issued the Phoenix order to them, right? Yes, one is a mechanical ability user, the other is telekinetic. Both are here today. Zhu Wuer scratched his nose. But Lin Xian had something come up. He might be a little late. Winzoo nodded and pondered, a mechanical ability user, interesting. Not just the headquarters, but even I'm very interested. You better not deceive him. He doesn't want to join the Nighttalkers to do our bidding, and I've heard that the Emperor Plan is also interested in this guy. The Emperor Plan? Don't they focus on mecha? Winzoo almost said something but swallowed the words, his expression flickering slightly as he chose not to comment further. On the other side, Lin Xian and Shidun were riding in Monika's vehicle, heading towards the Western Yan Rail passenger station in the northern part of the city. They had actually passed through here last night, but since all the rail lines and even the maintenance spurs were completely filled, they had no choice but to switch to the mining rail line heading towards the Western Fenglin mining freight platform. Zilan City was built on the mountains, and as a former strategic stronghold in the west, the city was surrounded by air raid shelters. The heavy city walls were mostly concentrated in the eastern and northern parts. The northern entrance was where Lin Xian and the others had entered yesterday, passing through a canyon-like terrain. The famous Zilan refinery was located about 20 kilometers outside the city, while the eastern side faced the vast Parma grasslands. Before the extreme cold storms arrived, the roads here were well connected, with multiple highways, national roads, and railway lines passing through. The northern part of the city also had a medium-sized airport. Originally a dual-use military and civilian airport, it had now become the headquarters of the Phoenix Union Starfleet Air Combat Division. The colossal, awe-inspiring Dreadnought-class airship was currently docked there, and from a high building, one could still see the massive silhouette of the steel giant. Monica and her team led Lin Xian and Shiden through several streets and arrived at an underground station entrance for the rail station. As Lin Xian followed behind, he noticed several trains parked underground. The temperature inside the underground rail system was noticeably higher, and it was much safer than the open-air platforms. The spacious platform had numerous camp tents set up, and several survivors preparing lunch glanced up as Lin Xian's group walked by. I prefer staying in a safe environment, so I parked underground. It's less windy here, and we won't get buried in snow. How about it? Not bad, huh? Monica said with a smile, as though she was sharing her survival tips. Shiduan didn't seem too impressed, saying flatly, it's comfortable, sure, but if anything happens, it'll be hard to run down here. Shiduan, who managed thousands of people, was usually quite cautious about these things. Lin Xian, having experienced the terror of the number 9 underground city, didn't like the feeling of being underground either. However, Monica's choice made sense, there was less concern about cold waves and snow accumulation. The energy would be saved when starting up. If it were outside, I wouldn't want to stay in a cave either. Monica added, as they walked further along the underground platform. Ahead of them, a magenta-painted, black and red automated heavy train appeared on the tracks. The moment Lin Xian and Shiduan saw it, their expressions changed, for the train's design was unlike anything they had seen before. It was nothing like the transformed passenger trains like the Infinite Train or Longshan No. 1. Apart from the automated blast-proof doors, the train was designed as a fully enclosed survival unit. The exterior was made of reinforced composite armor and featured a modular weapon platform. The power carriages included photovoltaic alloy panels, stronger than titanium, meaning the train had more than one energy acquisition method. Looking at the weapon modules on the sides, Lin Xian guessed that it probably had some hidden missile vertical launchers or railgun electromagnetic cannon stations, but all of them were currently retracted. Additionally, the drive system, although using conventional track wheels at present, had modules for the triangle track strong magnetized all-terrain drive, and even a magnetic levitation module. Lin Xian and Shiduan exchanged glances. They knew immediately that the integrated systems on this train were mind-boggling. At this moment, Lin Xian even began to worry that with so many subsystem components, the vehicle's practical performance might be compromised, making it more showy than useful. After all, the technological companies from the pre-apocalypse era, when designing such vehicles, often took a speculative approach, focusing on what might happen during an apocalypse, adding all sorts of fancy features for the sake of appearance. But the actual functionality could have been overlooked. Take maintenance, for example. These systems would probably work fine in a nuclear winter or zombie apocalypse scenario. But if faced with something like the current monster tides, the delicate subsystem components would start malfunctioning, and the maintenance costs would be overwhelming. Big brother, Captain Lin, how about checking inside? Monica said with a smile, walking up to the automatic door. The recognition system above scanned them, and the door opened. Just as the door opened, two men appeared. They looked to be in their 30s, holding wrenches and screwdrivers, covered in black oil stains, obviously in the middle of some repairs. Monica. Song Hao, Zhu Peng, did you get the transmission system fixed? Monica frowned as she asked immediately. We couldn't get it done. One of the slightly chubby men, Song Hao, said with a distressed expression. The subsystems underneath are too complex. We couldn't take them apart in time and had to put them back. We're worried it might cause problems. Song Hao looked at Monica with a displeased glance, his voice heavy. I think we should leave it to the professionals. Otherwise, we might not even be able to start it. Monica's eyes flashed with anger. She folded her arms and lowered her voice. Song Hao, I brought you on this mission because you claim to be a senior mechanic from Kyuang. You've been responsible for the maintenance all these months. Now you tell me we need to find professionals? Song Hao looked embarrassed. Monica, I've told you many times. The design of this train has a lot of issues, and there are many wear and tear parts that need frequent replacement. These things aren't easy to fix. Are we all just going to sit here and wait for death? Monica shot back sharply. It's not that bad. It's not to the point of not being able to start it. Song Hao explained. But it's better for us to prepare a backup plan in case. For example, we could get a power locomotive. At least the energy carriages aren't a huge problem right now. If the traction and transmission system fails, we can replace it immediately. That way, we don't have to worry about breaking down on the road. Yeah, Monica, didn't we find a Weilong class high-power electric locomotive at the Fenglin mining freight platform west of the city? It's broken, but didn't the people from the Jinqing convoy say they could fix it if we give them 40 blood crystals? Said the other man, Zhu Peng, chiming in. 40 blood crystals? That expensive? A voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Xian furrowed his brow as he walked over. The electric locomotive they were talking about sounded familiar. Was it the one he had casually repaired and driven off last night? Chapter 271, Yes, I did it, kill me? Expensive? Do you know the value of a high-power electric locomotive? Song Hao didn't know where Lin Xian and Shiduan had suddenly appeared from. Hearing the questioning tone, he immediately opened his mouth to retort. I know that. Before Monica could speak, Shiduan directly responded loudly, in good condition, a 70,000 kilowatt ordinary electric traction locomotive is worth at most 10 blood crystals, and that's only if someone even wants it. What did you say? Shut up. Monica sharply interrupted Song Hao and turned to apologize to the two men. Big brother Captain Lin, I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. This is the technician from my train. Let me take you on board and show you around. Would you like something to drink? No need. Lin Xian and Shiduan were not polite at all, and directly boarded the train. As soon as they stepped in, both of them couldn't help but look around in surprise, taking in the interior. Song Hao and Zhu Peng exchanged confused looks as they watched the two walk by. Monica, who are they? Friends, here to help with the repairs. Repairs? Song Hao's eyes widened immediately. Just the two of them. Monica, didn't we contact the Jinqing convoy? They have the best mechanical engineers in the city. Why are we looking for other people? Monica shot him a cold glance, not bothering to explain. She followed Lin Xian and the others into the carriage. Song Hao swallowed his words under her gaze and awkwardly lowered his head. But as Monica passed by, he raised his eyes to look at her retreating figure, his eyes flickering with a trace of coldness. Let's see what they're here for first. Zhu Peng nudged him with his elbow and gave him a look. Song Hao's gaze shifted, and without a word, He began packing up the maintenance tools. From the outside, Lin Xian and Shidun did not look like mechanical engineers or repair technicians at all. If anything, one was wearing a gray bear coat and the other high-tech powered armor, making them look more like high-ranking members of a convoy. Moreover, they didn't bring any tools and came empty-handed, which made Song Hao unable to believe they were here to fix anything. At that moment, Lin Xian and Shidun were like curious children, looking around the interior of the Queen Monica with focused expressions. Although both were from train convoys and lived on trains, the interior of the Queen Monica was completely different from any ordinary train structure. Lin Xian's first impression was that it resembled the interior of a spacecraft. The integrated functional carriages, with their numerous automated devices, made the space seem not too roomy. Being fully enclosed, there were no windows except for the port and starboard windows of the train, and all external situations were monitored by a 360-degree sentry system throughout the car. Inside, it had an incredibly secure atmosphere. The living area beds were embedded in honeycomb-like compartments, while the control room's circular screen was filled with snowfield terrain maps. The advanced air circulation and heating systems made it feel like stepping into spring as soon as anyone entered. SHH. Arriving at the first and largest driving carriage, the door required Monica's iris recognition to open. This was not only the energy carriage but also Monica's personal living area. This carriage, over 60 meters long, housed the energy, power, and main control systems. It also contained an intelligent eye system that could monitor the entire train's status, detect malfunctions, and even remotely control it, allowing for automated driving, all under Monica's command. This is my personal private living area. Normally, no one is allowed in. Monica smiled as she led them through. We only have 26 people on board, and 5 of them are responsible for vehicle control and operation. Although the train is fully automated, someone needs to monitor road conditions 24/7, and the radar is always on. Wow, Monica, you sure have a spacious place here. As soon as they walked in, Shidun couldn't help but exclaim. Despite the integration of so many core systems, Monica's living area still felt very spacious and luxurious. The space-age bathroom had a large wave massage bathtub, and in addition to the spacious bedroom, there was even a dedicated walk-in closet, a wine cabinet, and a spa-like space capsule. It almost felt like a vacation rather than the apocalypse. No wonder this is a 2 billion apocalypse express. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. It may look fancy, but it's practical as well. The whole train's defense, survival, and life-sustaining systems are like a fortified armory. I wouldn't say it's unrealistic. Having a luxury fortress like this in the apocalypse is way better than having to sleep in a stinky backseat or use welded scrap metal as shelter. Yeah. Shidun added seriously, if I'd known, I should have brought a few people from the engineering team over. Not to mention anything else, even the air circulation and greywater systems here are something we could learn from. If we put them on Dragon Mountain 1, they would definitely solve a big problem. Shidun's words weren't exaggerated. With a train of over 1,000 people and an apocalyptic environment, hygiene became a huge issue. If not carefully managed, the train would stink, and keeping the toilets clean would be a nightmare for the car supervisors. Lin Xian's infinite train hadn't encountered this issue yet. The men and women in the living carriages were all very conscious of hygiene. With Zhao Yuan and the other logistics staff being diligent, they had taken it upon themselves to handle some of the cleaning duties, keeping the living carriages comfortable, so Lin Xian hadn't worried about it. Sorry to laugh, Monica said with her arms crossed and a tone of faint sorrow. I'm the only woman on this entire train. Even if one day I'm destined to die in the blackness of some night, I still want to face death in a clean and comfortable environment. Lin Xian was slightly surprised by her words. The whole train only had one woman, and this woman was also the leader of the convoy. This setup seemed odd. Moreover, from Monica's attitude toward her subordinates earlier, she didn't seem like someone with a warm and approachable personality. Considering all this, Lin Xian guessed that Monica's ability to control the convoy was likely not just due to her command over the train systems but also because her personal strength must not be underestimated. After all, how could she control a convoy guarded by people in powered armor unless she was formidable herself? How about it, Captain Lin? Monica asked, looking at Lin Xian. Give me a moment. After the tour ended, Lin Xian immediately went to the control station and sat down, placing his hand on the console, starting to activate his mechanical heart. As soon as the field of the mechanical heart spread, Lin Xian quickly began a rough evaluation. 3 hours. Monica's eyes lit up. 3 hours. You can fix it in 3 hours. Lin Xian didn't give a definite answer, only saying, there's hope. The 3 hours was roughly the time he needed to finish scanning the train. Although the train only had 8 carriages, it had numerous subsystems. Fortunately, he had prior experience with scanning nuclear-powered systems. Apart from that, The most advanced mechanical component on this train was likely the intelligent control eye. The chip manufacturing process took the most time. Although he could bypass these systems, the train was an integrated design, with the main control system connected to all the subsystems. Bypassing them would take even longer. Upon hearing this, Monica tried to suppress her excitement, her eyes filled with hesitation. She couldn't help but glance at Lin's Yan and then at Shidoan, cautiously asking, "Captain Lin, I feel like I still don't know your terms?" 20 blood crystals. Without waiting for her response, Lin's Yan answered directly. "Only 20 blood crystals?" Shidoan exclaimed. "They charge 40 for a basic electric locomotive circuit repair." "Brother Lin, you're so generous." Lin's Yan chuckled at his words. Shidoan wasn't trying to provoke him but was actually criticizing the exorbitant price set by the so-called Jincheng convoy. After all, Lin's Yan had gotten the Huangsing 7F electric locomotive for free because nuclear-powered locomotives themselves were extremely powerful and could drive super-long trains like Dragon Mountain 1 on their own. Shidoan had a backup plan, but if there were no nuclear-powered locomotives, ordinary electric traction locomotives wouldn't be useful at all. Not to mention, a damaged freight electric locomotive? Hearing the 40 blood crystal repair price made both Lin's Yan and Shidoan realize it was a ridiculously high price, specifically aimed at exploiting Monica's situation. Really, just 20 blood crystals? Monica was almost sure she misheard. If this price could solve the train's current issues, it would be an incredible deal. Fortunately, Monica knew that Keondil was extremely cold-faced and picky. If he had approved of this, there had to be a method behind it. Thinking this, Monica felt a little relieved. She said nothing more and headed to the wine cabinet, opening a bottle of her cherished red wine. Soon, Monica brought wine to both Shidoan and Lin's Yan. She watched Lin's Yan's actions closely but didn't detect any fluctuation in his soul wave value. She then calmly said, "Captain Lin, you've really helped me a great deal." "Just a small matter." Lin's Yan replied indifferently. For Lin's Yan, not only would he earn 20 blood crystals, but he would also receive the complete blueprint of the entire train, including key structural designs such as the integrated electrical system, automated weapon compartments, bathroom and living quarters designs, lighting, air circulation systems, and water recycling. These were more valuable than blood crystals because he couldn't find any design blueprints for them elsewhere. Currently, the Infinite Train used basic designs for things like the automated blast doors, but they weren't tailored to the train's specific needs. Having blueprints designed specifically for the train would allow for much better modifications to the Infinite Train in the future, solving the overall structural issues in one go. This was what interested him most. Shidoan took a sip of red wine and then said to Monica, "Monica, while Brother Lin is busy, do you mind showing me around the weapon setup? I could use a lesson on firepower layout and stuff." Dragon Mountain 1 was also planning to purchase a large number of weapon systems for updates, and after experiencing many dangers, Shidoan understood the importance of tiered firepower layouts and the supply of ammunition in each carriage. Although Monica wasn't an expert, her train was designed with military cooperation, so there were a lot of things worth learning. "Of course." Monica glanced at Lin's Yan and then smiled, leading Shidoan to explore other carriages. Scanning progress, 1%. Meanwhile, Lin's Yan's mechanical heart was fully activated, quickly covering every corner of the Queen Monica train. Gradually, a blueprint for a meticulously designed heavy-duty doomsday train began to take shape on the holographic screen in front of Lin's Yan. As he observed the incredibly complex structural designs, Lin's Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Although it's a gimmick put together by a tech company, designing such a train isn't simple. No wonder it costs 2 billion per unit. Lin's Yan concluded that the team responsible for designing this doomsday train must be from a top-tier industrial group. They had even incorporated avionics integration systems used in fighter jets, connected numerous sensors to the onboard radar systems, and set up a complete data chain transmission system, all of which were centralized in the main processing server of the first carriage. From the very beginning of its design, the Doomsday Train had considered a 5 defense level standard for bulletproofing, anti-cold, fire, water resistance, and even radiation protection. It even accounted for short-term water travel, leading to a very complex drive system design. The ongoing scanning left Lin's Yan in awe, but the only problem, as he had anticipated earlier, was that the train had considered so many factors that the maintenance costs were extremely high. Lin's Yan speculated that there must be spare parts for many of the fragile components, but even so, after months of battling against various powerful, eerie entities and zombie hordes, the train was bound to have suffered significant wear. While scanning, Lin's Yan kept an eye on the time, calculating that once he solved the current issues, he could also upgrade the equipment inside the Infinite Train. The entire train's armor had been replaced with new composite armor, and since the armor modules were standardized, coupled with the roof armor, the train's sealing capability had significantly improved, which would address the previous snowmelt infiltration issue. Next on the list was the sentry system. Now that he had the time, he could borrow from the Queen Monoka design to create 360-degree monitoring and integrate it into the information center. He could also install external displays in every carriage, so there would be no need to open windows to see the outside. Moreover, the protective capability would be far superior to that of Windows, increasing the safety for all team members. There was also the triangle track strong magnetic all-terrain drive module of Dragon Mountain 1 waiting for him to scan. The new Welong electric locomotive hadn't been integrated yet, and there were also weapon systems, the 1130, electromagnetic cannon, powered armor, PX-05 robots, and upgrades for the planting carriages. Lin Xian was eager to make every second count to fully arm the infinite train and create a safer environment before nightfall. At the same time, he opened his Research and Development Center. Research and Development Center, TRP Gen 4 Special Industrial Active Exoskeleton, Blueprint, 1 day 04 hours, the new powered armor is almost ready. I wonder how it will turn out. Additionally, Lin Xian casually opened his mechanical heart panel to check his skill proficiency. Special skills, mechanical cannon, amplified, at field, amplified, flashback, rare grade, level 2, 50%, power surge, rare grade, level 2, 45%, gravity lens, legendary grade, level 1, 73%, mechanical amplification can only amplify max level skills. Flashback and power surge haven't come in handy for a long time. Looks like I need to level up my proficiency and reach level 3 sooner. After the mechanical amplification, his skills had upgraded to a whole new level. Although Lin Xian had never used the at field in combat, he could tell that it was likely much stronger than Ice Wall. The most crucial thing was that this skill could be extended using power surge to increase the defense area. In other words, if necessary, he could even use it to protect the infinite train from attacks. Just as Lin Xian was scanning for a fault in the transmission system, he couldn't help but frown. This problem seems more troublesome than I imagined. Not bad, not bad. Monica, your train is much more impressive than my Dragon Mountain 1. Yours is really professional, unlike us, piecing everything together from scraps. At that moment, outside the carriage, Shiduan had followed Monica to inspect the entire weapon system of the train. Monica, as straightforward as when drinking, readily showcased all her secret weapons, without the slightest attempt to conceal anything. Big brother Shi, don't tease me. I'm just a woman, how could I have abilities like you and Captain Lin? If it weren't for my good background and this train, with my limited capabilities, I'd have probably been eaten by a zombie or sold to a bandit convoy to be used as a toy by now. Monica's tone carried a touch of self-mocking helplessness, but she still wore a smile. Hey! Don't say that. Shiduan waved his hand and replied directly, in this world, surviving is a skill. The two continued talking, and as Shiduan waited for Lin Xian, he also kept an eye on Dragon Mountain 1's ability detection status. Unconsciously, more than 2 hours passed, and soon, the results of the ability detection from Dragon Mountain 1 started coming through via the city's relay signal. This meant the ability detection was nearing its final batch. Just as they were about to board the train to discuss things with Lin Xian, a loud engine roar suddenly rang out from the distance at the platform. Looking over, they saw a well-modified four-wheeled monster truck barreling toward the platform. The survivors camped on the platform cast disapproving looks at the vehicle, but when they saw the Gatling gun and small arc pulse cannon mounted on it, they all backed off. The reason was simple, a vehicle's modification level could reflect the power of the convoy. If a monster truck could be outfitted with a small arc pulse cannon, it meant the convoy was incredibly powerful, not just with impressive firepower but also with significant wealth. The monster truck was large and almost scraped the edge of the platform as it drove in, then it headed straight toward the Queen Monoka. Whoosh! In an instant, the truck stopped right in front of Monica and Shiduan. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with a mohawk and a thick down jacket quickly jumped down, immediately removing his sunglasses to reveal a long, thin face. At the same time, 3 others got out of the truck, each holding strange mechanical toolboxes and detectors, following the man. Who's the boss of this train? The man with the mohawk scanned Monica and Shiduan with an arrogant air. Monica sensed the offensive look from him and, with a cold expression, spoke sternly, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" The mohawk man frowned, gave a strange smile, and then ignored them. He grabbed his communicator and shouted, Hey, Song, we're here." Before he could finish, Song Hao hurriedly ran over, panting, and spoke to Monica. Monica, they're from the Jincheng convoy. Didn't you ask me to find someone to fix the train? I checked them out, they're very professional, many convoys in Zilan City have had their vehicles repaired by them. Then, he quickly introduced the mohawk man, Captain Yi, this is our boss, Monica. Oh, you're the boss? Hello, Hello, nice to meet you. Hikun said, looking at Monica, seeming somewhat disbelieving that the leader of such a powerful doomsday train could be a woman. Although he greeted her, Monica clearly didn't want to deal with such an impolite person. She gave him a cold glance and asked Song Hao, "Did you finalize the price?" "No. How could that be?" Before Song Hao could respond, Hikun seriously raised his voice, "Beautiful lady, we are very professional. How can you quote a price without knowing the fault? Isn't that just trying to rip you off?" He turned to pat the detection equipment his subordinates carried and smugly said, "Our Jinshin convoy specializes in all kinds of repair issues. Our motto is free inspection first, then a reasonable quote. If the client accepts, we proceed with the repairs. We also offer after-sales support. Our convoy has over 20 mechanical engineers, and whether it's software, hardware, or military vehicles, even if it's just a wheel, we can fix it. Absolutely professional." Hearing this, Shidun couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, you're really good at blowing your own horn. You can make a whole new vehicle from a wheel? This is just a metaphor." Hikun replied lightly. "Anyway, whatever the issue is, come to us, you can't go wrong." At this point, Song Hao leaned closer to Monica and whispered, "Monica, I checked, this Jinshin convoy is really professional. They can fix any vehicle. Since they offer a free inspection, I arranged for them to come over. After they inspect, we can hear their quote and then decide whether to hire them." Monica snorted, 40 blood crystals just to fix a scrap electric locomotive? Do you really think I'm an idiot and will let them inspect my train? Song Hao froze, not knowing what to say. But Hikun, hearing this, wasn't angered at all. Instead, he adopted a serious expression and said to Monica, "Miss, from your words, I can tell you have a deep misunderstanding about us. First of all, that's not an ordinary electric locomotive, it's a Welong class electric locomotive with 70,000 kilowatts of power. It can pull 50,000 tons of cargo without a problem. Moreover, repairing the electrical system is not a simple task, it requires a major overhaul." Hikun smiled and looked at Monica, speaking seriously, "And most importantly, it's about time. We're about to evacuate. To get that machine running, we'll need at least a dozen people working overnight. This is a life or death issue. As the leader of your convoy, you must understand the gravity of the situation. It's not that the scrap electric locomotive is valuable, it's the result you need, which is worth so much. Considering that, 40 blood crystals really isn't expensive at all. We're just taking your money and doing your job. Good one, looks like you're a pro at being a profiteer." Shidun chuckled at Hikun's words, giving him a thumbs up. "No need," Monica replied. Hikun, having delivered a seemingly reasonable speech, was stunned when Monica, without a second thought, immediately rejected him. "I've already entrusted the repairs to someone else. No need for you, thank you. Please leave." After saying this, Monica directly dismissed them. Hikun's expression changed, and his smile faded slightly. He immediately turned to Song Hao and whispered, "What's going on? Didn't you tell me the repairs weren't done yet?" At this moment, Song Hao was also bewildered, and turned to Monica. "Monica, who did you entrust the repairs to?" Monica turned her head and gave Song Hao a stern look, saying, "I've already assigned all the repair work for the train to team leader Lin. It should be done soon, so you don't need to look for anyone else to repair the train for now." Song Hao was greatly taken aback. When Monica mentioned that Lin Xian was here to repair the train earlier, he hadn't paid much attention to it. But now, it seemed like Lin Xian had already started working on it. What the heck? No tools, and he thinks he can fix this 200-meter-long automated doomsday train all by himself? Monica. Song Hao couldn't sit still now. "Why didn't you discuss this with me first? I'm the one who knows the train's issues the best. How can someone else just come and repair it without me knowing about it?" "I just told you." Monica responded coldly. "No, I didn't think he was actually going to fix the train, alone, with no tools. You didn't even let me help. This is completely ridiculous. How could it be fixed like this? You don't need to worry. Team leader Lin has his ways." Song Hao was stunned. He knew that Monica was clueless about mechanics, so all train maintenance decisions were supposed to be left to him. But now, Monica had hired some random person to fix it? In his eyes, Monica must have been tricked. In fact, Monica was well aware of this. Although she had never seen Lin Xian work before, she hadn't planned on explaining his abilities to Song Hao in front of Hikun. Since she had already reached an agreement with Lin Xian, the repair work had been handed over to him. At this point, if she brought in anyone else to inspect or repair the train, it would be disrespectful to Lin Xian. Monica, being a woman of clarity, understood exactly who Lin Xian was, someone brought back by the 7th investigation team of the Phoenix Guild. She didn't need to hesitate or explain anything to people like Hikun. Hikun, seeing Song Hao's reaction, quickly realized what was happening. A look of amusement crossed his face as he spoke. Hey, when did Ceylon City get such a genius mechanic? We didn't know about it. A one-man team fixing your entire train without tools, and according to the lovely lady captain here, he's almost done? He raised his voice with increasing sarcasm, and his 3 engineers behind him barely managed to stifle their laughter. Standing aside, Shido unfolded his arms and immediately snapped back. What's the problem? My brother Lin has the skills. If you've got nothing to do, just go somewhere else. Don't make weird noises around here. Want me to remove your vocal cords? Shido was direct and blunt. He didn't beat around the bush. If someone got on his nerves, he would not hold back in greeting them. When he spoke, the others immediately changed their expressions, and Hikun's face darkened. He could sense an aura that he definitely didn't want to provoke. Although his Gold City team was a large one, he knew that those who operated nuclear-powered trains were not ordinary characters. Thus, he quickly reined in his earlier arrogance and said seriously. Okay, this guy's got quite a temper. Calm down. I didn't mean anything by it. But since we've met today, I'd like to meet this master who can fix nuclear-powered trains without tools. Let's be friends. This won't be a problem, right? Just then, Zhu Peng, one of Monika's team members, suddenly ran down from the train with an astonished expression. Hey, the transmission system fault alert's gone off. What? Song Hao immediately pulled out his mobile terminal to check the train's fault data. To his astonishment, not only had the transmission system been cleared, but several other faults, both minor and major, had also been resolved. This can't be happening. Monika saw Song Hao's shocked expression and couldn't help but marvel. However, she didn't show any surprise. She was about to board the train to confirm things with Lin Xian when she noticed that he was already standing at the train door. Team leader Lin? Finished a little faster than expected. Lin Xian said, clapping his hands as he walked down. His hands were spotless, in stark contrast to Song Hao and Zhu Peng, who were covered in grease. Monika's pupils contracted, and she looked up at Song Hao. At this moment, Song Hao, still in disbelief, stammered, Monika, the transmission, electric control, and drive, all the faults are gone. How did he do this? Hearing Song Hao's words, Monika felt a huge weight lift off her shoulders. Excitedly, she turned to Lin Xian and asked, Team leader Lin, you really fixed everything? Of course. Ha ha ha. Shidoan, quite pleased with himself, walked up and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. When it comes to mechanical problems, there's nothing my brother Lin can't solve. Monika, you finally found the right guy. 20 blood crystals is a great deal, huh? 20 blood crystals? Hikun's face darkened as he listened to the conversation. He suddenly felt like he had been played. Hey, Song, didn't you tell me that the transmission shaft magnetizer was broken, the power turbine had issues, and the electric control and shock absorbers had faults? How come all these problems are fixed in 2 hours? Are you messing with me? I didn't do anything. Song Hao was now questioning everything. His face kept changing as he ran a self-check through the train system. The engines and turbines hummed, but no issues popped up. He had thought Lin Xian might have just cleared the alert system and made a show of it, but the actual result showed that Lin Xian really had fixed problems that had plagued the train for over a month in just 2 hours. Hey! Naturally, Hikun didn't believe this. He had lost patience and glared at Song Hao, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Fine. Since you, the beautiful captain, believe your train is fixed, then I guess we won't bother you. But just a friendly piece of advice, train failures are a matter of life and death. You'd better have professionals check it over, or you might run into trouble when it's time to leave the city. And at that point, no one will be able to help you. Damn it, you little son of a bitch, is your tongue swapped with the hair on your head? Did you think I was saying nonsense? Shidoan immediately lost his temper. He shrugged off his coat and was about to charge forward when Lin Xian stopped him with a hand. Don't bother with him. We have other matters to attend to. Lin Xian then stepped forward and spoke to Monika. The advice is reasonable, though. Even if we've fixed it, a check would make you feel more at ease. Monika smiled slightly and said, Song Hao already ran a system self-check. While I don't understand mechanics, I can tell if the turbine core sounds right. Team leader Lin, I'm really grateful. Hikun shot a glance at Shidoan, visibly intimidated. He quickly gestured for his team to follow him, saying, We're leaving. But just as they were about to walk away, he suddenly stopped and turned back to Song Hao and Monika, saying, By the way, about that electric locomotive. You don't need it, right? If you don't, we'll just take it with us. His words were a deliberate probe, trying to see if Monika would get anxious. After all, his information indicated that the Monika Queen train had serious hidden dangers. He had come here thinking it was a big business opportunity, So he was still trying to push for a lower price. Before Monica and Song Hao could respond, another voice interrupted. If you're talking about the two-wheel class locomotives at the West Side Freight Station, sorry, I've already fixed them and taken them. What? Hikan stumbled back in shock, looking at Lin Xian with fear in his eyes. Lin Xian glanced at him. What's the problem? Hikan's eyes went wide with anger. What the hell? That electric locomotive was found by our Gold City team. We were planning to fix it and sell it to a client. Who gave you the right to take it? Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh, looking coldly at Hikan. I took it. So what? You want to steal it back? Ha, a joke. Just because you found it, doesn't mean it's yours. Did you piss on it and leave a mark? Shi Duan chimed in, laughing. Hikan had clearly been treating them like fools. Are you messing with me? Hikan's face turned dark with anger. He reached behind and pulled out a large gun. You're daring to steal from our Gold City team's business? Brothers, get your weapons. Click click click. Before Hikan's men could even draw their guns, 6 battle-ready soldiers wearing Lone Wolf combat exoskeletons quickly surrounded them, guns trained on Hikan's group. The sudden, intimidating display made Hikan's anger die down instantly. He felt a cold chill and hurriedly dropped his gun. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. Beautiful lady boss, I was just targeting that guy. I didn't want trouble with you all. Monica's nuclear-powered train stood nearby, and Hikan knew this was her territory. His target was Lin Xian, the one who had taken their business. He just wanted to save face. If word spread that a repairman had stolen a business deal from a team of hundreds, they wouldn't get any future work in Zilan City. Monica stepped forward with a cold face, the mink fur on her coat fluttering. These two are my guests. If you want to make trouble on my turf, it seems like your team is ready for a confrontation with us. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes suddenly glowed a deep crimson, and a pressure, invisible yet tangible, burst forth, immediately making Hikan's group feel suffocated. Lin Xian and Shi Duan, who were watching from behind, exchanged glances, both surprised by Monica's ability to exert such a powerful force. Song Hao and Xu Kang, witnessing Monica's anger, quietly stepped back. No. How could that be? Hikan quickly realized the situation was no joke, and his team of repairmen was outmatched. He knew he couldn't win this one, so he quickly backed down. Since your train's fixed, we won't bother you. Business is business, we're all just trying to survive here. Don't make it worse and attract the Phoenix Guild's people, right? No need for that, right? As he said that, Hikan and his men raised their hands and started backing off toward the Bigfoot convoy. Monica stared at him without saying a word, making Hikan feel a chill in his heart. He thought to himself that this woman's presence was much more intimidating than it appeared on the surface. He decided not to say anything else, clambering into the vehicle and stepping on the gas to make a hasty retreat. Seeing several people fleeing, Monica didn't intentionally escalate the situation. Brother Shi, Captain Lin, I'm sorry. Monica said apologetically as she walked over. One of her subordinates handed her a box, which she opened to reveal 20 blood crystals inside. Captain Lin, if the Golden City convoy causes you any trouble, please contact me. I will take care of it. Lin Xian reached out to take the box. He was quite satisfied with how Monica handled things and responded, all right, if anything happens to your vehicle, you can also contact me. He looked at Monica, his next words carrying some deeper meaning, at least for these 2 days, I'll cover the after-sales service. Sismo, honestly, this isn't even your problem. The Golden City convoy looks like they're just the type that likes to extort. I've run into these kinds of people many times. I wouldn't even bother with them unless they crossed a line. Shi Duan waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Lin Xian. Brother Lin, the ability tests are now at Longshan and the Infinite Train. Let's stop the small talk and head back. Lin Xian nodded, the timing was right. The blueprint for the Monica Queen was already scanned, saving them the trouble of waiting in line. Alright, I'll take you over there. Monica didn't expect that the mechanical failure issue that could determine the life or death of her convoy would be resolved so easily by Lin Xian. The 20 blood crystals were nothing to her, and she had also made connections with Lin Xian and Shi Duan, 2 powerful convoy leaders. She was in a great mood, smiling as she gave some orders to her subordinates and then drove with Lin Xian and Shi Duan toward Michelle Cathedral. Michelle Cathedral, ability testing square. The square was now in a frenzy, and more survivors gathered from the surrounding streets to watch. News spread like wildfire, and it had been days since the ability testing square in Zilan City had been this lively. The reason was simple. Within 2 hours, 3 people had reached the frenzied level. 2 of them were convoy leaders, Zhu Li and Qi Ondel, who had been escorted into the city the night before by the 7th Investigation Corps. The other was Long Dai, the leader of the Black Child Big Convoy, who had just arrived in Insulin City the afternoon before. Julie, the team leader, had even drunk with Lin Xian yesterday, but to everyone's surprise, he had no ability. Relying solely on his gene evolution, he reached the peak of 700 soul wave value, and with an extreme coefficient of 1.5, his final ability test level reached 1050, qualifying as frenzied level 1000. Long Dai, leader of a 800-person convoy, also had an extreme coefficient of 1.5, his ability peak at 800, and his final test level was 1200. The most surprising was Kiondel, dressed like a wealthy woman, whose ability reached a terrifying 1080 just for the soul wave value peak. Moreover, his extreme coefficient was the highest in the room at 1.7. Thus, the leader of the Joker convoy became the hottest topic of discussion, with a test level of 1836, close to 2000, a true monster. Wow, that guy just looked like a pretty boy, who would have thought his ability level would exceed 1800. Impressive. Without counting the Night Talkers, he's probably the third or fourth strongest survivor in Insulin City. Yeah, at least in the top 5. I remember Ken zooming from the Cosmic Convoy, whose 1972 should place second. The strongest is Han Jun from the Arctic Wind Alliance, the only one to break 2000. That's really something. But he's a convoy leader, probably no one can poach him. Who knows? What if the Arctic Wind Alliance wants to recruit his entire convoy? An 1836 ability user isn't someone who can just be picked up easily. Maybe. No matter how strong, they're still fleeing like us in the dark. Smart people know that group survival is safer. If we join the Arctic Wind Alliance, with their setup, we might even be able to handle A-level eerie entities. The crowd was abuzz with discussions. Even in the midst of an apocalypse, there was no stopping people from gossiping. On the roof of a high-rise building, the woman with mechanical eyes focused on the tested Kiondil from the Joker convoy, analyzing him. Joker convoy, about 400 members, high-level configuration. This Kiondil seems to be familiar with Monica from the North City Queen convoy, and he has good relations with the other convoys that arrived last night. Green Wind, go talk to him. Offer some reasonable terms. If he's unwilling, I'll talk to him personally. Han Jun, dressed in a trench coat, spoke in a calm voice. Beside him, a middle-aged man with a face like red gold, King Zooming, the leader of the Cosmic Convoy, crossed his arms and spoke solemnly. Level 1836, a team of 400 people. Your terms aren't easy to offer. Crossing the abyss, even 2000 isn't guaranteed to survive. Han Jun's gaze was indifferent as he looked at him. If you want to survive, we'll talk. Below, Kiondil stood at the edge of the testing area, casually chatting with Ningjing from Longshan No. 1. Has old Shi and that handsome Guilin arrived yet? Almost there. Ningjing looked at the people from Longshan No. 1 also starting to line up, saying, someone outside told me they've finished their business and should be here in a few minutes. Kiondil rubbed his face, visibly impatient. That machine's ionizing shock is too strong. If I weren't curious about their test results, I would have left already. Standing here isn't good for my skin, Ningjing sighed, but you can't see anything from outside. That's different. Kiondil scanned the crowd outside the square. It's packed with people, and all the buildings upstairs are full. I can't be bothered to squeeze with them, I'll just stay here. At the Infinite Train side, Ningjing had informed Chen Sixuan of Lin Xian and the others' imminent return, as there was no signal inside the arena and their communicators couldn't transmit. Fortunately, Longshan No. 1 had someone stationed outside for communication. Lin Xian's almost back. Chen Sixuan said. Should be here any minute. Miao Lu added, I'm a bit nervous. Me too. Zhao Yuan whispered, knowing her test results wouldn't be great, she still felt a nervous tremor seeing the scene. Don't worry, just take it step by step. The Phoenix Alliance's research is also progressing bit by bit. Shukin reassured them. Right, once we test, we'll know our situation and learn from the experience. Lu Chang said, eager to try. Bao Yuo nodded and glanced at Lu Xingchen not far away. Has Fire Bro fallen asleep? This idiot. Shasha shot an annoyed look, how can he sleep through this? I'm going to wake him up. Don't bother him. Kiki grabbed Shasha, this guy loves to show off, he'll definitely be the last one to go on stage, don't worry. At this, Shasha felt it made perfect sense. Look, here comes Ningjing and the others. Chen Sixuan said, and everyone turned their attention to the front. At this point, most of Longshan No. 1's members, including Dong Tsai, Wang Chong, Zhuang Yu, Yulai Anxing, Zhuanren, and Minutes Ming, had completed their tests. The third in command, Lu Yong, had just stepped onto the soul wave pressure tester. Under the operator's control, a huge mechanical ring emitted a deep electrical surge, flashing with white light. Buzz thump. A chilling ionizing shock flared, and Lu Yong exhaled deeply, then stepped down. Test complete. Peak data, 650. Wow, Captain Lu reached 650, that's already above the diamond level. The Longshan number 1 members began discussing. Impressive, I wonder if he can reach frenzied level. At 650, if his extreme coefficient reaches 1.6, he should break into frenzied level. When the extreme coefficient test ended, Lu Yong's final evaluation level came out. His extreme coefficient was 1.5, and the evaluation level was 975. Everyone was disappointed. 975, damn, so close. They all sighed. The main disappointment was the frenzied level reward from the Phoenix Alliance, a supply vehicle, a cold dark reagent, plus a YJ-03 vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft cannon and 200 rounds of ammunition, which was a hefty sum, even for a large-scale convoy like Longshan number 1. Next in line, Ningjing, Abai, and Zhaoqing had already completed their tests, and the numbers displayed on the pressure tester left everyone, including the Phoenix Alliance staff, in shock. Gene Evolver, Zhaoqing, peak data, 750. Today's first Evolver with no abilities to hit this number. Laser Eyes, Abai, peak data, 1000. The data hit everyone like a bombshell. All eyes turned to the young man in thick sunglasses. Nobody expected this seemingly frail-looking guy to have such terrifying soul wave value density. When Ningjing stepped down, the numbers on the tester refreshed again. 1080. The second 1080 today, the same as Keondil from the Joker convoy. Their extreme coefficients weren't out yet, but just the soul wave value peaks made people on the rooftop, including Han Xun, Green Wind, and King Zooming, glance at each other in shock. Longshan number 1, this convoy is really something. It's a rail convoy, with over 1,000 members. Their firepower should be on par with Ken Zooming's cosmic convoy. Green Wind, who seemed to know everything about Zillan survivor convoys, said, they probably can't be poached though, since they're a rail convoy. Chapter 272, All Violent. The train really isn't as convenient as other vehicles. King Zooming said, eyes sharp. The abyss keeps expanding. For the train convoys, there are fewer and fewer available routes. It won't be long before all these convoys either switch vehicles or adapt to full terrain mode. That said, they're faster than car convoys. A lot of them have already caught up with Dawn Center. Dawn Center? How big is it now? Over 6 million people. Han Jun answered calmly. It's like a long march, no easy road. The last stop in the polar region is only getting more crowded. At that moment, on the testing plaza, the limit coefficients for Ningjing, Abai, and Zhaoqing had just been evaluated. To everyone's surprise, Abai only scored a 1.3 in his limit coefficient, putting his final assessment level at 1,300. It showed that while his ability held strong potential, his individual combat talent and psychological resilience were just average. Ningjing and the others were actually aware of this. A score of 1,300 had already exceeded their expectations. Ningjing's limit coefficient, however, was 1.6, with a final rating of 1728, an absolutely terrifying result. Then Zhaoqing stepped out, and gasps erupted all around. Her limit coefficient had reached 1.8. Genius level. Inside the Gospel Hall of the cathedral, Winzoo's expression showed visible surprise at the scene. This girl actually scored a 1.8. Truly remarkable. And she's a reinforcer, no ability. Zhu Wuer added, snacking while watching from beside him. These two convoys are hiding quite a few experts. They're working with the Phoenix. Winzoo said. Their growth data is extremely valuable to us. He then turned to his assistant. Mark Longshan number 1 as high priority. Raise their attention level to Class A and prep for upload. Yes, sir. The assistant responded immediately. Below the cathedral square, the crowd had already exploded into chatter. 1.8 limit coefficient? Damn, she's a genius. She uses a blade too. Could she be a gene evolver? Holy shit, she looks so badass. This convoy is called Longshan number 1, right? Man, they've got some beasts, 3 berserker levels already. 1728? That's enough to break into the top 10, and it's a woman too. Total powerhouse. On the Infinite Train side, chatter broke out too. Whoa. That's crazy. Sister Jing got a 1728? Chen Sixuan was in disbelief. Ningjing always kept a low profile, but Chen had seen her in action. The Power Queen had real strength, she could punch a snow wraith to death. And that Zhaoqing's also berserker level now. Miaolu let out a soft sigh, face full of awe. She's a gene evolver too, but how is she so much stronger than me? Everyone has different talent and experiences. Shu Ken said. But I feel like we've all made huge progress lately. As long as we stay alive, we'll keep breaking through our limits. Well said. Just as she finished speaking, a bold voice rang out from behind. Everyone turned to see Shidun and Lin Xian finally arriving. Lin Xian. Brother Shi. Just in time. Lin Xian said, glancing behind him. Off the square, Monica was walking up to a high platform she had pre-reserved, smiling and nodding at him. Zhao Qing's different from the rest of you. Shidun said as he noticed the group from the Infinite Train talking about her. She was locked up by some scumbag group. They did all kinds of inhuman experiments on her. Every day was life or death. That's why she doesn't talk much now. Hearing that, Chen Sixuan's expression shifted. She nodded slowly. If she didn't have this kind of talent, maybe she wouldn't have gone through all that. Definitely one of those disgusting dissent faction groups. Kiki muttered angrily, arms crossed and fists clenched. If I ever meet those bastards, I'll crush every last one. Shasha nodded emphatically. Yeah. Traitors. Alright, let's go. Lin Xian motioned ahead. It's your turn now. Brother Shi and I will go last. Nearby, Lu Xingchen lifted his sunglasses as the Infinite Train team was called forward. He stretched dramatically in front of everyone, giving off that master of the world vibe as he walked into the line. I thought you were gonna go last. Kiki said, glancing back at him and chuckling when she noticed the eye patch he was wearing. Please. Lu Xingchen smirked. You think someone like me cares about appearances? If you're weak, putting on a show is pointless. Oh, Shasha laughed. Fire bro, is there anyone who cares more about appearances than you? Wearing his shades, Lu Xingchen didn't mind their teasing at all. With a serene look, he replied, once you sense the flame of the six faces, and realize that in a past life you defeated an unrivaled emperor in the river of time, you'll understand, the will of fire is everything to me. That shut everyone up. We're up. Just then, a staff member walked over. It was Shasha's turn. Kiki, Lu Xingchen, Lin Xian, and Shidun were slated for the last group. Above the square, Wenzhou, Zhu Wuer, and a few others made their way down from the cathedral. All of them, especially Kiki, were high-priority targets on the Phoenix's Nightalker list. Wenzhou watched closely. Only the four of us left. Lin Xian exhaled slightly when he saw the testing instrument. Looked like he wouldn't need to activate his mechanical ability after all. Some of his earlier worries were eased. Kiki looked back. She didn't expect to be the cutoff point. There'll be others arriving in Zilan City in the next couple of days. We're not the last. Lin Xian explained. He recalled the Eagle and Chasing Sun convoys were moving west along the Yunjian mountain range toward Xilan. If all went well, they'd probably arrive within a day or two. As the evacuation deadline approached, more people would show up. That's why the Phoenix usually scheduled evacuations at the very last minute, to help as many as possible. Now it was time. On the Infinite Train side, Chen Sixuan, Biglewo, Shuqin, Lu Cheng, Miaolu, Zhao Yuan, and Shasha, along with the remaining three from Longshan No. 1, stepped up for the test. Walking up to the Soul Wave Value Max Pressure Simulator, Chen Sixuan had a moment of disbelief. She never imagined she'd become a battle-hardened warrior of the apocalypse so quickly. She took a deep breath and stepped up as the Infinite Train's first candidate. Test complete. Peak value, 400, the result stunned her. Across the way, Lin Xian was also surprised. Judging by that score, Chen Sixuan could very well break 500 and hit Vajra level. Seems those recent upgrades helped her a lot. She's no pushover anymore. Lin Xian thought. Most impressive was her observation skills, those weren't reflected in the raw numbers but could be decisive in a fight. Sure enough, when Chen Sixuan emerged from the simulator and the screen showed a limit coefficient of 1.7, Lin Xian nodded. She really is gifted. Whoa, Sister Chen hit 680. Vajra level. Kiki gasped. Lin Xian added, they say Vajra level can solo a C-class Eerie entity. At this rate, she might even be able to take out that pale giant. No doubt. Kiki grinned. She's a sharpshooter. One bullet and that monster's brain is gone. The other scores began coming in. Zhao Yuan had the lowest result, peak value 200, limit coefficient 1.4, final rating 280. But she'd only just evolved, and everyone expected it. Instead of disappointment, she was excited. Evolving meant she wasn't a liability anymore, and she was a solid logistics support on the Infinite Train. Her confidence soared. Then came Lu Cheng and Miaolu. One scored 450, the other 400, both with a limit coefficient of 1.5, final rating 675 and 600. Both had reached Vajra level. Then Biglewo and Shuqin. Biglewo's blood chi ability had skyrocketed to 800. Shuqin, a gene evolver, hit a surprising 700. But with a limit coefficient of 1.6, higher than Biglewo's 1.5, Their final ability ratings were identical, 1120. Both reached berserker level. The results left Lin Xian, Kiki, and Lu Xingqian stunned. Whoa. Big Luo and Sister Shuken are so overpowered. We're bringing back 2 sets of close-in weapon systems now. Kiki cheered. The biggest surprise came last. Shasha emerged from the simulator with a peak value of only 300, but a limit coefficient of 1.8. You little beast. Born to brawl. Kiki ruffled her hair as Shasha blushed and walked back. 540. Vajra level. From now on, go hand to hand. Forget piloting your Sally. Shasha immediately lifted her head and protested, no way. That big guy fights best in my hands. I'm 12, you want me swinging blades at monsters? He just messing with you. Brother Lin, your people are monsters. Shidoan said, chuckling. In his convoy, kids this age were kept safe. Shasha, on the other hand, was piloting mesh like a steel fortress. She's a firepower maniac, loves studying weapons. Don't let her size fool you, she and her brother drove through the darkness themselves. Lin Xian said proudly. Just then, Chen Sixuan returned with the others, smiling. Better than I expected. Lin Xian said. Chen gave him a playful glare. What, did you think I was some fragile lady? I never thought that. Lin Xian replied. You're our navigator. You should be strong. She smiled, a rare, heartfelt smile. Captain Lin. Brother Xian. Shuken and the others joined in. I can't believe I made berserker level. Shuken said. Bigelow nodded. The improvements have been insane lately. No wonder. From Clearwater Town to here, they fought almost non-stop. The Hell's Black Chrysanthemum helped them evolve nightly. Even Zhao Yuan was combat ready now. Speaking of Zhao Yuan, she stood at the back, glancing shyly at Lin Xian. He noticed and gave her an encouraging smile. She let out a deep breath. Even if she was the lowest scorer, Lin Xian had brought her along. That meant he saw her worth, and that meant more to her than any number. All right. Our turn. The staff came over and confirmed their numbers on a mobile terminal. Lin Xian, Shidoan, Lu Xingqian, and Kiki all walked toward the testing platform under countless watchful eyes. Far away, on a rooftop, Hanjun and others leaned forward, watching seriously. Lin Xian and Shidoan, leaders of the Infinite Train and Longshan No. 1. Ken Xuming of the Cosmic Convoy said. One commands over 1,000, the other only 30-something, yet both were given Crimson Phoenix tokens by the Phoenix. They're no joke. With those 3 earlier, Longshan No. 1 has 3 berserker levels now, all with strong scores. Plus over a dozen Vajra levels. This leader definitely has what it takes to run a 1,000-strong mega convoy. And the Infinite Convoy's even more interesting. Fewer people, but they're riding a massive train with a rail-mounted electromagnetic cannon. All elites. They've already got 2 berserker levels. Hanjun's eyes narrowed. Among hundreds of candidates, he could still feel a powerful soul wave value that hadn't yet been revealed. Which meant, it had to be one of these 4. On the Cathedral Plaza, when Zhao, Zhu Wuer, and Peng Peng stood by the base vehicle. Even Peng Peng put away his game console, watching with curiosity. Mechanical ability. I wonder what kind of result it'll show. Thousands of survivors felt the shift in atmosphere. All eyes turned to the platform. Brother Lin, I'll go first. Lu Xingqian stepped up. Dressed in a blazing red hoodie, he stood out like a sore thumb. Zilan City's temperature was minus 50 degrees Celsius, and most survivors wore heavy thermal gear. This guy? Just a single layer. Attention score, maxed out. Lu Xingqian had that classic strongman hairstyle, like a flaming torch. At the staff's signal, he stepped forward casually, arms crossed, eyes gently closed, standing beneath the massive circular testing device, quietly awaiting the scan. Whoa, snap. The ionizing buzz echoed out, drawing everyone's attention. Scan complete. Peak index, 1100. The moment that number appeared, the entire Cathedral Plaza erupted in gasps of astonishment. 1100, today's highest reading, a full 20 points higher than Ningjing and Qiyondil's peaks. The result instantly electrified the crowd. Discussions broke out everywhere. 1100? Who the hell is that? No info on him. Even the nearby survivors weren't the only ones shocked. Wen Zhao and Zhu Wuer were also caught off guard. 1100. That's nuts. Up in the building, Ken Xuming clicked his tongue. Just barely below my 1160 and Captain Han's 1200. This guy's gotta be one of the Infinite Train's main fighters. He's from the Infinite Convoy. Why do they have so many powerhouses? Greenwind's mechanical eye quickly locked onto Lu Xingqian's face and began recording data. Back on the plaza, Lu Xingqian listened to the thunderous chatter around him, cracking a relaxed smile. Like some transcendent master, he strolled down the platform at his own pace. 1,100, huh? Looks like I've been slacking a little in my training. He basked shamelessly in the admiring stares, until they suddenly vanished. He stopped, realizing something was off. Instead of entering the extreme limit testing pod, he turned to look behind him. Because right then, everyone's eyes had shifted toward the girl who'd just flown in. Kiki hovered in midair, arms folded over her chest, her purple hair flowing even without wind. Under the gaze of the crowd, she descended gently onto the testing platform, then turned to the nearby staff. Let's begin. Whoa, snap. The ion surge blasted out. Kiki's eyes glowed faintly, her hair floated upward from the pressure, but the intense force had zero effect on her. Only when she realized the scan had finished did she glance around and mutter, so that's what dying feels like? Doesn't seem that bad. But just as she was about to step down, the entire plaza fell deathly silent. She looked toward the technician, his eyes were wide open in disbelief. Scan complete. Peak index, 1,240. Boom. The silence shattered into chaos. What? On the rooftop, Ken Xuming's face twisted in shock. He dropped his hand and stared down. 1,240? What the hell is this girl's deal? Beep, beep, beep. Greenwind's mechanical eye kept scanning her. No propulsion, no wings. She's flying with some kind of invisible telekinesis. This is beyond weird. Mind control. Psychokinesis type ability? Even Hanjun's ever-calm expression turned serious. Though this had no bearing on him, Phoenix wasn't a competitive group. The fact that someone had surpassed his peak score was still unexpected. Down on the plaza, the uproar only intensified. Holy shit. What's going on? She hit 1,240. That's insane. Even higher than Hanjun from the Arctic Wind Alliance. She can fly too. I knew those convoys had monsters hiding in them. She's nuts. She's a damn witch. In the crowd, Winzao's gaze sharpened as he watched the girl descend from the platform. No doubt she's an S-class ability user. That kind of mind-based growth potential. Probably bottomless. Zhu Wuer popped another snack into his mouth and said lazily, these numbers get reported, HQ's definitely gonna focus more on the infinite convoy. Damn, this little missy is terrifying. Muttered Shidoan, who was next up for testing. He glanced at Lin Xian with awe. Even Lin Xian was visibly surprised. As one of the convoy's key fighters, he knew Kiki was powerful, but 1,240? That was beyond what he'd expected. Not far away, Lu Xingchen saw Kiki stepping down and took a deep breath, muttering with eyes shut, it's fine, it's fine. That girl's a freak. This fire god walks the path of stability. No comparison, no comparison. With that, he stepped into the extreme coefficient testing pod. Finally, it was Lin Xian and Shiduan's turn. The two leaders ascended the stage one after the other. With the shocking results of Lu Xingchen and Kiki still fresh, the crowd held their breath, watching the pair intently. Lin Xian went first. As he stood under the massive testing device, energy waves began swirling above him, humming gently. He closed his eyes, tuning out the stares. Woo-yoo-yoo. The soul wave value peak pressure tester began charging, humming with rising power. Snap. A massive wave of energy surged, slamming into Lin Xian's mind like an invisible pulse. Buzz, his mechanical heart kicked into overdrive. Non-mechanical energy detected. Activating shielding protocols, a HUD flashed before his eyes. Strangely, he didn't feel the overwhelming death-like sensation that Zhu Wuer had warned him about. As the screen faded, a woman suddenly appeared in the darkness before him. Lin Xian's expression changed instantly. It was the same woman he'd seen in his dreams at the Zhang City shelter. She stood clad in strange black full-body armor, wires and tubes feeding into her as she stood atop a testing platform. The moment she sensed Lin Xian's gaze, her eyes snapped open, locking onto him. You again. Who are you? Before Lin Xian could respond, the woman spoke first. Chu Yan, who are you talking to? Lin Xian opened his mouth, only to see a group of lab-coated researchers rush over, checking her vitals in a panic. Yet the woman never broke eye contact. The next second, Lin Xian's eyes flew open, the vision had vanished without a trace. His heart thundered in his chest. He was now certain, the woman he'd seen wasn't some hallucination or dream. He had truly glimpsed someone from somewhere else. And whoever she was, she had a direct connection to him. How else could she have appeared inside his own shelter room? That thought flashed by, but he forced himself to calm down. Shidan was still waiting his turn, eyes on Lin Xian's display. Scan complete. Peak index, 1050. Surprisingly, though Lin Xian's result was high, it didn't surpass Kiki or Lu Xingchen. Damn, brother Lin. 1050 is still awesome. Shiduan looked genuinely impressed. He knew Lin Xian's ability was incredibly versatile, but this showed his combat strength wasn't lacking either. On the side, Winzhou and Zhu Wu exchanged glances, both looking surprised. They had naturally assumed Lin Xian, as the leader, would have the highest stats. This result threw that assumption out. Even those on the outskirts, Monica, Hyundel, Hanjun up on the rooftop, all showed visible surprise. He is only third strongest in his own convoy. Ken Xuming frowned. 1050 is still a savage level score, but I've never seen a leader outclassed by their subordinates. Greenwind muttered, puzzled. In this post-apocalyptic world, ability users and enhancers constantly evolved. With survival and dark entities being humanity's greatest threats, power was the foundation of leadership. Though civilization hadn't fully collapsed, intellect-based teams were rare. Even groups like Phoenix relied on firepower to maintain order. So to folks like Han Jun, this result was weird. We can't judge just yet. Let's wait for the extreme coefficient results. Han Jun said, watching Lin Xian head toward the pod. Those from the Infinite Train, like Chen Sixuan, weren't surprised. They all knew how strong Kiki and Firebro were, but that didn't shake Lin Xian's place at the top. He had founded the Infinite Train from scratch, weapon systems, energy management, and every other survival critical feature. Without Lin Xian, the 30-something people on this train wouldn't have survived the darkness this long. He wasn't just their strongest fighter. From Underground City No. 9, to Yubai Spaceport, Rain Town, Clearwater Town, the snowfields, Lin Xian had cracked the code of survival time and time again, rescuing tens of thousands. What did a peak index even mean in the face of all that? Scan complete. Peak index, 1100, Shiduan's result popped up, and he too headed into the extreme testing pod. Whoosh, the crowd roared again. 4 people, all above 1000, savage tier monsters. Turned out today's main event was saved for last. Now that the show had begun, everyone focused on the final evaluation, eager to see what those 4 would achieve inside the extreme pods. Lin Xian walked in silently, still replaying the image of that woman, Chu Yan. He knew now this wasn't the first time they'd seen each other. Somehow, they'd connected across space. A staff member met him inside and said, "Hello. Please remove your exoskeleton suit. This test doesn't allow external gear." Lin Xian nodded and took off the suit. The test lasts 5 minutes. You'll face various pre-programmed attacks. If you feel unwell, say stop. After stopping, please refrain from using your ability again. Note, all attacks are our projections with no physical substance. Be cautious using your power to avoid self-harm. Didn't sound too hard. He stepped inside and saw a half-sphere room made of high-tech black nanocarbon ceramic alloy, crazy expensive and tough. Waterproof, fireproof, bulletproof, basically a fortress built for ability users to safely go all out in a crisis simulation. Identity confirmed. Test subject ID, D195295527. Lin Xian, please confirm when ready, a mechanical female voice echoed. Lin Xian exhaled slowly. Let's begin. Test commencing, the lights went out, plunging the pod into darkness. Then full hollow visuals lit the walls. Suddenly, Lin Xian stood in a ruined city overrun by zombies. Above, eerie bat-like eerie entities clung to buildings. Thunder boomed overhead. Rain poured. The atmosphere was suffocating. Pretty realistic. He immediately recognized the test format. Well then, zap, 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 mechanical lights flared, lightning crackled from his hands. A transparent force field, like a net barrier, shimmered before him. Simultaneously, countless metallic materials erupted from his surroundings. Back at Michelle Cathedral Plaza, all eyes were locked on the 4 extreme testing pods. Once those results came out, the full ability evaluation rankings would finally be clear. Wenzuo and Zhuwu both had their eyes locked on the test pods where Lin Xian and Kiki were. They were curious, just how high could the maximum coefficient get for a mechanical ability user and a psychic? But just as tens of thousands of people were waiting for the test results, a sudden burst of gunfire rang out in the quiet church plaza. And it wasn't just any gunfire, it was the roar of some kind of heavy-caliber Gatling gun. The sudden outburst made every survivor instinctively shrink back. Their eyes darted around, searching for the source of the sound. Even though most were just watching out of curiosity, survivors were hyper-alert to danger. That sound had instantly triggered a panic, with many assuming it was an attack. Some had even drawn their guns. In a flash, the crowd became chaotic. Even the Phoenix security team and soldiers from the investigation corps were on high alert, scanning for a threat. But just a few seconds later, everyone realized there was no actual danger. The intense gunfire was coming from inside the plaza. To be specific, from one of the extreme testing pods. What the hell's going on? Weren't weapons not allowed inside? Yeah, I saw the staff check everyone. Could it be a false alarm? Like, caused by some ability? Over at the Infinite Train team, Chen Sixuan, Shukin, Luo Yi, and Shasha were all exchanging glances. Once they realized what was happening, the previously serious scene turned a little hilarious. The moment they heard that sound, they instantly knew the reason behind it. Brother Lin, seriously. Shasha stifled a laugh. She'd been inside one of those test pods before. It's a simulated survival environment. It tests not just abilities but also reflexes, environmental awareness, and rapid decision-making. She could already picture exactly what Lin Xian was doing in there. No one had expected the usually noisy plaza to go so quiet, making the gunfire all the more jarring. The Gatling gun's roar echoed again and again. And then, an explosion. Boom. Wenzhuo and Zhuwu frowned, looking toward the source. Since the pod was a sealed environment, no one outside could tell what was going on. Finally, after a confusing few minutes, the testing process for the 4 pods came to an end. At the same time, the sounds of warfare from inside that pod stopped. SHH. The test pod door opened. The staff member standing nearby had already been on edge, her face full of worry and panic. She had done a full inspection on Lin Xian. He didn't have any weapons on him. Now, she was worried she'd missed something crucial. But in just 5 minutes. How the hell could he have pulled out so many weapons? As the door opened, a thick cloud of gun smoke poured out, slowly drifting into the sky. Lin Xian stepped out with a calm expression, waiting for his results. The staffer rushed into the pod in a panic. Instantly, the thick scent of gunpowder hit her. She looked around and saw that all 4 walls, made of nanocarbon ceramic alloy, were covered in dense bullet marks. The formerly black panels now looked like they'd been spray-painted silver. But weirdly, there wasn't a single shell casing or bullet to be found. The entire pod was empty. Apart from the gunpowder smell, nothing else remained. What the hell? She'd been standing closest, and the gunfire inside had sounded like the front lines of a battlefield. How was there nothing left after the test ended? Meanwhile, Kiki had exited her pod and immediately looked toward Lin Xian. She had a knowing smile. She'd heard all the ruckus from inside and had actually been distracted by it, which had slightly affected her performance. Then the results from all 4 testers were finally released. Shiduan and Ningjing both scored a max coefficient of 1.6, with final ability level evaluations at 1760. For a C-class beast-type ability user, that was really impressive. Among the 4, Shiduan's ability was actually the most ordinary. But now that his powerful score was public, no one dared underestimate the leader of the 1,000-person train convoy. On the other hand, Kiki and Lu Xingqian's results also came out. Surprisingly, Kiki also hit a max coefficient of 1.6, but Lu Xingqian scored even higher, 1.7. Looking at his score, Lu Xingqian narrowed his eyes, looking smug. Just as I thought. This kind of talent is something you're born with. Finally winning back some pride, Lu Xingqian was clearly satisfied. With that, the ability level evaluation put Lu Xingqian at 1870, and Kiki at 1984. Seeing her score, Kiki just pouted slightly. She knew the test wasn't actually dangerous, which was why she'd let herself get distracted by Lin Xian's antics and spent half the time trying not to laugh. If she had focused, she might have broken 2000, but she didn't care much. She was already at rampage level. Whether she hit 2000 or not didn't matter to her. 2 rampage levels in a single convoy. This infinite convoy may not have many people, but it's full of hidden monsters, said King zooming, arms crossed as he watched from atop a tall building. Looks like the convoy leader is building an elite team. He added. With so few members in such a big convoy, I bet they're going to get flooded with partnership offers in the next couple of days, said Green Wind. Then she turned to Hanjun. They're also a train convoy. Should we still make contact? Hanjun didn't respond. His eyes were still on Lin Xian's testing pod. Why was his data taking longer than the others? Just then, down at the testing plaza, a result finally started to appear. Everyone stared as a number slowly appeared on the screen above Lin Xian's pod. Hanjun's expression immediately changed. 2. In that instant, the whole church plaza fell deathly silent. Many rubbed their eyes, thinking they'd seen it wrong. That screen had never shown a number different from 1. Wenzhuo and Zhuwu's faces instantly changed. 2? What does that mean? 1.2? Is that a mistake? How could someone hit 2? It's really a 2. Then that means his ability level evaluation is 2100. Holy shit, 2100? That's higher than Hanjun. What the hell is this guy's deal? Seeing the crowd go wild, even Lin Xian looked a little stunned. Inside the extreme test pod, crisis after crisis had been thrown at him. So, he made metal armor, deployed his AT field, and even fabricated weapons on the spot to defend himself. It was intense, but honestly, not as tough as that snowy pursuit yesterday. Still, he hadn't expected a perfect score. That caught even him off guard. There was one catch, though: he hadn't been able to test his AT field's defense. The pod only used holograms and sensory modules, which triggered based on contact. They didn't carry any real force. So, while he avoided hits, there wasn't any actual threat. No wonder Brother Lin pulled it off. Impressive. Shidoan said with a hearty laugh as he walked over. To him, this test was basically just a favor to Phoenix. He didn't care much about the score. He was more pleased about scoring some anti-aircraft guns and other supplies. And after seeing Lin's Yan in action both at the spaceport and the snowfield, Shidoan wasn't surprised in the slightest. A man who could stop a collapsing world with his bare hands, how could he be ordinary? Up in the tower, the looks on Hanjun and the others' faces were priceless. Ken Xuming looked genuinely shocked. He glanced at Hanjun. He never would have guessed that the leader of a convoy with just 30 people would have a higher ability score than Hanjun, the head of the massive Arctic Wind Alliance. It was surreal. Hanjun's expression was serious, but his eyes shone with interest. Staring at the figure in the plaza, he finally said, "It's done. Let's go meet him." Chapter 273, The Supreme Principles. Whoa, that was awesome, Lin Xian. Kiki flew over to him first, her eyes sparkling as she looked him over. Then she leaned in and lowered her voice, "Hey, but weren't you a bit too flashy just now? Aren't you worried they'll say you were cheating?" Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. "Are you stupid? This is literally my ability. How's that cheating?" The test chamber was designed to simulate escape under extreme pressure. Killing was only one aspect. The main challenge was handling omnidirectional attack points, which tested a subject's response capability. Lin Xian, however, not only had an AT field but also steel armor, allowing him to handle every challenge thrown his way. The attack system of the test chamber was quickly overridden by his mechanical heart. At that point, even if Lin Xian didn't try too hard, the chamber couldn't pose much threat to him. So in essence, this test chamber wasn't truly pushing the limits. But given current conditions, it was already a relatively objective setup, and the results could serve as a useful reference. An individual's limit coefficient was essentially a fixed value. Once the Phoenix released their portable peak detection devices, ability users would be able to track changes in their ability level with precision. The test concluded, and Wenju held a mobile terminal as he reviewed the collected data. Then he signaled his team to begin the wrap-up process. Compared to 2 weeks ago, the evolution rate of ability users has accelerated quite a bit. Wenju said, glancing at his watch. Unless there were special circumstances, Phoenix's ability assessments were always conducted during the day. It was already 3:20 p.m., so the newly arrived survivors would have to wait until tomorrow for their turn. Fleeing for their lives, surviving against all odds. Anyone who's still alive by now owes it at least partly to luck, no matter how capable they are. Zhu Wuer said. After a round of tests, it was rare to see anyone with a limit coefficient below 1. It was a harsh form of natural selection. Psychological resilience and physical condition were critical factors in survival. As a courier, Zhu Wuer had seen his share of hellish scenes. This didn't faze him anymore. When Zhu glanced at him, his eyes shifting subtly, then turned to instruct his team to begin the final round of public education. With the test over, many of the onlookers began to disperse, chatting about the Infinite Convoy and Dragon Mountain No. 1. But for most survivors, unless they had a reason to connect, these discussions were just idle curiosity. After all, none of this directly affected their own survival. At most, the more powerhouses the city had, the more secure the average survivor felt. The hundreds who had just completed their tests were still in the Cathedral Plaza, waiting. They hadn't left yet because they were expecting a training session from Phoenix, and more importantly, to receive supplies. Even evolution-level survivors got a box of supplies. No one was going to say no to free stuff. Lin Xian, Kiki, and Firebro regrouped with Chen Sixuan and the others. Just then, staff from the Nightwalkers organization began gathering everyone in Central Plaza. All eyes turned to a short-statured young man wearing the black metallic trench coat standard for the Nightwalkers as he walked up to the peak soul wave value detector. Wenju. It was rumored among survivors in Zilan City that these trench coats didn't just offer defense, they could also mask one soul wave fluctuations, which Phoenix believed helped Nightwalkers avoid being detected by eerie entities. As Wenju stepped forward, he casually waved his right hand, and the massive soul wave peak detector behind him emitted a low hum and slid several meters to the side on its own, clearing a wide space for him to stand. That one simple motion instantly hushed the crowd. Everyone stared at the seemingly short man, eyes wide. What the hell just happened? That machine? What kind of ability is that? SHT, that thing's got to weigh at least 10 tons. Nightwalkers really are terrifying. Watching all this unfold, Lin Xian couldn't help but frown at the man. Then he looked at Kiki and noticed she wore the same puzzled expression. Psychokinesis? Sort of. Kiki murmured with a frown. But it feels different somehow. Good afternoon, survivors. I'm Wenju, team leader of Phoenix's Nightwalkers organization, Starfire Division 3, Zilan Operations Team. Wenju's voice was calm and rational as he scanned the crowd. First, thank you all for supporting Phoenix's work under such circumstances. Your data has now been entered into Phoenix's system. You can think of this as your new citizenship number under Phoenix. As usual, after an ability test, it's our responsibility to educate you on the fundamentals of abilities. We hope this helps you better defend yourselves against the darkness. It's been 92 days since Apocalypse Day. Date ID, D92. If you've survived this long through these catastrophic events, then you must have your own understanding of abilities. Our research at Phoenix is far from complete. The Nightwalkers are still actively studying the impact of the dark tides on humanity. For many of you, this power may mean evolution, mutation. But on a global scale, it represents ecological collapse and the death or zombification of over 10 billion people, a civilization-level catastrophe. If the darkness is a flood, then those of you standing here are the lucky few who learn to swim. But the waves haven't stopped. And swimming alone won't keep you alive. Phoenix has invested immense manpower and resources into ability research. The Nightwalkers now number over 40,000, and globally, over 300,000 ability users have been documented. As a leading organization in preserving human civilization, Phoenix believes it is our duty to share the knowledge we've gathered, to help you understand this power and use it wisely, so we can all survive to see the next dawn. Everyone in the plaza stood a little straighter. All of them had escaped chaos, horror, and death just to make it this far. Phoenix had not only committed to researching abilities but had also shared information through radio envy's outposts, providing supply support. Because of this, nearly everyone had a strong respect and appreciation for Phoenix. Due to time constraints, we won't go into the full details of the dark tides, the polar night, and ability classifications. Those are available via global broadcast or local materials you can pick up here shortly. I'll focus on training you in 3 key pieces of information. Key information? The crowd instantly perked up. Oh boy, here comes the good stuff. Hearing that, Shiduan shouted to the team behind Dragon Mountain number 1, listen up, this might just save your ass down the line. Got it. The group responded in unison. Over on the Infinite Train side, Chen Sixuan and the others had gathered around Lin Xian. They were up front, clearly intrigued. His materials should be in the fire book, but the method is worth studying. Lin Xian said. Others had perked up too, Julie, Qiandel, and members from the 5 convoys that had defended the front line, plus several that had entered the city just yesterday. The first point, for gene evolvers, surviving extreme danger can trigger major boosts in bodily function, near-limit breakthroughs. The closer to death you've been, the more obvious the evolution. Depending on your physical traits, you might develop strengths in things like power or recovery, some even becoming like giants or blood-fueled ability users. When you address the crowd, the difference between ability users and gene evolvers is mainly physical. Ability users show soul wave fluctuations when activating their powers, others can sense the energy. But gene evolvers don't. Based on our extensive data, both are influenced by cold dark fundamental particles, but gene evolvers represent an internal push, constant breakthroughs in human limits and physical enhancement. If they're not using their power, they look just like normal people. Our Nightwalkers believe these are 2 distinct branches of development. Gene evolvers focus on martial arts, strength, speed, durability, and healing. Ability users, on the other hand, have a power core that can convert those particles into ability effects. Put simply, it's mental energy. Mental energy is also key to resisting dark invasion. Ability users only need to strengthen this to get stronger. Gene evolvers need to push both body and mind. That makes life a lot harder for regular folks who aren't ability users. But ability users also have weaknesses. Apart from strength-based ones like giants or blood-fueled types, most have lower efficiency in physical training. In other words, if they try to train their bodies, they'll fall behind gene evolvers. Some might dismiss this, but trust me, it matters. The disasters and eerie entities we face are getting stronger. Most abilities are narrow in scope and lack mobility. In these situations, you either rely on your team or an exosuit. But both are external. They can't guarantee personal survival. That's why Phoenix recommends all ability users train their bodies too. That's easy for you to say. Someone suddenly cut in from the crowd. Didn't you just say training efficiency is lower? Why waste time when I could be leveling up my ability? Heads turned toward the voice. A burly middle-aged man stood there, wrapped in a black down coat, wearing sunglasses under a snow cap, looking very much like some street gang boss. Ningjing and Chen Sixuan immediately recognized him. That was Long Dai, leader of the Blackie convoy. A berserker-level ability user with a 1,200-point rating, one of the strongest convoys in the city. On stage, Wenju replied calmly, "Like I said, it's a recommendation. I believe most ability users are already aware of this. Their powers might be strong, but their weaknesses are just as clear." That statement got nods of agreement from many in the crowd. Lin Xian felt this deeply. Without an exosuit, he was pretty vulnerable. If it weren't for his backlash move giving him mobility, he'd be in real trouble facing large eerie entities. Zombies were manageable. But those thick-skinned monsters like the Pale Giant? His wind cannon, ice wall, all his gear and traps, none of them guaranteed results. Even the infinite train nearly got flipped once, and that was just a C-class eerie entity. Fire Bro and Kiki had it even worse. Their defense was way too low. Without team cover, a single bullet could end Fire Bro. Even though Kiki had picked up a force field and could fly now, her petite frame still couldn't handle the constant onslaught from monster tides. Someone like Shukin, on the other hand, while lacking massive damage output, could handle danger with grace. If she weren't stuck on the train, she'd have great odds surviving alone. Weaknesses? I don't think so. Long Dai said from the crowd, clearly not buying Wenju's take. You know what abilities are? They're basically fucking magic. No matter how strong a normal person gets, they can't fly, right? He laughed and looked around. No offense to Eugene Evolvers. Just my 2 cents. His comment instantly sparked a lively debate. Yeah, no matter how strong your fists are, they can't beat bug armor or beast claws. And don't even mention the ones that spit fire or shoot lightning. Mobility can totally be replaced by power armor. A bunch of voices chimed in agreement with Long Dai. Wenzuo let out a small sigh at that, just about to speak when Zhuo, standing off to the side of the platform, cut in first. It's not just about mobility. Your body's agility and recovery are part of the equation. Sometimes, to fully leverage your ability, your physical attributes need to be up to par too. It all works together, you can think of it like that. His explanation instantly clicked for a lot of people. But Long Dai wasn't buying it. He crossed his arms and looked at Zhuo with a challenging stare. Let me ask you this, are you an ability user? Yes. Zhuo replied calmly. What's your ability peak value? 700. And your limit coefficient? 1.8. That number caused an immediate stir among the crowd. Doing the math, even though Zhuo's peak value was just 700, his ability evaluation rating came out to 1,260, higher than Long Dai's 1,200. Long Dai frowned. So with a limit coefficient that high, your body's probably pretty solid, huh? Does that mean I definitely wouldn't be a match for you? The moment he said that, a wave of unease spread through the onlookers. That tone, it sounded like he was trying to provoke the Night Talkers. On stage, Wenzuo shot a glance at Zhuo, but Zhuo didn't even look his way. Instead, he smiled and said, theoretically speaking, ability evaluation ratings don't fully represent a person's combat power. We've already covered that. But if it helps everyone better understand how important physical skills are when using your ability, I don't mind showing you. Whoosh! Zhuo's words made the crowd erupt. Even people who had been getting ready to leave the cathedral plaza came rushing back to see the show. Sounded like a survivor was challenging someone from the Night Talkers, a first in Zealand City. Alright. Long Dai's eyes lit up with anticipation. He stepped forward, waved to clear a space, shrugged off his coat and handed it to one of his guys, and said to Zhuo, to be honest, I never really cared about this whole limit coefficient thing. Perfect? Let me see how your 700 goes up against my 800. Fair warning, I'll hold back a little, but if you get hurt, that's on you. Hey, now this is interesting. A duel. Shiduan said with interest. Though this Night Talker's ability evaluation doesn't seem as high as I expected. Ningjing commented. Lin Xian joined in, Zhuo's from the courier unit. Combat might not be their specialty, but even so, I think their understanding of abilities runs deeper than ours. Hyundil nodded. I agree. Still, looks like we're in for a good show. Whoa, they're really about to throw down. On the infinite train, Shasha hopped up onto Luo Yi's shoulder to get a better view. Kiki flew up next to her, grinning, I'm betting the big guy loses. Shu Ken frowned slightly. That's a big gap in ability peak values. Can this really end quickly? Very nice. A duel of strength and philosophy, what fun. Lu Xingchen seemed genuinely interested, stepping out of the crowd to find a good spot to watch. Lin Xian kept his gaze on Zhuo. He'd always been curious about Zhu's ability that could conjure items out of nowhere, Now he wanted to see it in action. Up on the stage, Wenzuo crossed his arms and sighed. Zhu Wu'er glanced at him, and Wenzuo muttered under his breath, always causing trouble. Don't hurt anyone. Zhu Wu'er just grinned and winked at Peng Peng. Peng Peng got the cue and flicked his finger, releasing an invisible wind blast into the air. Zhu Wu'er's eyes sharpened, and he leapt up, using the wind burst to launch himself tens of meters across the air, landing right in front of Long Dai. Guts. Just for that, I respect you Night Talkers. Long Dai grinned. Let's be clear, I got nothing but respect for your Phoenix folks. I won't go all out, so don't get mad. You're too kind. Let's not waste time, shall we begin? Zhu Wu'er smiled. With that, the crowd quickly cleared the area. Zhu Wu'er didn't hesitate at all. His eyes even showed a hint of excitement as he made the first move. He dashed forward with shocking speed, feet pushing off left and right, body almost parallel to the ground, a blur racing toward Long Dai like a gust of wind. Long Dai dropped his smile, face turning sharp. This wasn't his first life or death fight. When it was time to throw down, he never played around. He clenched his right hand, then suddenly thrust his palm forward. A powerful shockwave burst out. Boom. In an instant, the snow covering the entire sector in front of him exploded upward, blasting into a storm of icy dust that swallowed Zhu Wu'er completely. Smart, he saw Zhu's speed and countered with wide-range suppression. Shockwave, huh? Looks a bit like your ability. Lin Xian said to Kiki up front. Kiki hovered nearby with her arms crossed. Not quite. He has to use his body to trigger it, mine's Mendel. Just like how fire can't control flames with thought alone, judging by the force, Long Dai's ability definitely had destructive potential. With a peak value over 1000, he was already above frenzied level. Not someone to take lightly. After unleashing his move, Long Dai didn't let his guard down. His shockwave worked like a radar, it reflected off surfaces and helped detect enemies. He already sensed it, Zhu Wu'er was no longer where he should have been in that cloud of snow. Behind me. Swish. Long Dai's eyes flared, he heard a subtle gust from behind. Without thinking, he spun and sent out another strike, but suddenly, it felt like he slammed into an invisible wall. The shockwave backfired, blasting him away, his skin rippling from the impact, even spitting from the recoil. Darkness blurred his vision for a second. When he came to, he saw it, a massive riot shield from the investigation corps had appeared behind him out of nowhere. The backlash nearly knocked him out cold. And before he could even steady himself, something locked onto his arm. But Long Dai wasn't easy prey. He stepped down, yanked his arm, and tried to twist around to catch Zhu Wu'er. Not so fast. He hadn't even caught sight of Zhu Wu'er's face, but he'd already been countered once, that alone made him furious. Now he saw an opening and moved to unleash another wide-range shockwave. But just as he raised his right arm, and before he could gather strength with his left, click, something latched onto him again. Hey! He roared, trying to break free, but his wrists had already been cuffed with some kind of metal restraints. Thick cables retracted with lightning speed, binding his arms to his chest, completely neutralizing his shockwave ability. Then, wham, a sweeping strike knocked his legs out from under him, sending him face first toward the ground. And right in front of his falling face, a dagger appeared, stabbed into the ground, its glinting blade aimed squarely at his forehead. Hiss. In that instant, Long Dai felt death breathing down his neck, his heart nearly stopped. Gasps rippled through the crowd. It was too fast, way too fast. From an outsider's view, that exchange lasted less than 5 seconds, and a 1200 rated frenzied level ability user was already inches from death. If Long Dai's head hit that blade, there'd be no saving him. Even Lin Xian, Shidoan, Ningjing, Qiandel, and folks on the outskirts, Han Jun, King Xuming, Green Wind, Monica, all widened their eyes. Then, just as Long Dai's face was about to hit the dagger, his massive body suddenly stopped midair, frozen in place. He stared at the blade in front of him, breathing out frosty air, sweat pouring off his forehead. Behind him, the snow settled, and Zhu Wu'er stood calmly, smiling, holding a steel cable that had caught him just in time. Careful. Falling like that could get you hurt. Zhu Wu'er gave the cable a tug and lifted Long Dai, who was built like a bear, back upright with one hand. Wenzuo on stage just shook his head. Even Peng Peng looked unbothered, like this was the outcome he'd expected all along. But everyone else, Long Dai, the ability testing team, and the thousands of spectators in the plaza, were completely stunned. A 1200 rated, high-tier shockwave ability user nearly got taken out in 5 seconds. That was just terrifying. Lin Xian and Shiduan exchanged serious glances. They knew, this wasn't about ability peak values. It was about skill, physical ability, and high-level tactical awareness. Long Day's power might be effective against zombie hordes, but against a smart, experienced opponent, his flaws were fatal. Life or death in the blink of an eye. Zhu Wuer's move was a masterclass for all survivors watching. Long Day, panting hard with lingering fear, looked down at the dagger, then at the cuffs on his wrists. That moment of helplessness, unable to use his ability, was a wake-up call. Just like Zhu Wuer had said, to fully use your ability, your physical foundation has to keep up. Apologies. I hope you're not hurt? Zhu Wuer flicked his wrist, making the dagger and restraints disappear, then grinned at him. Long Day turned to him with a complicated look. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Instead, he motioned for his guy to bring his coat back. Zhu Wuer didn't push it. He just turned and walked back to the Nighttalker's side like nothing had happened. In just a brief moment, the true weight of the Nighttalkers was fully revealed. Right then, everyone's gaze toward the Nighttalkers subtly changed. A 5-second takedown by someone with an ability peak of 700, crushing a high-tier ability user with a peak of 1000, this demonstration made everyone start treating the concept of the limit coefficient as a serious and authoritative measure. So it turns out, the strongest isn't the ability itself, but the one who knows how to wield it. By now, everyone should have a basic understanding of the limit coefficient and physical fitness. On stage, Wen Zhu continued calmly, in short, no matter how powerful the ability is, it still depends on how it's used. Training your mental strength will raise the energy density of your ability and improve resistance against dark invasion, but if your body can't handle it, it's still extremely dangerous. At this point, the entire venue had gone silent. No one dared question it anymore. Next, let's talk about the second point. Whether you're an ability user or a gene enhancer, the source of this evolutionary power, namely cold dark fundamental particles, comes from two main channels. First is the darkness, our bodies passively absorb it. The second is killing eerie entities. When they die, they release a visible black mist of dark energy, which the human body absorbs as well. The issue is, this power causes irreversible damage. Once it surpasses a person's limit threshold, mutation is extremely likely. That's why we extract cold dark reagents from eerie blood crystals. It's a relatively safe method of absorption. To better neutralize and balance this power, Phoenix encourages sunlight exposure and drinking vegetable juice. Evolution takes time. Even we Nighttalkers follow a strict standard, no more than 1 dose per day. Please keep that in mind. Lastly, the third point, training abilities and physical techniques follow the same rule, repetition. Some of you may worry about energy levels, but the more you use your ability, the more you'll understand it. Same goes for gene enhancers, it's like training muscles. Since the human body evolves quickly, it needs high-calorie intake and constant training to adapt to pushing past limits. There's also the matter of development. Abilities have many potential directions for growth. Think of it like fighting techniques. Even if an evolver's physical strength improves, mastering techniques boosts combat power even more. Phoenix has a guidebook that collects and compiles various development methods. I suggest everyone study it thoroughly. Hearing that, Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. He'd been struggling to develop his fire-type ability, constantly trying to boost the power of his moves. After seeing Peng Peng's vortex technique, he felt like a whole new world had opened up. If the air-type could be developed so broadly, his fire-type surely had even more potential. Let's go grab a copy later. Lin Xian turned back to the team. He knew how important that guide was. There was no way they'd broadcast this kind of detailed info. Only Phoenix strongholds offered access to it. Got it, Kiki said excitedly. Phoenix really has everything thought through. Chen Sixuan added. They're like a big parent figure, slowly raising us up so more of us have a chance to survive. Shukin nodded at that. It's a blessing in a storm. When Apocalypse Day just started, it was pure despair, dead bodies everywhere. Look at these survivors. I guess less than 10,000 people managed to escape a whole city. With billions mutated, the land was crawling with zombies and corpses. Less than 1% of human civilization made it out alive. No communication. Silence for thousands of miles. A doomsday reality that could crush the spirit of any survivor. Now, with Phoenix rebuilding a rescue government, supporting survivors worldwide and guiding everyone toward dawn, it was the last voice of human civilization echoing through the radio waves. That's all the key info our Nighttalkers have summarized. We hope it helps all ability users and gene enhancers out there. We also hope you'll hold on with Phoenix until dawn comes and the dark tides recede. As Wen Zhu finished speaking, the crowd quieted down and looked toward the stage. After this, you can claim free supplies from Phoenix based on your ability assessment score. If you need further help, Zilin City has 12 emergency aid stations offering free medical care and survival guidance. Right now, Phoenix's refugee aid camps are severely over capacity, and the defense forces are stretched thin. Biohazards are frequent, and the daily death rate exceeds 5%. Defense unit casualty rates are over 3%. So we're calling for more capable individuals to join in protecting civilians. Phoenix is recruiting publicly, for night talkers, researchers, admin, military medical teams, logistics, and more. If you're willing to seek shelter and contribute to humanity's survival, head to the emergency stations to sign up. At that, many people's expressions turned grim. Daily death rate? Counting deaths by the day. It sounded as brutal as a world war. Defense unit death rate at 3%. Doesn't that mean 1,200 night talkers die every single day? Chen Sixuan's face was cold. That's terrifying, they're night talkers. So what? We came from Maple City, and every large convoy we passed on the way had over 5%, sometimes even 10% death rates whenever night fell. No one makes it through unscathed. Captain Julie from the defense line side, our convoy lost half our people in the past month. New blood just keeps coming in. Sometimes we merge with other convoys along the way. My deputy commander had half his head eaten by an eerie entity just last week. Trying to cover for us. That's why. Hyundel, standing at the front, took a deep breath. Even knowing the polar night is drawing closer, convoys in this city refuse to leave early. Everyone just wants to stick with Phoenix's main forces during the evacuation. We've seen too much death. People go numb. A place like this, if it weren't for the damn dark tides, people would stay here even if it dropped to -50. Tell me about it, said Shidoan, arms crossed and brow furrowed. I've got over 1,000 people, families with kids. The last thing I want to see is another death. Negative emotions spread fast. The weak will even mutate under dark invasion. That's why every carriage is equipped with alarm systems, to catch problems early. Shukin, Lu Chang, Miaolu, and the others all nodded in silent agreement. Zhao Yuan's gaze dimmed. Before joining the Infinite Train, death was a daily thing in their convoy. And she knew, those who died were usually the ones on the fringes, the ones with weak abilities or no protection. Zhao Yuan had lived under that shadow. She desperately wanted to grow strong, to be someone her team could rely on. Since boarding the Infinite Train, Lin Xian's presence gave them all a sense of safety. And in this crumbling world, her heart had quietly grown attached to the figure who kept stepping up to protect them. Lin Xian's expression turned solemn too. He recalled that convoy buried in the snow at Yasatai Mountain, over 100 men and women, even a pregnant woman among them. Every step forward had been life or death. These tens of thousands in Zilan City? Just the lucky few from the hundreds of cities scattered across this massive land. Besides the supplies handed out after ability assessments, the rescue stations also stocked plenty of weapons and ammo for convoy distribution, rifles, antibiotics, bullets, food, all given out per person. Phoenix wanted to arm every survivor, to save as many lives as possible. This was a long march, a journey to find hope in the middle of an exodus. And it was done with zero reservations, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Alright. That concludes the information we needed to share with all the new convoys arriving in Zilan City. Wenju swept his gaze across the crowd. By protocol, allow me to reiterate Phoenix's highest creed to all our new citizens. He stood at attention, raised his right fist to his left chest, his face solemn. And at that moment, everyone in the plaza, from the joking Zhu Wuer to Peng Peng, to the soldiers of the 7th Investigation Corps, every single member of Phoenix followed suit. I pledge to fight for the survival of human civilization for the rest of my life. I will burn my bones as fuel, turning eternal night into day, and swear to protect the flame of civilization. The next moment, the entire Phoenix force shouted in unison, burn our bones as fuel, turn eternal night into day, protect the flame of civilization. In that instant, all the chatter ceased. Even the spectators around the edges of the plaza stood still, their faces solemn. A wave of sorrow and unyielding resolve swept across the square. Watching this, Lin Xian felt a ringing in his ears. His eyes swept across the plaza. Those soldiers, those staffers, no matter where they faced, they all stood tall and shouted that soul-shaking creed. And at that moment, he finally understood those who had marched into death in Yubai City. He thought of Bei Xiuang, Zhang Dingzong, and even Yu Yuing, who, despite arguing endlessly with Go Lao, still chose to set aside his differences and join the scientific collaboration the moment he heard their research had made a breakthrough. Chapter 274, Free Activities. The ability testing had concluded, and the Infinite Convoy reaped massive rewards. 5 Rampage level, 4 Titan level, and 1 Evolution level ability users. Thanks to this, they received a significant amount of supplies and weapons from the Phoenix. After providing blood samples in cooperation, Lin Xian's team received a total of 5 pickup supply trucks, 13 crates of standard survival goods, 5 vials of cold dark reagent, 4 heavy machine guns with 4,000 rounds, as well as 5 YJ-03 vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft cannons and 1,000 shells. This YJ-03 cannon was a medium-caliber 80mm weapon, capable of both altitude coverage, 3,000 to 7,800 meters, and damage effectiveness. It had a firing arc from -10 degrees to +85 degrees, making it suitable for both low-altitude air targets and ground targets. For a regular convoy, this level of firepower was already considered heavy. While it couldn't compare to the 1,130 close-in weapon systems or rail-mounted electromagnetic cannons, its advantages lay in its compact size and automated target acquisition and firing. The only drawback was the manual reloading process, which meant Lin Xian would need to build a few more PX-05 robots to support its use on the Infinite Train. Over on the Dragon Mountain No. 1 side, they had a large headcount, 4 Rampage level, a dozen Titan level, and dozens of Evolution level ability users. While most were genetic evolvers, their combat capabilities were formidable. The team secured a huge haul from the Phoenix, much to the delight of Shiyuan, Ningjing, and the others. With 5 additional vials of cold dark reagent in hand, Lin Xian decided not to trade his eerie blood crystals with the Phoenix for more of the reagent. Instead, he sent Chen Sixuan to lead a group to trade for essential survival items with other convoys. Right now, there were many convoys gathered in Zilan City. Basically, anything they needed could be bartered from someone. The Infinite Train had a decent amount of space. Previously, they'd scavenged here and there, but their biggest gains had come from bartering with Tanghai and at Hangshan Pass Station. Now that the ability testing was done, Lin Xian shifted strategies and split the team into 3 groups. Chen Sixuan, Big Luo, Miaolu, and Zhao Yuan took a few others to purchase supplies. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen wasn't left too idle. Shu Ken and Lu Chang were tasked with escorting him and Shasha to safely transport the Phoenix-acquired goods back to the Infinite Train. The armor welding work on the train should be wrapping up soon. Due to the situation involving Hikun of the Golden City convoy, Lin Xian also gave Shu Qian and Lu Xingchen a heads-up, asking them to keep a close eye on the Dragon-class electric locomotive they had recovered. But with the testing at Michelle Plaza now over, the Infinite Convoy's reputation had likely spread far and wide. They were parked right next to Dragon Mountain No. 1, under the watch of over 1,000 people on Shiduan's side. The Golden City convoy probably wouldn't dare cause trouble now. At that moment, Lin Xian had Kiki take him to a separate location. The Zilan Weapons Manufacturing Plant. Tonight, he planned to upgrade the Infinite Train's armor, weapon systems, and internal facilities. Thanks to the Monica Queen's blueprints, he had better designs for integrated power systems, air circulation, lifts, weapon bays, even blast doors. He had to make the most of this window of time to get things done. His goal at the now abandoned plant was to search for any large-scale equipment he could repurpose. If he could find something like a fully automated shell pressing machine, he could dedicate an entire train car to ammunition production, drastically speeding up the reloading and remanufacturing process, sparing him the manual labor. Cold wind howled as distant artillery echoed from Zilan City's defensive walls. The 7th Investigation Corps manned the anti-air front line around the clock. Phoenix had a well-stocked ammo supply, and the Dawn Center had kept military logistics running up until 3 days ago when the extreme cold vortex hit. For this massive migration, Phoenix had consolidated every combat resource from nearby regions. These monsters are attacking around the clock. The attacks are getting more frequent and more intense, probably tied to the approaching polar night, Kiki said, watching the distant battlefront from high above. Lin Xian glanced at the swirling vortex above. Dark clouds loomed, cobalt lightning occasionally flashing through the stormy sky like some cosmic beast pressing down on the snowfields in Zilan City, sending a chill through his chest. It could be related to the vortex too, he muttered, brows furrowed. Though the city seemed calm, unease gnawed at his mind. Maybe it was the eerie entity Abai had seen. Or the strange snowfield eerie tide. Or those mysteriously wiped out markers. All of it felt wrong. So even though the city's survivor convoys seemed more relaxed now, Lin Xian stayed on guard. Hey, don't you think those Nighthawkers are way more powerful than we expected? Kiki recalled Zhu Wuer's earlier performance, still shaken by it, especially since Long Dai's attack style had resembled hers, making the comparison feel personal. Lin Xian looked at her and said, that's expected. The Nighthawker's biggest advantage over other ability users is access to information. Even though it's only been 92 days since Apocalypse Day, humanity's evolution has progressed rapidly. We've been groping our way forward in isolation, but they've been pooling data from over 40,000 Nighthawkers worldwide. Their understanding of abilities is way ahead of everyone else. Plus, they're already using things like cold dark reagents to enhance their abilities. Combined with the intensive training they go through, it's no surprise they're so strong. Kiki nodded in agreement. Yeah. Makes sense. You're probably wondering why Long Day I lost so fast, right? Lin Xian asked. Kind of. Lin Xian let out a long breath, his gaze sharpening. Don't be fooled by Zhu Wuer's carefree act. When he fights, he's decisive. From his very first move, he went all out. Aside from holding back on the final strike, he fought like it was life or death against an eerie entity. Long Day I might have been cautious, but he was already a step behind in sheer momentum. That told Lin Xian one thing: Zhu Wuer had clearly faced way more life or death situations than Long Day I ever had. But going up against you wouldn't be so easy. He added, turning to Kiki. Your psychic type ability has full range defense. You're not that easy to pin down. Well, Kiki grinned. But seriously, I learned a lot this time. I can tell my ability has a lot of room to grow. Of course. You're only at the rampage level, plenty of room to level up. As they talked, the two had already arrived at an industrial zone. What first came into view was a cluster of rust-covered steel structures. The towering smokestacks loomed like inverted black swords piercing through the curtain of snow. In the open spaces around the warehouses, camps from various convoys were set up, with thin streams of smoke curling up from scattered fires used for warmth. There had to be at least 100 convoys in this area. Lin Xian and Kiki even saw large vehicles cutting up steel plates and materials hauled out from abandoned factories, prepping them for vehicle modifications. Everything useful in this industrial zone had long been stripped away. Even half-decent iron doors had been dismantled, leaving only towering lava towers, forging hammers, and various conveyor systems behind. Places like this were always the first to be scavenged by survivors. Lin Xian had expected this, so his goal was to find the kind of stuff survivors couldn't take with them. The two of them swept through the air and dove straight into the search, scanning various large workshops for their target. Sure enough, it didn't take long before they struck gold inside a weapons factory's steel workshop, the air thick with the scent of rust. An arc smelting furnace, a CNC forging press, a triple defense system filling line, a ceramic plate sintering furnace, a Kevlar weaving machine, a deep bore gun barrel drill, and exactly what Lin Xian had been looking for, a fully automatic shell casing press. The problem? They were massive. The scale of the Zilan weapons manufacturing factory far exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. Even the 6-axis robotic arms in the welding shop were monstrous. No wonder no one's interested. This place makes stuff for tanks and rail cannons. You can't carry it, can't dismantle it. Even to run one of these, you'd need intelligent system debugging and at least a few hundred engineers just to maintain and operate them. Hey, Kiki pointed at the 6-axis robotic arm on the loading line. Why not start with that one? Begin with the small stuff. Lin Xian let out a helpless sigh. Small, she said. That thing was at least a dozen tons and more intricate than a car or train. Swallowing it was going to be a serious challenge. Alright, I'll start with that. At the moment, this 6-axis robotic arm seemed like the easiest thing to take on. And if he got lucky and scanned a full blueprint, he could maybe install two in carriage number 11, dedicated to loading and unloading mechas. That would solve a major logistical headache. There were also a few smaller machines around, but Lin Xian was here for materials. He wasn't too interested in injection molding machines or their blueprints. After he finished with the robotic arm, he'd check if he could get the arc smelting furnace. The arc smelting furnace was built with high-grade silicon carbide and high-temp alloy steel, and its complexity wasn't too high, good for material harvesting. The fully automatic shell casing press, on the other hand, was a bit large. He'd see if he could simplify it into subsystems after scanning. Without a blueprint, he was basically clueless about how it worked. No time to waste. It was already close to 16:00, about 2 hours before nightfall. He had to move fast. Lin Xian powered up his exosuit and leapt from the maintenance ladder of the loading line to the side of the robotic arm. Taking off his gloves, he reached out and started scanning and devouring it. Scan progress, 1%. As soon as he started, Lin Xian realized this thing would take over an hour to scan. Devouring it would take at least another hour. If he wanted to deal with the arc smelting furnace and the shell press too, he'd be working past nightfall. Seeing Lin Xian at work, Kiki, clearly restless, said, "You do your thing. I'm gonna look around, okay? Don't wander too far. I can't be distracted." I won't. Kiki knew full well Lin Xian needed protection right now, so she simply flitted about the massive factory, curiously peeking at everything. Through the communicator, Shu Ken's voice came in, reporting that all the supplies from the Phoenix had been moved back onto the Infinite Train. At the same time, the right side armor plating had been installed. Chen Sixuan, who was in charge of purchasing train essentials, had also returned and was asking Lin Xian what the next step was. Lin Xian thought for a moment and decided to let the team have some free time before nightfall, give everyone a chance to relax. The team on Infinite Train was thrilled when they heard the news. It had been a long time since they'd felt this safe. The tension everyone had been carrying started to ease at last. Even the over 1,000-strong team on Dragon Mountain No. 1 got a break, as Shidoan allowed the passengers to walk around the safe zones in the city and barter for items they needed. For safety, Chen Sixuan made sure everyone going out moved in groups of 3 or more and returned before nightfall. Soon, the crew on Infinite Train grouped up in 2s and 3s and headed into the city. Firebro volunteered to stay and watch the train. He wanted to soak up some sun and study the ability growth manual they got from the Phoenix. On the surrounding streets near Central Avenue, convoy camps had set up shop with stalls offering items for trade. While eerie blood crystals remained the hard currency, they were too valuable for small deals, so most trades were bartering. If both sides agreed, a deal was struck, simple as that. Beyond bartering, many skilled survivors took the chance to make a little post-apocalypse cash: shaving, haircuts, quick medical services, mechanical repairs, massages, bone setting, and even camp bars selling drinks. As Monaco had mentioned, some even offered services for hire. Tire mushroom skewers, fried algae cakes in lizard oil, crispy green bark, snow salt lizards, asphalt scorpion chips, beef soup with fat, freeze-dried slugs. Good grief, what even are these? Miaolu and Zhao Yuan were walking with Chen Sixuan, Da Lu, and Shasho down a supply trade street. The variety of post-apocalyptic delicacies had all the girls frowning in unison. These made the lizard jerky, dried rat meat, and cockroach protein bricks from before seem positively gourmet. Chen Sixuan looked at the food and couldn't help but marvel at humanity's creativity in the apocalypse. Judging by the expressions on Miaolu and the others, the meals aboard Infinite Train were borderline luxurious by survivor standards.